Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku was quirkless but became a swordsman? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was a 4-year-old boy eagerly waiting with his mother, Inko, and his twin sister, Izumi, to discover what their quirks would be. Quirks were superpowers that people were born with, while those without them were considered quirkless. Both Izuku and Izumi dreamed of becoming pro-heroes, helping others with a smile, just like their hero, All Might, who they were unaware was their father. At the doctor's office, the doctor addressed Inko with a serious tone, asking whether she wanted to hear the good news or the bad news first. Inko chose the bad news, her heart racing with anxiety. The doctor informed her that Izuku would not develop a quirk, pointing to an X-ray of his foot, which showed a double joint in his pinky toe, an indicator of being quirkless. Izuku dropped his All Might action figure in shock, while Inko used her psychic powers to retrieve it. She questioned the doctor, hoping for a mistake, but he confirmed the unfortunate news. However, he also shared that Izumi was expected to develop a powerful quirk related to physical enhancement. Inko cheered for her daughter, while Izuku was left alone with his thoughts, pondering whether he could still be a hero without a quirk. Determined, he resolved to train harder than anyone else to achieve his dream of becoming the #1 hero like All Might. At home, Toshinori awaited the return of his family from the appointment. As soon as the door opened, he rushed to inquire about the visit. Inko shared the news about Izuku being quirkless but that Izumi had a strong quirk. Toshinori celebrated Izumi's potential, lifting her in excitement and promising to start her training soon. This left Izuku feeling forgotten in his own home, prompting him to head to bed, hoping for a better day tomorrow. The next day at daycare, Izumi towered over Izuku, accompanied by Katsuki Bakugo, Katsumi, Shoto Todoroki, and Shota. She asked if he still wanted to become a hero. Izuku affirmed his desire to protect people with a smile. However, Izumi cruelly told him to give up, calling him a quirkless loser and punching him, using her quirk to amplify the impact. The others joined in, leaving Izuku feeling defeated and alone, taunted with names like Deku and Useless. After they left, Izuku wandered through an unfamiliar part of the city and stumbled upon a dojo named Ishin Dojo. He entered, observing people practicing their swordsmanship with wooden swords. The headmaster of the dojo approached him, asking who he was. Izuku introduced himself, stammering slightly. The headmaster inquired about his presence there, and Izuku explained that he had gotten lost. The headmaster sensed something special about Izuku and proposed that he learn sword fighting at the dojo. Excitement filled Izuku as he considered the offer, realizing that accepting it would bring him closer to his dream of becoming the #1 hero. With a determined expression, he agreed, and thus began a decade of intense training. Izuku developed his own fighting style, the three-sword style. His daily routine consisted of waking up, attending school with Izumi, enduring bullying, training at the dojo after school to build muscle, and returning home when his parents were asleep, ready to repeat the cycle. This was his life for 10 years until a significant event occurred. Izumi had been training with All Might, who had revealed his secret identity and that Inko was the Green Tornado, while Izuku remained unaware of their true identities. 10 years later, Izuku was now 14 and had been training diligently throughout that time. Today marked his last day as a third-year junior high student. He had worked hard all his life to become a hero, even developing an impressive physique that was hidden beneath his oversized clothes. The teacher was distributing high school applications, exclaiming that while he could hand out career sheets, he knew everyone wanted to pursue the hero path. As he tossed the papers into the air, most of the class, except for 6 students, used their quirks. Kaken scoffed, insisting that he and his group shouldn't be grouped with the others. The class erupted in boos, but Kaken laughed it off, boasting about the Big Five and their aspirations for UA, the prestigious hero academy. The teacher's comment left the rest of the class in shock, as only about 2% of applicants were accepted, and Izuku was among those who had applied. The teacher then turned to Izuku, asking if he was also aiming for UA, prompting laughter from everyone except the Big Five. Suddenly, Kaken and Katsumi caused an explosion at Izuku's desk, startling him and sending him to the floor. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid, but without his swords, he felt vulnerable. Izumi taunted him, suggesting that he would fail the entrance exam and that he was just a weak, quirkless Deku. The teacher intervened, warning her against fighting in class. As the school day ended, the bell rang, and Izuku began packing his things. Kaken snatched his hero journal, which contained all his notes. When Izuku politely asked for it back, Kaken surprised him by agreeing, only to explode the journal in his hands and toss it out the window. Izumi added insult to injury, telling Izuku that some people were born for greatness while others were not. She suggested he take a leap off the roof and hope for a quirk in his next life before leaving him behind. Izuku retrieved his notebook from a fish pond and decided to take a different route home to avoid the others. Thanks to his training, he sensed something lurking in the shadows and prepared himself, though he felt unarmed without his swords. Suddenly, a massive slime monster attacked, attempting to envelop him. Just then, he heard a loud noise as a pothole cover was blasted into the air, followed by the iconic declaration of All Might. Izuku's heart raced at the thought of his idol arriving. All Might rushed to him, gently slapping his face to wake him up. When Izuku regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was All Might, and he couldn't contain his excitement. He eagerly asked for his hero notes to be signed, only to realize All Might had already done so. He bowed in admiration. All Might prepared to take the villain to the police but paused when Izuku asked if he could become a hero without a quirk. This question halted All Might, who appeared stoic on the outside but was conflicted within. He wrestled with the decision, knowing the dangers of being a pro-hero. Eventually, All Might explained that being a pro was perilous, even for those with quirks, and he couldn't allow someone without one to enter the battlefield. He suggested that Izuku consider a career in the police force instead. With that, All Might leaped away, leaving Izuku feeling defeated as he walked home in shame. Determined not to give up, Izuku resolved to continue working hard to become a hero. Later, while walking home and contemplating ways to improve his fighting style, Izuku was startled by an explosion. He rushed to the crowd, only to find Kaken captured by the same sludge villain that had attacked him earlier. Confused about how the villain had returned, Izuku felt a surge of instinct and rushed forward, despite the warnings from onlookers. He hurled his bag at the villain, striking it in the eye and causing its grip on Kaken to loosen just enough for Kaken to shout at him. Izuku dodged the villain's attempts to strike him and got close enough to try to pull Kaken free. He shouted that he couldn't let Kaken die, just as All Might descended and defeated the villain with a powerful blow. Once the chaos subsided, the heroes praised Kaken for his bravery, which Izuku found frustrating, as he felt Kaken had done little but caused trouble during the incident. They scolded Izuku for interfering, but he remained resolute in his desire to prove himself as a hero. Izuku was walking home when he heard All Might's voice talking to someone. He was surprised to see All Might speaking with Izumi, his father, Toshinori. Izumi asked what All Might needed to discuss. To Izuku's astonishment, All Might transformed into his true form, Toshinori. Toshinori expressed his desire for Izumi to inherit his quirk, One for All, believing her worthy of becoming the 9th user of this great power. Izumi felt flattered but questioned why Toshinori chose her instead of Izuku. Toshinori sighed and explained that while Izuku was a potential candidate, he had not yet demonstrated true heroic action and was too weak to handle the full force of the quirk. This revelation left Izuku holding back tears. Izumi accepted the offer without hesitation, and Toshinori appreciated her determination. He handed her a gym membership to a facility where only top heroes trained, stating they would begin her training the following day. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, ran to his special place, a beach littered with illegal trash. This was where he kept his swords while at school. Time passed, and Izuku sat on the pile of trash, crying over the day's events. As he wept, he noticed a strange book among the debris with the word, Haki, on its cover. The book described a life force known as Haki, which came in 3 forms: observation, armament, and the rare conqueror's Haki. It also mentioned a mysterious island inhabited by apes that could mimic sword styles. Intrigued, Izuku decided to set out to find this island. After a journey at sea, he discovered the island and trained there for 10 months. Upon his return, he was taller, stronger, and bore 2 scars, one on his chest and another over his left eye. Now a master of hockey, he was ready to take on the world as the greatest quirkless hero. His family had no idea where he had gone and believed him to be lost. They were in for a surprise at UA, and it wasn't just about Izuku. Outside the main building of UA, many people were walking in for the entrance exam. A young girl with a brown bob cut was trying to calm her nerves. She thought to herself that all she had to do was take one step to get closer to her goal of becoming a pro hero. As she took a step forward, she tripped over herself, bracing for impact as her face approached the ground. However, she felt a warm hand around her stomach, preventing her fall. Opening her eyes, she saw a boy with short light green hair, a scar over his left eye, and 3 swords at his waist. He smiled warmly and remarked that it would be bad luck for her to trip. He quickly set her down and introduced himself as Izuku Yagi, letting out a light chuckle that she found charming, though she quickly dismissed the thought. She introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka and asked if he was nervous. He admitted he was a bit anxious but said they should head inside to avoid being late. Realizing the time, they hurried in and sat next to each other. Present Mike walked onto the stage and explained the exam format. It would be a 10-minute test where they needed to destroy robots to earn points. Ochako glanced over and noticed Izuku had fallen asleep in his chair, wondering how he could sleep at such a crucial moment. As Present Mike was wrapping up, a blue-haired boy raised his hand to ask about a discrepancy in the exam packet regarding the faux villains. He pointed out that only 3 were mentioned, implying it was a misprint. He then called out Izuku for sleeping, but Izuku continued to snore until Ochako tapped him on the shoulder to wake him. Izuku groggily asked if it was morning, causing everyone around to react in classic anime fashion. Present Mike thanked the boy for his question and clarified that the last villain was worth 0 points, advising everyone to avoid it. He encouraged them to go out there and give it their all, asking for a cheer of plus ultra, but received only silence in response. As the students made their way to their assigned zones, Izuku put on his green bandana after getting off the bus. He noticed Ochako seemed nervous and intended to help her, but a blue-haired boy stopped him, accusing him of distracting her. Izuku clarified that he was only trying to be kind, sensing that the exam was about to start. He prepared for the exam, placing one blade in his mouth and holding the others in each hand. As the doors opened, he rushed in, following Present Mike's command to act as if it were a real battle. Spotting several robots, he readied his blades and unleashed a powerful attack, swiftly taking down multiple targets and adding to his score. Meanwhile, in the control room, the staff observed the exam. A woman remarked on the interesting group of first years, particularly noting the boy with the 3 swords. The principal, Nizu, began to investigate Izuku's background and was shocked to discover that he was quirkless. This revelation stunned the faculty, as they had all heard of All Might's child's tragic fate. One teacher, known for his gruff demeanor, expressed a desire to have Izuku in his class if he passed, surprising everyone further. Nizu decided to press a button to introduce a real challenge for the students. Back in the exam field, as Izuku prepared to move on, he heard a faint cry for help. Turning around, he saw Ochako trapped under some rubble. Without hesitation, he charged forward, readying his blades. Pulling back his arms as if charging up, he shouted out a powerful attack, unleashing a massive slash that cut through the robot and sent its halves flying into the air. He rushed over to Uraraka to check if she was okay. Izuku removed a blade from his mouth and began sheathing his weapons. He lifted the heavy concrete rubble off Uraraka. She responded that she thought she twisted her ankle. He picked her up in a bridal carry and headed toward the crowd in search of medical support. As Uraraka clung to Izuku, she could feel his toned muscles. She thought about how his face was mostly plain, yet he was so strong and muscular. She quickly chastised herself for having such thoughts, feeling her cheeks heat up. Izuku set her down and noticed her flushed face, which made him worry. He placed his hand on her forehead, feeling that she was burning up. Uraraka struggled to form a coherent response when an elderly woman's voice asked if they were okay. They explained the situation, and the woman gave Uraraka a gentle kiss on the head, which helped her feel better thanks to Recovery Girl's quirk. Meanwhile, the teachers were in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. A quirkless student had single-handedly taken down the zero-pointer. Aizawa smirked to himself, confident he had made the right decision. "Time's up," Mike announced to the contestants, snapping everyone back to reality. All the teachers and students in the same zone as Izuku were left wondering just how strong he really was. As everyone began to head home, Izumi and her friends chatted about how they thought they performed. Nizu decided it was time to share some important news with All Might. "Hello, Nizu. What did you need to talk to me about?" Toshinori asked. "You know Izuku Yagi or dead, son?" "Well, he is very much alive and just took the exam today," Nizu revealed. Toshinori was so surprised that he nearly spilled his coffee. "Wait, really? He's alive!" Toshinori exclaimed, jumping up and down in excitement that his son was not, in fact, dead. "Yep, that's all I wanted to tell you," Nizu said before hanging up. Toshinori rushed to find Inko to share the good news. "Inko," he called as he sprinted down the hall to find her on the couch. "Yes, Toshinori? What is it?" she asked. "Izuku is alive. I just got off the phone with Nizu, and he told me the news." Inko's heart filled with joy upon hearing this, and she embraced Toshinori tightly. Later that same day, Izumi returned home to share how the exams went. When she saw her parents jumping with joy, she had to ask what was happening. "Izuku, your brother is alive," they told her. Despite their playful sibling rivalry, she had always cared for him and wanted to protect him from the dangers of being a pro-hero, even if her methods were less than ideal. She felt just as excited as everyone else and quickly called their friends to share the news, which brought happiness to all. 4 days later, Izuku stopped by the dojo to pick up his UA acceptance letter. He greeted everyone, and they all celebrated his return. The letter had been sent to the dojo because he had used it as his address, even though it wasn't where he actually lived. When he returned to his apartment, he opened the acceptance letter, and a disc popped out, displaying a message from a scruffy man he recognized as Eraserhead from his studies of heroes. Aizawa informed him that he had done well, scoring 139 points, and that school would start in a week in Class 1A, advising him not to be late. The disc then self-destructed, and Izuku headed to his personal gym to begin training. The next day, Toshinori and Inko decided to find out where Izuku lived. They went to UA to look for his application forms, and upon seeing the address, they decided to visit with the staff, Gran Torino, Izumi, and others. When they arrived at the dojo, they were confused but knocked on the door, where they were greeted by the sensei. "Hello there. May I ask who you all are and what you want?" he said politely. Nizu introduced himself as the principal of UA and explained they were looking for a boy named Izuku Yagi, whose application stated this was his residence. The sensei took a sip of his tea and acknowledged that he knew Izuku. "Yes, he is one of my students. He came here about 10 years ago, beaten up and determined to become a hero despite being quirkless. He trained here every day for hours, and I began training him. He has always pushed himself and even developed his own sword fighting style called three-sword style. He left one day, and I haven't seen him since yesterday when he stopped by to say hello and apologize for leaving," the sensei reminisced. Everyone was stunned to learn that he had been training for so long to become a pro. Toshinori, Inko, and especially Izumi felt a wave of guilt for how they had treated Izuku over the years. Shota felt pure happiness upon hearing that Izuku was alive, as she had harbored a crush on him for years and wished to be kinder than her brother. As Izuku woke up the next day, he began preparing for his first day at UA. He donned his outfit, grabbed his 3 swords, and took the train to the school. Upon arriving at UA, he marveled at the size of the place. He searched for Class 1A and finally found the large door. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, feeling one step closer to becoming the first quirkless hero. Using his future sight, he prepared for what lay ahead and saw Kaken arguing with the blue-haired student from the entrance exam. Anger flared at the sight of Kaken, but he focused on steadying his nerves. Izuku took a deep breath before opening the door. The blue-haired boy, Bnha, admonished Katsuki Bakugo for resting his feet on the desk, emphasizing the disrespect it showed to the upperclassmen who had crafted the furniture. Katsuki retorted with a challenge, expressing his intent to overpower Ida. As Ida introduced himself, Katsuki's attention shifted to Izuku, who had just entered the classroom. Katsuki called out to him, clearly surprised by his presence, while Izuku was greeted by his classmates, including Izumi, Shoto, Shota, and Katsumi. Ida approached Izuku, attempting to apologize for his earlier behavior, but Izuku quickly introduced himself, brushing off the encounter. Izumi, noticing the interaction, called out to her brother. She observed the changes in him since their last meeting, noting the scars that marked his skin and the way his UA uniform fit snugly against his physique. Izuku responded to her with a hint of irritation, reminding her of the past when she had often bested him in their training sessions. Their brief confrontation was interrupted as Izuku noticed Uraraka, a friend from the entrance exam. They exchanged greetings, and Izuku modestly downplayed his earlier achievements. Suddenly, a peculiar creature resembling a caterpillar appeared at the door, and from it emerged Shota Aizawa, their new homeroom teacher. He wasted no time in establishing his authority, instructing the students to change into gym clothes for their first physical test. In the boys' locker room, a red-haired boy pointed out Izuku's scars, prompting Izuku to simply attribute them to training as he prepared to head outside. Aizawa began the physical tests, starting with Bakugo, who launched a powerful throw, impressing everyone with his explosive ability. As the tests progressed, Izumi excelled in the 50-meter dash and grip strength, while Izuku showcased his strength in sit-ups and push-ups. When it was Izumi's turn to throw the ball, she infused her arm with a significant amount of one for all, resulting in an impressive throw that sent shockwaves through the area. When it was Izuku's turn, Aizawa challenged him to push his limits. Izuku, realizing he needed to adapt, decided to use his leg instead of his usual method. As he prepared to throw, a mysterious energy enveloped his leg, and when he struck the ball, it soared impressively far. Aizawa checked the score, astonished by the distance. Izuku laughed, confident in his abilities, and playfully called out to the hidden pros who had been observing. All Might and Titan emerged, surprising the students, especially Izumi, who questioned their presence. After the test concluded, Aizawa displayed the scores, revealing Izumi in first place, followed closely by Izuku. Minoru Mineta, a shorter boy, complained about the results, but Aizawa reassured everyone that the threat of expulsion had been a ruse. It was a clever strategy to ensure that everyone put forth their best effort. Izuku Yagi grabbed a handbook from the classroom before heading home. He contemplated expelling one of his classmates but decided to keep him around for the sake of comic relief. As the day came to a close, most students headed home, but Izuku remained behind. He found himself at the grave of his old friend, Bnha, who had been both a friend and a rival at the dojo. She had tragically passed away at a young age, and every year on this day, Izuku visited her grave to offer a quiet prayer, pour out a small cup of sake, and lay down some flowers before returning home to train, eat, and rest. Izuku reflected on the day, noting that it had been hectic, but he and his classmates, Uraraka and Ida, had managed to get along well. Although he felt conflicted about their presence, he hoped things would improve. He also thought about Shota, noticing how much she had changed since their last encounter. As he drifted off to sleep, Izuku realized that tomorrow would be even more challenging than today. The next day, as everyone in Class 1A sat in their seats waiting for the hero class to begin, the atmosphere felt just like a normal school day, with the only difference being that pro-heroes were the teachers. The room was quiet until a thunderous voice boomed through the air. All Might and Green Tornado burst through the front door, announcing their arrival with enthusiasm. While most of the class was excited to see the number 1 and number 3 heroes, Izuku remained asleep until their entrance jolted him awake. He sat quietly, observing the commotion. All Might welcomed the class to the hero course. Introducing it as hero, he pulled out a card that read, Battle, and explained that they would be engaging in battle training. Green Tornado added that no hero would be complete without their costumes, instructing everyone to change and meet at ground beta. Suitcases emerged from the wall, each marked with a number. Izuku grabbed his and headed to the boys' locker room. Outside ground Bnha, the students emerged from the tunnel, proudly wearing their hero costumes. All Might scanned the group and noticed Izuku was missing. Uraraka asked where he was, prompting everyone to look around until Izuku announced his presence, emerging with the light shining on him. Uraraka approached Izuku, and while he would typically blush at her closeness, his training had helped him maintain his composure. With everyone present, Green Tornado stated it was time to begin the training. Ida, clad in a suit of armor, inquired if they would be doing full city training like during the entrance exam. All Might clarified that they would take it a step further with indoor battle training, explaining that clever villains often operated in the shadows, engaging in activities like drag deals and underground gang operations. The training would consist of 2 teams, heroes and villains. All Might outlined the scenario, explaining that villains had hidden a nuclear bomb somewhere in the building, and it was the hero's job to either capture the villains or rescue the bomb. Time was limited, and teams would be chosen by drawing lots. Ida questioned the randomness of the selection, to which Izuku responded that heroes often had to work with random partners on the spot to stop villains. Ida acknowledged this and apologized for his interruption. The teams were announced. Team A consisted of Izuku and Momo, Team D had Katsuki and Shoto, Team J included Izumi and Katsumi, and Team F was made up of Uraraka and Ida. With an odd number of students, someone would have to fight alongside Shota. Izuku raised his hand, eager to improve his endurance. All Might confirmed that young Yagi would team up with Shota for the final fight. He then reached into 2 boxes labeled Hero and Villain, assigning Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. The villains had 5 minutes to set up before the heroes would be released. Katsuki and Shoto entered the building while Izuku and Momo discussed their strategy. Izuku proposed a plan where Katsuki would be the first to attack, allowing Momo to sneak past and reach the bomb, likely guarded by Shoto. After Izuku dealt with Katsuki, they would double-team Shoto to secure the victory. Momo agreed, and they prepared to enter. All Might announced that the heroes could enter. As they made their way inside, Izuku sensed an impending attack from Bakugo and warned Momo just in time, pushing her out of the way and taking the brunt of the explosion himself. As the smoke cleared, Izuku stood tall and scathed. He urged Momo to stick to the plan as she moved toward the bomb's location. Once she was out of sight, Izuku focused on Bakugo, challenging him to bring more to the fight. He wrapped a bandana around his arm and assumed a fighting stance, opting for a direct approach instead of using his blades. Bakugo, momentarily confused by Izuku's change in tactics, attempted a surprise attack but found Izuku ready. Izuku ducked under Bakugo's punch and retaliated with a powerful strike to his stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. As Bakugo struggled to recover, Izuku launched a relentless assault, landing several punches and kicks that left Bakugo panting and unable to defend himself. A decisive right hook sent Bakugo down, and Izuku quickly tied him up. Meanwhile, Momo hid outside the room where the bomb was located. Hearing the explosion cease, she felt anxious until Izuku called out to her, confirming he was on his way. She reported that she had found the bomb on the 5th floor. Relieved, Izuku rushed to her side, and they exchanged a nod before he entered the room, surprising Shoto. Shoto was taken aback, questioning how Izuku had made it past Katsuki. Izuku explained that he had grown stronger and was determined to win. As he charged at Shoto, the latter unleashed a combination of ice and fire attacks to keep him at bay, unaware of Momo sneaking around. Suddenly, All Might's voice echoed over the speakers, declaring that the hero team had won. Shoto turned just in time to be caught off guard by Izuku's attack, sealing their victory. "Great job, Yaoyorozu. You did amazing back there," he thought, noticing Momo blush slightly from the compliment. In the observation room, everyone was stunned to see both Bakugo and Todoroki defeated by Izuku, who hadn't even been trying. Izumi questioned just how strong her brother had become. All Might reflected on how much Izuku had grown in just 10 months. As Bakugo and Todoroki were taken to Recovery Girl, Izuku and Momo returned to the observation room, greeted by praises from their classmates. Green Tornado asked the class who the MVP of the match was. Izuku explained that it was Yaoyorozu because she had stuck to the plan while he was busy fighting Katsuki and Shoto. She remained calm and focused on the task at hand, while he could have ended his fight sooner but didn't, which is why he believed she deserved the MVP title. Both All Might and Green Tornado nodded in agreement. Great answer, his parents said simultaneously. Hearing them call him son filled Izuku with a sense of disgust, as they had not been present for most of his life. After Izuku's response, Momo's face turned as red as Kirishima's hair. He sat on the floor and rested until it was time for his next fight, where he and Shoto would face Katsumi and Izumi. This time, he and Shoto were the villains. They set the bomb on the 6th floor in the far back room. An awkward silence hung between them until Shota decided to break it. Izuku felt a sense of camaraderie as Shota apologized for everything she had done to him, acknowledging that he didn't deserve it. He reassured her that he had already forgiven her, as she had always been the nicest to him. They both agreed to focus on the enemies they were about to face. Shota wondered about the strange energy she saw on his arm, recalling how he had used it during the ball throw. She asked if she could freeze the floors below them, and he explained it was to catch their opponents by surprise. As Shota froze the 6th, 5th, and 4th floors, Izumi and Katsumi sprinted up, only to slip on the ice when they reached the 4th floor. Katsumi expressed her frustration at the unexpected ice, struggling to navigate carefully. Just then, Izuku appeared around the corner and delivered a swift punch that sent Katsumi back a few feet. He focused on charging up his power, aware of the need to control it. As Izumi prepared to attack, she moved with incredible speed, ricocheting off the walls, but Izuku skillfully avoided her strikes. She attempted to use a strength multiplier to hit him with a powerful move, which he managed to block, but it sent him flying back through several walls. Katsumi seized the opportunity to unleash a massive attack, propelling him into the air. Izumi took advantage of this and leaped off the ceiling to slam down onto Izuku, who remained unfazed. He grabbed her arm, twirled her around, and sent her crashing into Katsumi. He communicated with Shota, stating they were on the 4th floor and needed her help to win. Shota confirmed she was on her way. As Izumi and Katsumi began to rise, Shota sprinted down the stairs, ready to finish the fight. Izuku declared they were ready to end this, and Shota nodded in agreement. Katsumi and Izumi charged at each other, but just before they could deliver their final blows, the announcement rang out that the villain team had won. After the battle trial, All Might had to rush off to maintain his muscular form, leaving in a hurry with Green Tornado. Once Izuku returned to class, everyone congratulated him on his victories. He met his classmates, including a pink-skinned girl named Mina, a red-haired boy named Kirishima, and a small boy named Mineta. After introductions, the bell rang, signaling the end of the day. As Izuku left the school grounds, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Uraraka approaching. He greeted them and learned they were heading the same way home. Excited, he suggested they walk together as friends, flashing a warm smile that made the two girls' hearts flutter. Ida enthusiastically agreed, waving his arms. Izuku invited them to his place to cook something, and when they heard a growl from his stomach, he chuckled, interpreting it as a yes. Upon arriving at his apartment, they were surprised to find he lived alone. Momo asked why he was by himself, given that both his parents were All Might and Green Tornado. Izuku explained that he had a disagreement with them and decided to leave after feeling ignored and mistreated. As he prepared dinner, he shared stories from his childhood that moved all three of them to tears. While cooking, they hugged him from behind, expressing their sorrow for what he had endured. Izuku reassured them that it was all in the past and that they weren't responsible for it. Izuku preferred to be called by his first name, so he encouraged everyone to do so. He affectionately patted her on the head and they all settled down to enjoy their meal. As they began to eat, the group quickly devoured the food, while Izuku maintained a more composed pace. Ida, with his mouth full, expressed his admiration for the meal, asking where Izuku had learned to cook. Izuku explained that he had taught himself, mentioning that he needed to cook in large quantities to replenish the energy he burned during his intense workouts and training. He finished his meal in a flash and placed his dish in the sink. Once everyone was finished, Izuku gave them a tour of his home. It was a modest space, featuring a bathroom, kitchen, dining room, and a living room. However, the highlight was the training room, which was filled with weights that were significantly heavier than a ton. Uraraka pointed to a barbell loaded with 2-ton plates on each side and asked if Izuku could lift it. With ease, he grabbed the barbell with one hand and performed a curl, showcasing his strength. Ida was left in awe, wondering how such a feat was possible. Izuku then removed his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles, which left the girls momentarily speechless, their admiration evident. Izuku mentioned to Ida that he had been working out since he was 4 years old, which could explain his physique. He added that his time away for the past 10 months had also contributed to his muscle growth. As he continued to show his friends around his place, they arrived at his bedroom and noticed a picture frame on the nightstand. Inside was a photo of a young Izuku alongside a girl neither Uraraka nor Yaoyorozu recognized. Curiosity piqued, Yaoyorozu asked who the girl was, and Izuku's expression turned somber. He explained that she had been his only true friend and rival while growing up, but sadly, she had passed away a few years back. The mood shifted as the three friends felt the weight of this loss, understanding how much she had meant to Izuku. After the tour concluded, they bid each other farewell and headed home, marking the end of Izuku's second day at UA. The next day, Class 1A gathered, waiting for homeroom to start. They were buzzing with excitement about the reporters outside seeking interviews regarding All Might and Green Tornado, the new teachers at UA. Their chatter was interrupted when Aizawa entered the room. He informed them that he had reviewed their battle training and commended their efforts, but he cautioned Bakugo not to sulk after a loss. He then announced that they would be selecting class presidents that day before settling down to sleep behind his desk. Chaos ensued as everyone expressed their desire to be president, except for the two Todorokis and Izuku, who was indifferent to the whole affair. Ida called for order, suggesting they hold a vote to determine the two candidates. After the voting concluded, Ida announced that Izuku Yagi would be the class president and Momo Yaoyorozu would serve as vice president. The bell rang, signaling lunchtime, and the students began to pack up. At lunch, Momo, Ida, Uraraka, and Izuku sat together, engaged in conversation. Momo pointed out that Ida's name was similar to that of the pro-hero Ingenium. Ida proudly explained that Ingenium was his older brother and that he aspired to be just like him. Uraraka then inquired about Izuku's motivation for wanting to become a hero. As he devoured 6 bowls of rice, Izuku shared that he had 2 reasons. He wanted to save people with a smile and reassure them, and he also had a personal goal he didn't finish articulating before a loud alarm blared, signaling a level 3 security breach. Panic spread through the cafeteria as students scrambled for the exits. Izuku, curious about the situation, was pushed to a window and saw that the commotion was caused by the press. Realizing the situation was being blown out of proportion, he decided to take action. He called out to Uraraka to float him and asked Momo to create a megaphone. They both agreed, and Momo handed him the megaphone while Uraraka lifted him into the air. Izuku floated up and used the megaphone to address his classmates, urging them to calm down and reminding them that they were UA students, the best of the best. His words caught everyone's attention, and they turned to see the press outside. Class 1A collectively thought they had made the right choice in electing him as president. The next day, Aizawa entered the classroom again, announcing that they would be engaging in special training and that they could choose to wear their hero suits. Mina raised her hand, asking what type of training they would be doing. Aizawa revealed a note card that simply read, "Rescue." Later, on the bus, a girl with frog-like features introduced herself as Azui, but she preferred to be called Tsu. Izuku responded politely, asking her to call him by his first name. Tsu then pointed out the scars on his chest and across his eye, asking about their origin. Izuku explained that he had trained for 10 months before the entrance exam, during which he had a duel with a one-armed swordsman named Shanks, who had left him with those scars. His classmates listened intently, intrigued by his story. Izuku continued, sharing that he had trained on an island in the New World, a place known for its formidable fighters. He mentioned that compared to the heavy hitters from that place, he felt like just a no-name swordsman. This revelation shocked his classmates, especially Izumi, who worried about her brother facing such powerful opponents. Meanwhile, Katsuki and Katsumi were also taken aback, grappling with the idea that someone they considered a loser could be so strong. As they arrived at a large dome-shaped building, Aizawa instructed everyone to quiet down. They disembarked the bus and entered to meet the spacesuit-wearing hero. Uraraka was particularly excited, as 13 was her favorite rescue hero. 13 introduced herself and began a lengthy speech about the importance of using quirks responsibly. However, Izuku, aware of his own limitations, remained unfazed. While 13 spoke, Izuku sensed something unusual approaching and prepared himself, drawing his bandana. Aizawa noticed this and readied himself for whatever was about to unfold. Suddenly, a black portal appeared in the center of the plaza, and hordes of villains began to spill out. Kirishima expressed his excitement, thinking they were fake villains. Aizawa, however, knew better and instructed 13 to get everyone to safety as he leaped down into the plaza, just as the last 3 villains emerged. One of the villains, a man covered in hands, scratched his neck in irritation and remarked that their target was not present. Another villain, made of mist, suggested that perhaps a change in schedule had occurred. The handyman villain proposed that if they eliminated some students, their target might reveal himself. Kurogiri confirmed he would separate the kids. As Aizawa descended the stairs, a group of villains attempted to use their quirks against him, but he swiftly cancelled their abilities. He tied his scarf around one of the villains and hurled him into a group of others. Meanwhile, the students were making their way to the entrance when Kurogiri appeared. Aizawa mentally cursed himself for allowing one of the most dangerous villains to escape. Kurogiri introduced himself and his group, stating their intention to eliminate All Might, who was notably absent. As the students prepared to attack, the smoke cleared to reveal that Kurogiri remained unharmed. He acknowledged their strength, as expected from UA students, and unleashed his mist to surround them, teleporting some while others managed to escape. In the flood zone, Izuku found himself plummeting toward the water. Upon hitting the surface, he noticed a villain with a shark quirk swimming toward him. However, Izuku swiftly countered with a precise slash from the Wado Ikemanji, a blade passed down to him. Tsu suddenly appeared, using her tongue to grab Izuku and leap onto a nearby boat, tossing Bnha onto the ship as well. Tsu urged them to devise a plan, while Izuku nodded in agreement. Bnha, however, was panicking and suggested they wait for the heroes to rescue them. Tsu questioned Bnha's commitment to being a hero, and Izuku interrupted Bnha's lament about not having the chance to interact with Yaoyorozu. Izuku emphasized the need for a strategy and asked Tsu and Bnha to explain their quirks. He revealed that he was quirkless but fought with 3 swords. Tsu explained her frog quirk, detailing her abilities, while Bnha described his sticky ball, which depended on his mood. This caused Bnha to tear up as impatience grew among the villains. One villain unleashed a water slash, cutting the boat in half and causing it to sink. Izuku quickly formulated a plan and instructed his friends to follow his lead. He drew 2 swords and leaped into the air, executing a powerful slash that sent the villains scattering. Tsu, while carrying Bnha, leaped into the air and caught Izuku, bringing him to safety. Once they landed, Izuku suggested checking on Mr. Aizawa to ensure he was okay. Bnha protested, reminding them of the remaining villains, but Tsu and Bnha reluctantly agreed to scout the central plaza. In the landslide zone, Shoto approached a frozen villain while another attempted to sneak attack him, only to meet the same fate. He taunted the villain, noting that they were no match for a student and warned him about the dangers of frostbite. As he slowly placed his hand over the thug's face, he demanded to know their plans. In the mountain zone, Momo, a girl with earphone jacks named Jiro, and a boy with electrical powers named Kaminari found themselves surrounded by thugs. Momo and Jiro fought valiantly, while Kaminari hesitated, fearing he might harm his friends. Jiro teased him about being a damsel in distress, and Kaminari insisted he was powerless, encouraging them to handle the situation. Frustrated, Jiro decided to use Kaminari as a human stun gun, kicking him into an incoming attacker who was promptly electrocuted. As Kaminari regained his confidence, a villain attempted to crush him with a boulder, but Jiro destroyed it using her earphone jacks, which she had connected to her boots to amplify her heartbeat. Momo then produced a giant tarp, ready for their next move. It took some time to create something of this scale. Momo and Jiro positioned themselves under the tarp, leaving the villains bewildered. One villain mocked them, questioning if they were simply going to hide and hope for the best. Momo lifted the tarp, explaining that the material was 5 millimeters thick and electric-proof, signaling Kaminari to unleash his powers. As he did, a surge of electricity knocked out all the villains, but the overload left Kaminari incapacitated. The two girls emerged from beneath the tarp, unaware of a hand reaching out from the ground below. In the ruins zone, Katsuki, Katsumi, and Kirishima swiftly dispatched villains. Katsuki suggested they head back to the others, and Katsumi agreed. Kirishima expressed concern for their classmates, but Katsuki reassured him that if the remaining villains were as weak as the ones they had faced, their friends would be fine. Kirishima admired Katsuki's faith in their class as they began their journey back to the central plaza. At the entrance, Ida, Uraraka, Izumi, Shota, and others were present as 13 struggled to hold off Kurogiri with their quirk. Kurogiri created a portal behind 13, damaging their suit. 13 instructed Ida to fetch the rest of the staff, but Ida hesitated, unwilling to abandon his classmates. Kurogiri pointed out that discussing strategy in front of an opponent was unwise. 13 urged Ida to be a hero and get help, emphasizing that there was no shame in retreating. Hearing this, Ida dashed toward the entrance. Kurogiri attempted to stop him but was held back by Sato and Siro, with Uraraka making him lighter. This distraction allowed Ida to escape, and he sprinted toward Yue. Kurogiri, realizing one had escaped, teleported back to the central plaza, where Aizawa was taking down the villains. Aizawa confronted Shigaraki, who activated his quirk, causing strain on his eyes from prolonged use. Aizawa threw his scarf, but Shigaraki caught it and charged at him. Aizawa elbowed Shigaraki in the stomach, but Shigaraki caught the blow. He noted that Aizawa's hair stood up whenever he used his quirk. As Aizawa blinked, his hair fell down. Gradually, Aizawa's elbow began to crumble, exposing his muscles. Realizing the danger, Aizawa punched Shigaraki in the face and leaped back. Shigaraki casually remarked that he was not the final boss, as a massive creature appeared, looming over Aizawa. Aizawa thought to himself that since he had used his quirk on Shigaraki, the creature must be as strong as All Might. The creature broke Aizawa's arm and slammed his head into the concrete, causing cracks to form. Kurogiri informed Shigaraki about the escaped student, which made Shigaraki scratch his neck in frustration. He threatened Kurogiri, expressing his anger. Aizawa charged at them, but Shigaraki decided it was time to leave. Mineta became excited, but Izuku, using his foresight, warned Tsu and Mineta to move. Shigaraki charged at them, but Izuku powered up his fist and struck Shigaraki, creating a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, the massive creature stood unharmed before him. Shigaraki ordered the creature, known as Nomu, to eliminate Izuku. Nomu lunged at him, but Izuku dodged using his observation skills. He leaped out of the water, drew his 3 swords, and prepared for battle. He instructed Mineta and Tsu to get Aizawa to safety while he held off the attackers. Izuku charged and slashed at Nomu, but the cut healed instantly. He realized that Nomu possessed regeneration abilities as he evaded another attack. Shigaraki taunted him, revealing Nomu's shock absorption and regeneration capabilities. Undeterred, Izuku continued to clash his swords against Nomu's fists. However, Izuku stumbled while dodging an attack, and Nomu seized his arm, breaking it and slamming his head into the ground repeatedly. Izuku's cries echoed throughout the UT. Despite the pain, he struggled to rise, which only fueled Shigaraki's desire to see him defeated. Just as Izuku formulated a plan to overcome Nomu, Katsuki appeared, pinning Kurogiri down with a metal plate. Katsuki questioned Izuku about his presence, and Izuku pointed toward Nomu. While the two exchanged words, Kurogiri attempted to move. Katsuki threatened him, warning that any attempt to escape would result in dire consequences. Kirishima joked about Kurogiri being defeated by kids. As Izuku sprinted toward Katsuki, Noma charged, creating a dust cloud that obscured visibility. When the dust settled, they found Katsuki in a defensive stance, arms bleeding, while Izuku stood where Katsuki had just been. Izuku stood ready for his final attack, mocking the creature before him. He couldn't believe that this was the being designed to defeat All Might. As he prepared himself, he drew his 3 swords and executed a spinning motion, unleashing a powerful technique that sent the Nomo flying out of the USJ. Shigaraki, watching from a distance, was visibly frustrated. He couldn't comprehend how a mere boy could stand against their formidable opponent. He smirked beneath his mask and asked for Izuku's name. "Izuku," he replied, catching his breath. Shigaraki noted the name, then instructed Kurogiri to create a portal. As they vanished, a loud boom echoed from the entrance. All Might, in his muscular form, and Green Tornado burst onto the scene, declaring their arrival with enthusiasm. They rushed to the central plaza, where they found Izuku standing, visibly injured. Inko, Izuku's mother, rushed to him, her concern evident. She asked what had happened, but he simply replied that nothing was wrong as he began to ascend the stairs. Soon after, the rest of the UA staff arrived, capturing the remaining villains, including one who had taken Kaminari hostage. Upon seeing Izuku, they were alarmed by the amount of blood he had lost yet amazed that he could still stand. They quickly transported Izuku, Aizawa, and 13 back to UA for treatment. Meanwhile, the rest of the class gathered outside, discussing the events that had transpired. Sato remarked on the impressive hole in the ceiling, attributing it to Izuku's strength, while Tokoyami acknowledged the boy's remarkable abilities. Uraraka inquired about Izuku's condition, and the lead detective, Naomasa, reassured her that he would be fine, expressing astonishment at Izuku's resilience despite his injuries. Concern rippled through the group as they learned of Izuku's broken ribs and arm, along with the severe blows to his head, leaving them in disbelief at what he had endured. The scene shifted to a bar, where a voice from a screen greeted Shigaraki. The voice inquired about the attempt to defeat All Might, and Shigaraki explained that a boy named Izuku had interfered, managing to hold his own against the Nomu. The voice expressed surprise at Shigaraki's calm demeanor and asked about placing a bounty on Izuku's head. The next day at UA, the students were given 2 days off due to the villain attack. The heroes convened to discuss the incident and review footage of the battle. Among them were the pro-hero staff, Gran Torino, and Sir Night-Eye. Naomasa played the video, showcasing Izuku's fight against the Nomu. Night-Eye was astonished to learn that Izuku was quirkless, leaving Gran Torino and him in shock. They had known Izuku was strong, but this revelation was unexpected. Midnight commented on his impressive stamina, causing a few raised eyebrows among the group. All Might noted that Izuku's speed was nearly on par with his own, prompting everyone to wonder about his training regimen. After the meeting, Night-Eye confronted All Might, expressing frustration over not knowing about Izuku. All Might explained that Izuku had run away 10 months prior, leaving them unaware of his whereabouts. Night-Eye pressed for the reason behind Izuku's departure, and Inko tearfully revealed that they had neglected him for years, focusing more on Izumi. They now wished to reconnect with their son, but he seemed unwilling. Night-Eye sighed, contemplating a solution. He proposed that Gran Torino send Izuku an invitation to the upcoming sports festival, suggesting that since it would be broadcasted, no one would question it. Gran Torino, being familiar with both Izuku and Izumi, could help mend their relationship while also training them. The group agreed that this would be their plan moving forward. Izumi possessed a remarkable quirk known as the Strength Multiplier. This ability allowed her to enhance her raw strength by multiplying it, with the potential to increase her power anywhere from 2 times to a maximum of 10 times. However, this incredible strength came with a cost. It drained her stamina rapidly, especially at higher multipliers, and could strain her muscles. As the story unfolded, the focus shifted to the start of a new school year at UA. 2 days after a significant meeting with the UA staff, the students were buzzing with excitement. Most were engaged in lively conversations, while Izuku, who had woken up late, hurried to class. Upon entering the room, he was immediately surrounded by his classmates, who praised his recent heroic actions. Kirishima enthusiastically remarked on Izuku's bravery during a recent battle, while Kaminari expressed his surprise at Izuku's resilience. Both Uraraka and Momo voiced their concerns, urging him not to take such risks again. Izuku reassured them, stating that he had no intention of repeating such a dangerous feat. As the class settled down, Mina leaned back in her chair and asked Tsu who they thought would be teaching that day. Tsu speculated about Mr. Aizawa's condition, but just then, their teacher entered the room, wrapped in bandages. Kaminari questioned Aizawa's ability to teach, to which Aizawa coldly replied that his well-being was not their concern and reminded them that their challenges were far from over. He announced the upcoming UA Sports Festival, giving the students 2 weeks to prepare, which ignited a wave of excitement among them. However, he quickly shifted the mood by revealing that one of them had received a bounty, prompting Ida to inquire about its meaning. Aizawa explained that a bounty was a reward placed on a hero's head by criminals, with varying amounts based on their year. He then revealed a wanted poster featuring Izuku, much to the shock of his classmates. Bakugo angrily questioned how Izuku had garnered such a high bounty, while Shoji pointed out that Izuku had taken down a threat aimed at All Might. Aizawa concluded the class, instructing them to submit any gear forms before dismissing them. As Class 1A packed up for the day, they found themselves confronted by students from other classes blocking their exit. Kirishima demanded to know why they were being held back, while Mineta insisted they wouldn't be taken hostage. Bakugo, unfazed, warned them to move aside or face the consequences. A purple-haired student resembling Aizawa stepped forward, declaring that they were there to scout the competition, hinting at their desire to transfer into the hero course. Bakugo, unimpressed, left with Izumi and her sister, while Izuku approached the purple-haired student, apologizing for Bakugo's behavior. He warned them that if they didn't move, he might have to take action, drawing attention to the 3 swords at his side. The students quickly parted ways, allowing Izuku to head to the principal's office to submit his form. Upon entering, he was greeted by Principal Nizu, who congratulated him on his first bounty and inquired about his feelings regarding it. Izuku, preferring to be called by his first name, expressed that it brought him closer to his goals. He handed over the form to Nizu, who reviewed it carefully. Nizu informed Izuku that while he was allowed to use his swords, there was a stipulation due to their dangerous nature. He proposed a deal. Izuku could either refrain from using his swords entirely or use them only once during the finals. After considering his options, Izuku opted for the second choice, and Nizu wished him luck as he prepared to leave. With the 2 weeks of training ahead, the students were ready to face the challenges that awaited them. Everyone had begun their training for the sports festival. Izumi was honing her abilities by combining her strength multiplier quirk with One for All to enhance each attack. She trained in the woods, where several trees lay knocked down from her powerful kicks and punches. Izumi felt a surge of determination as she thought about how she needed to get stronger. She couldn't help but feel she was falling behind Izuku, recalling how she could only watch him fight a creature meant to harm their father. Charging up full cowling to 35%, she knew that going any higher would bring her pain. With a burst of energy, she bolted forward, bouncing around the trees until she encountered a massive boulder. Executing an axe kick, she shattered it into pieces. After removing the 20-pound weights from her limbs, she began to stretch, preparing for the next phase of her training. Now it was time to get serious. She charged 25% of One for All and multiplied it by 6, rushing toward another boulder. With a flurry of rapid punches, she unleashed a powerful attack that sent strong winds swirling around her. The boulder crumbled under her assault, pieces flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Izuku was busy cleaning the beach where he had discovered a book about hockey. The area was littered with trash, but in just 2 days, he had managed to clear 3/4 of it. After finishing a load, he practiced his sword skills when he noticed a strange boat approaching from the sea. As the boat reached the shore, a man stepped off and asked for Izuku's name. The man had been searching for him, claiming he wanted to test his abilities. With a giant sword resting on his back, he prepared for a challenge. Izuku, never one to back down, donned his bandana and drew one of his swords. As they clashed, Izuku's blade shattered upon contact with the man's giant sword, leaving him with a painful reminder on his back. The man recognized Izuku's potential and prepared for a serious duel. Izuku discarded the broken blade and faced the man, ready to prove himself. Izuku declared that scars on the back of a swordsman were shameful, earning a smirk from the man. The man acknowledged Izuku's spirit before slashing across his chest, but Izuku remained standing, drawing his other blade and infusing haki into both. The man realized that Izuku was knowledgeable about haki as they charged at each other. Izuku executed a horizontal slash with both blades, but the man leaped over the attack, which cut through the mountains of trash instead. The battle intensified, with sparks flying as their blades clashed. They fought fiercely, avoiding any underhanded tactics. Using his future sight, Izuku anticipated the man's next move and sidestepped to avoid a downward slash that split the ocean in half. The man complimented Izuku's skill, but the fight continued, with both sustaining minor injuries. Izuku smirked, proud of his training since childhood, but the man quickly countered, landing a cut in the same spot as Izuku's scar. As Izuku fell to the ground, he coughed up blood and asked the man who he was. The man introduced himself as Dracul Mihawk and encouraged Izuku to grow stronger, promising that their next encounter would be different. Mihawk then returned to his boat, leaving Izuku behind to tend to his wounds. 4 hours later, as the sun began to set, Izuku finished clearing the beach. The fight with Mihawk had only fueled his excitement. He thought about the strength of those from the New World and felt eager to join them. Picking up his clothes and swords, he realized he needed to buy a new sword since Mihawk had shattered his old one. Walking down the street toward his apartment, he spotted a small store selling swords. Curious, he entered, and the owner welcomed him, eager to show off his collection. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out 54,000 yen, asking how much he could get for it. The owner's expression shifted from excitement to disappointment as he directed Izuku to a bin labeled, "cheap swords." As Izuku rummaged through the bin, a girl with short blue hair and glasses walked in, resembling his childhood friend Bnha. He shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought of how much she looked like her. He discovers a sword that catches his interest and pulls it from its sheath. The girl beside him exclaims in awe, noting that the sword is valued at 400,000 yen, yet the owner is selling it for a surprisingly low price. The owner shakes his head repeatedly, refusing to sell it. He expresses his regret, stating that he cannot sell the sword because it is cursed. The girl gasps in surprise. Without hesitation, Izuku decides to test his luck against the curse. He tosses the unsheathed sword into the air, extending his arm as it spins around him before plunging into the ground. With a smirk, Izuku picks up the blade, declaring that he will take it. When he inquires about the price, the owner insists that he can have it for free. The girl, excited, remarks on Izuku's good fortune in acquiring the Sandai Kitetsu without cost, which reminds him of his past admiration for heroes. She shares her passion for swords, revealing her goal to collect the 12 supreme great swords and keep them out of the hands of villains, her tone turning fierce at the mention of evil. Izuku acknowledges her determination, noting her disdain for villains wielding such powerful weapons. Curious about a stack of papers she carries, he points them out. As they converse, dark clouds gather overhead, signaling an impending rain. She explains that the papers are wanted posters for new heroes or heroes in training. When he asks why she has them, she reveals that she and her partner, Smoker, are bounty hunters, a fact that brings a smile to her face as the wind scatters her papers. Izuku offers to help her gather the papers, and they work together until everything is collected. She thanks him warmly and introduces herself as Tashigi. Just then, a wanted poster flies into her face, revealing Izuku's own poster. Tashigi quickly prepares for action, drawing her sword, and Izuku realizes he cannot avoid a confrontation, so he draws his own blade. She demands that he surrender the swords and come with her peacefully, attempting to sound intimidating but not quite succeeding. Izuku firmly refuses, stating that the blades belong to him and that he won't back down without a fight. As she charges at him, he sidesteps her and gently knocks her to the ground with the back of his blade, advising her that she is not strong enough yet but could be with training. He walks away, leaving her in the rain as she rises, determined to improve. Time skips to the day of the sports festival. In a modest apartment, a long gray-haired man sits on his couch, ready to watch the event, a sword by his side and a flask of alcohol in hand. At UA Stadium, the atmosphere is electric as everyone gathers to witness the first-year students who survived a villain attack. In the locker room, some members of Class 1A are either calming their nerves or trying to rest. Shoto calls out to Izuku, who is napping. Momo gently taps him on the shoulder, prompting him to awaken. He stretches, feeling odd without his swords in his gym uniform. Shoto reiterates that he intends to beat Izuku, expressing his determination to surpass him despite not knowing what has changed in the past 10 months. Kirishima interjects, reminding them that they are friends. Shoto retorts that they are here to become heroes, and it's every student for themselves. Izuku welcomes the challenge, stating that he has worked hard to reach this point and that Shoto will have to give it his all to stand a chance. Just then Ida bursts through the door, urging everyone to get serious as they prepare to enter the arena. The students march down the halls as Present Mike announces them alongside Aizawa. In the center of the arena, a stage rises from the ground with Midnight standing there, microphone in hand. The crowd and students react to her revealing outfit, some commenting on its appropriateness for a high school event. Midnight calls for silence and announces Izuku as the representative for the first years. He steps up to deliver a speech, stating that being quirkless does not prevent anyone from achieving their dreams through hard work. He encourages Class 1B to give their best effort, as competition is what drives them all. As the crowd begins to boo him, expressing disbelief that a quirkless student is at UA, Izuku remains unfazed, preparing for the first event. Midnight takes a moment to regain control of the crowd before announcing that the first event will be an obstacle course. Get ready for a 3 kilometers race around the stadium. Midnight announced, her excitement palpable. In a distant realm, a man adorned in a pink feathery coat sat on his throne, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding sports festival. He chuckled heartily at Izuku's speech, finding amusement in the boy's determination. So, this is the kid who faced the legendary Mihawk and survived. He must possess remarkable strength. No other quirkless individual could come close to defeating him, except for that one, he mused, laughter echoing through the chamber. Elsewhere, a towering woman, standing at 8 meters tall and robust, observed the scene with a grin. This boy is striving to be a hero despite being quirkless. He truly is something special, isn't he, Kakuri? She remarked, glancing at a man beside her. He was 5 meters tall, a scarf draped around his neck concealing his mouth. He simply nodded in response. In another location, a muscular man with horns, a club resting at his side, sipped sake while watching the sports festival unfold. So, this is the kid who fought that scoundrel Mihawk, he said, holding up a wanted poster of Izuku. He shifted his gaze between the poster and the screen showcasing the festival. Back in an old man's apartment, he sensed an extraordinary event was about to unfold because of this boy. Don't you feel it too, Roger? He asked, his eyes fixed on the students preparing at the entrance of the tunnel for the race to commence. To be continued. All the students gathered at the starting line, anxiously waiting for the signal to begin. Present Mike shouted, urging them to start, and as the signal echoed, the students rushed forward. However, they quickly realized something was off. The doorway was too narrow, causing them to be cramped together. Izuku felt the temperature drop slightly and thought quickly. Using his ability to see into the future, he anticipated Shoto's ice attack. When Shoto unleashed his freezing power, most of the contestants were caught in the ice, except for Kirishima, Momo, Izumi, Shota, the 2 Bakugos, Mina, Ojiro, and Izuku, who managed to dodge the attack. The rest of the students struggled, either stuck in the ice or slipping on it. Bnha cleverly used his purple ball to bounce off the ice, preventing himself from falling. Confidently, Bnha declared he had outsmarted Todoroki, but he was abruptly interrupted when a robot crashed into him, sending him flying. Present Mike announced that they had reached the first obstacle, a robot inferno. The students halted in shock as they faced rows of zero-pointers alongside numerous smaller robots. Todoroki assessed the situation, noting that this was what they had faced in the entrance exam. He sent a massive wave of ice toward an attacking zero-pointer, freezing its legs and creating an opening. A random student pointed out the gap, urging everyone to hurry, but Todoroki warned them that he had intentionally thrown the robot off balance. Just as he finished speaking, the massive robot came crashing down, prompting concern among the students about potential injuries. Suddenly, the metal of the robot began to crack and then shattered, revealing Kirishima, who had hardened his body to survive. He exclaimed that it was a risky move for Todoroki, noting that anyone else would have been crushed. Tetsu, a boy from Class 1B with a hardening quirk, expressed his frustration at the close call, while Kirishima lamented their similar abilities. Meanwhile, the two Bakugos took a different approach. Katsuki shouted that he would not be beaten by Shoto, as he and his sister blasted their way above the zero-pointers. Siro used his tape, and Tokoyami employed Dark Shadow to navigate the obstacles. Izumi charged up 15% of One for All and parkoured over the robots, catching up with the others. On the ground, Izuku found himself surrounded by 10 three-pointers. He began to spin, generating a powerful wind force that sent the robots flying. With a determined shout, he unleashed his technique, sending the robots soaring into the air and knocking off pieces that rained down around him. Those not in Class 1A were astonished to see a quirkless person accomplish something even those with quirks would struggle to do. Casually, Izuku continued as if nothing had happened and quickly rejoined his classmates. In the stadium, the crowd cheered for him, not because they were supportive of a quirkless competitor, but because they found him entertaining. Inko cheered for her daughter, Izumi, who was currently in third place and closing in on second. Present Mike announced that they had entered the second obstacle, the pit, and the crowd roared with excitement. Back with the students, Todoroki used ice to slide across the ropes, freezing them to prevent others from following. Bakugo soared over the pit, while Izumi hopped from platform to platform, gaining on him. The pit was a large hole with platforms connected by ropes. Mina and Achiko looked at the pit in fear when Tsuyu approached from behind, excited to show off her quirk. She leaped onto one of the ropes and began to cross. Mina expressed envy over Tsuyu's quirk, and they turned to see a pink-haired girl from the support course talking to herself. Achiko asked how she was allowed to use gadgets, and the girl explained that it was to level the playing field since Hero Course students trained their quirks while others did not. She leaped into the pit, launching a harpoon from her utility belt to propel herself onto a platform. Ida assessed the challenge ahead, determined not to look foolish in front of his brother. Meanwhile, Izuku dashed across the top of the rope like a ninja, making his way to the final obstacle, a minefield. The sign indicating the minefield was accompanied by the explosion of a landmine triggered by an unfortunate student. As he looked ahead, he saw Shoto and Izumi proceeding cautiously, while Katsuki blasted past them. Present Mike announced that Katsuki Bakugo had taken the lead. Shoto and Izumi decided to abandon their slow approach and rushed forward, barely noticing the green blur that zipped past them, leaving a trail of explosions in its wake. The crowd erupted with excitement as they realized Izuku Yagi had surged into first place. Izumi, Shoto, and Katsuki all utilized their quirks to catch up, with Izumi using 30% of One for All, determined to keep pace with Izuku, who was moving faster than ever. Izumi struggled to keep pace as she and Izuku raced through the tunnel, closing the gap between them. She thought about the intense training they had undergone, and her heart raced with determination. Aizawa, feeling the pressure, reacted to the comments about his teaching. He expressed his frustration, insisting that each student had their own goals and that the recent villain attack had taught them valuable lessons about fear and hesitation. He noted that Class 1A was performing better than Class 1B. The announcer excitedly declared that the competition was heating up, and the first to emerge from the tunnel would be the winner. Izuku burst out ahead, showing no signs of fatigue, while Izumi followed closely, sweating from the exertion. She wondered just how much energy he possessed. In a nearby bar, Shigaraki watched the screen intently as Izuku's performance unfolded. He pointed out to his master that this was the boy he had been discussing, and the mysterious figure observed with interest. An older man laughed heartily at Izuku's display, reflecting on the saying that one should never judge a book by its cover. He acknowledged the boy's strength but noted that he still needed to see how Izuku fought before deciding on his potential as an intern. Meanwhile, in another world, the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the Yonko, watched with amusement alongside his fellow Yonko, including Big Mom, Kaido, and Dracula Mihawk. They were all entertained by Izuku's abilities, curious about what he would do next. Back in the stadium, as the last of the students returned, Midnight took the stage to announce the next challenge. She explained that the upcoming round would be a cavalry battle, which made Bnha anxious, prompting Achiko to comfort her. Midnight detailed the rules, stating that teams would consist of 3 or 4 members, with one designated as the rider and the others as horses. Quirks were allowed, but any intentional interference with other teams would lead to disqualification. The riders would wear headbands indicating their team's total points. Bnha suggested that losing the headband early might provide an advantage in gathering points, while Tsuyu proposed waiting to see how the teams formed before making any plans. Midnight then revealed the point system, with the last participant starting with 5 points and the first place earning a staggering 1 million points. The crowd's attention shifted to Izuku, who remained unfazed by their intense glares. With a timer set for 15 minutes, Midnight instructed everyone to form their teams, and the students quickly dispersed to strategize for the upcoming challenge. Everyone was engaged in conversation, trying to decide who should be on their team. Meanwhile, Izuku felt isolated and decided to approach Midnight with a question. He inquired whether he could form his own team alone, leaving everyone puzzled. Midnight confirmed there was no rule against it, and Izuku nodded before walking away. As the other students began forming their teams, many plotted ways to defeat him. When the time came, Midnight announced the start of the battle, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The teams were as follows: Izuku, Izumi, Shota, and Katsumi on one side, while Achiko, Tokoyami, and Mei formed another. The competitors tightened their headbands, preparing to charge. As the signal to begin was given, everyone rushed toward Izuku, who remained calm and composed. He noticed the ground beneath him had softened, likely due to a quirk from a member of Class 1B. Recognizing the opportunity, he decided it was the perfect moment to use a special technique. Almost every team was focused on him, except for Achiko's team and a certain purple-haired student. Suddenly, Izuku unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, catching the teams and the crowd off guard. Many students collapsed to the ground, while others fell to their knees. Izuku walked through the fallen competitors with a confident smirk, leaving the conscious students trembling in fear at his presence. The spectators fell silent, bewildered by how quickly the situation had turned. In another realm, the emperors watched the display with amusement, except for one individual who remained serious. He called for Kaku, a tall man with a distinctive nose, and instructed him to keep an eye on Izuku, sensing the boy's potential danger. Back at the stadium, Izuku continued collecting headbands from the unconscious competitors, tying them around his neck. He sensed an incoming attack and swiftly dodged an ice blast from a barely conscious Shoto. In an instant, he was behind Shoto, holding his headband. Meanwhile, Achiko's team was also gathering headbands from the fallen. Present Mike announced the current rankings, with Izuku in first place, followed by Achiko's team, Izumi's team, and Shinso's team in fourth. Achiko encouraged her teammates, while Mei excitedly suggested they go after first place. However, both Tokoyami and Achiko warned against it, explaining that Izuku was on another level of power. Just then, a team attempted to attack them, but they used Dark Shadow for protection and managed to escape. On Bakugo's team, he was furious after losing his headband to a rival from Class 1B. He urged Kirishima to forget about first place and focus on reclaiming their points. Bnha, frustrated, laid down a trail of acid for them to skate on, while Bakugo used his explosions to propel them forward. Cozy-eyed Tsubaraba, who could solidify air, tried to stop Bakugo, but he blasted right through, stealing their headbands in the process. In the announcer's box, Aizawa observed his class's performance with a mix of confusion and pride. Present Mike complimented Aizawa on how impressive his students were, particularly Izuku, as the countdown neared its end. With only 2 minutes left, some teams began to wake up, realizing they needed points quickly. Bakugo and Shoto decided to attack Izuku, believing they could succeed. As Bakugo charged at Izuku, he calmly flipped over him, avoiding the attack. Momo prepared an insulated blanket to protect her team from electricity, and when Shoto signaled, Kaminari unleashed a massive surge of electricity. Most teams were stunned, except for Achiko's team, who used Mei's jetpack and her quirk to soar above the chaos and grab headbands. The crowd anticipated Izuku's collapse, but he walked through the electric storm as if it were nothing, taunting his opponents. Ida whispered an idea to Shoto, who was astonished to see Izuku still standing. Ida charged his engines and launched himself at incredible speed, calling out his move. Just as they got close, Shoto reached for Izuku's headband, but Izuku easily dodged. As the countdown continued, Present Mic announced that there were only 15 seconds left. Teams rushed to secure points, while Izuku remained calm, hands in his pockets. He acknowledged their efforts with a casual remark as the time expired. Midnight declared that time was up. In the first place is Izuku Yagi's team. In second place is Achiko's team, followed by Izumi's team in third, and Shoto's team in fourth. That totals 11 people, so 5 more are needed. Bakugo's team is competing, and Shinso will also participate, bringing the total to 16. All those mentioned will advance to the final game, while everyone else is eliminated. Midnight announces that there will be an hour-long break before the final match begins, and the students head to the cafeteria. Izuku grabs his tray and sits down next to Momo and Achiko. He congratulates them on making it to the final round, which causes the two girls to blush. Momo then asks Izuku about the ability he used to knock everyone out, and the cafeteria falls silent, waiting for his response. Izuku laughs and quickly eats his food before saying that it's his little secret. As they continue eating, Izuku turns to Achiko and asks why she wants to be a hero. She scratches the back of her head and admits that it's for money. Izuku understands, noting that everyone needs to eat. Achiko clarifies that she wants to help her family, who run a construction company and are struggling financially. When she was younger, she believed she could use her quirk to assist them, but her parents advised her against it. Izuku thinks for a moment before responding that her heart was in the right place, but her parents likely wanted her to pursue her own dreams. Achiko reflects on this and realizes that her parents are proud of her desire to be a hero. The bell rings, signaling the end of lunch, and everyone packs up to leave the cafeteria. Gathered together, the students are eager to see the matchups. Izuku notices the absence of the girls and wonders where they are. His thoughts are interrupted by Present Mic, who announces that some cheerleaders have come to support the competitors. To Izuku's surprise, he sees the girls dressed in cheerleading outfits. Mineta and Kaminari exchange thumbs-up gestures, grinning mischievously. Momo threatens the boys, expressing her disbelief at being tricked into this situation. A flashback reveals that Momo and Jiro were informed by Mineta and Kaminari that the girls were supposed to wear cheerleading outfits, which left them shocked. Mineta had insisted this was a directive from Mr. Aizawa, prompting Momo to question its validity. Returning to the present, Momo drops to the ground in defeat, and Achiko rushes to comfort her. Suddenly, a loud crash draws everyone's attention as Mineta is launched into the cement wall. Izuku quickly rushes to Mineta's side, waking him up and warning him to stop being a pervert or face more serious consequences. He then walks over to the girls as if nothing happened. Apologizing for Mineta's behavior, Izuku helps Momo back up and returns to the rest of the class to hear the matchups. The fights are announced. Izuku vs. Shinso. Kirishima vs. Siro. Ida vs. Mei. Kaminari vs. Shota. Katsumi vs. Momo. Mina vs. Tokoyami. Shoto vs. Izumi. Katsuki vs. Achiko. As Shinso approaches, Izuku wonders who he is. Just as he is about to respond, Ojiro covers Izuku's mouth with his tail, advising him not to answer Shinso's question. With that, they prepare to move on to the final round of the sports festival. The first match was about to begin, and Present Mic introduced the two fighters making their way to the stage. The quirkless wonder, Izuku Yagi, and Hitoshi Shinso, who had not been in the spotlight much. Midnight explained the rules, stating that the fight would stop once either fighter was out of bounds, unable to fight, or surrendered. With a signal to start, Izuku slowly approached Shinso. Present Mike leaned back from the microphone to speak with Aizawa. He asked who Aizawa thought would win. Without hesitation, Aizawa replied that he believed Izuku would come out on top. Mike, curious, pressed for an explanation, noting Izuku's strength but questioning Aizawa's confidence. Aizawa explained that while Shinso had a powerful quirk, it might not work on Izuku, who had passed the entrance exam despite being quirkless. He pointed out the bias in the exam favoring those with flashy quirks, emphasizing that Izuku was an outlier. Back at the fight, Shinso was deep in thought, trying to devise a plan to make Izuku talk. He attempted to provoke Izuku, calling him a pathetic, weak person who didn't belong in the hero course. However, Izuku continued to approach calmly, unfazed by the insults. Shinso then mentioned that Ojiro must have revealed his quirk to Izuku, hoping to get a reaction. He insulted Ojiro, trying to get under Izuku's skin, but instead struck a nerve. Izuku charged at Shinso, but suddenly his vision became foggy and unclear. Ojiro and Class 1A watched in shock as Izuku halted in his tracks, and Ojiro's heart raced, knowing how Shinso's quirk worked. Shinso felt a surge of triumph, believing he had successfully used his quirk on Izuku. He commanded Izuku to walk out of bounds, but instead, Izuku moved forward. As he lifted his head, Shinso realized that Izuku had broken free from his influence. In disbelief, he asked how Izuku had resisted. Izuku explained that his willpower was too strong for Shinso's mind control. With a swift motion, Izuku dashed forward and struck Shinso in the gut, causing him to cough and fall out of the ring. The announcer declared that Shinso was out of bounds and that Izuku would advance to the next round. As Shinso struggled to get up, he noticed Izuku extending a hand to help him. Izuku asked if Shinso wanted to be a hero, and Shinso nodded. Izuku helped him to his feet and acknowledged the strength of Shinso's quirk, noting that he could tell Shinso hadn't meant his earlier words. He encouraged Shinso to meet him after school to learn a few things, recognizing his potential for the first time. Shinso, surprised, asked if Izuku thought his quirk was villainous. Izuku laughed, explaining that no quirk was inherently villainous or heroic. He cited All Might as an example, emphasizing that a person's actions define them, not their quirk. He warned Shinso that if he ever insulted one of Izuku's friends again, he would make his punch feel like a gentle tap. Shinso stood there, processing Izuku's words, while Izuku patted him on the shoulder. Izuku wished Shinso good luck and encouraged him not to give up on his goal of becoming a hero before casually walking back to the stands where his class was seated. Ojiro playfully hit Izuku on the head with his tail, expressing his worry about the match. The others were also curious about what had happened. Izuku explained that Shinso had tried to provoke him with insults, but he had heard worse before. As he spoke, Izumi felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Izuku reassured his classmates that he was used to the insults, but what truly upset him was when Shinso insulted Ojiro. He addressed his classmates, declaring that no one should harm or insult his friends, as he considered them all friends, except for a few. This declaration made most of his classmates feel happy to be recognized as friends. Bnha asked if he was considered a friend, to which Izuku replied that if Bnha could stop being a pervert, then yes. He then reminded Kirishima and Shiro that they had their fight coming up and wished them luck. As the two nodded and made their way to the stage, Izuku settled down between Sato and Ojiro, engaging in a conversation about martial arts, fighting styles, and cooking tips. Kirishima and Shiro entered the stage, and Present Mike announced their match, describing Kirishima as a man with the quirk of manly hardening and Shiro as a flexible tape user. The crowd roared with excitement. While Kirishima was pleased with the introduction, Shiro was less enthusiastic. Midnight reminded them of the rules and signaled the start of the match. Kirishima charged forward while Shiro launched his tape to capture him. Shiro declared that he wouldn't lose easily, attempting to drag Kirishima out of bounds. With his tape, however, Kirishima hardened his body, cutting through the tape with ease. As he rushed towards Shiro, the realization hit Shiro that he was in trouble. Kirishima closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to Shiro's stomach, causing him to collapse to the ground, unmoving. Midnight approached Zero to check for responsiveness, but he showed no signs of recovery. She checks and confirms he is still breathing and has a pulse. He is simply unconscious. Kirishima moves on to the next round, and the crowd cheers as medical robots carry Zero to Recovery Girl. The fight between Mei and Ida unfolds similarly to the anime. Izuku stands up, much to the confusion of his classmates. He makes his way over to where Mei is tinkering with her machines. He introduces himself, and Mei turns around, recognizing him as the Quirkless student. She enthusiastically extends her hand, introducing herself as Mei Hatsum, a future engineer. Izuku shakes her hand and compliments her gadgets, which lights up her face with excitement. Mei explains that she has been working hard to grab the attention of support companies. Curious, Izuku asks if she has any weights. She nods and pulls weights from a box beside her, handing them to him. Izuku puts them on but finds them surprisingly light. Mei is puzzled, explaining that each weight is 200 pounds and he is wearing 8 of them. Izuku reveals that he can lift more than many tons, which intrigues Mei. She decides to analyze his body to understand why he is so strong. Izuku finds himself being examined by Mei, who is impressed by his muscles. She asks if she can build him some weights, and he agrees, explaining that he was impressed by her creations. Mei excitedly agrees to help him and retrieves a strange device from her box, calling it the Climatact. She explains that it uses hot and cold air to create intense wind and illusions, and while it is not yet complete, it will be powerful in battle. Izuku expresses his admiration for the device, and Mei asks if he would help test her inventions. He agrees and heads back to his classmates. In Hosu, a dark alley reveals a figure standing over a fallen body. The assailant, known as Stain, is confronted by the pro-hero Ingenium. Ingenium declares that the reign of terror ends here, but Stain swiftly attacks, injuring Ingenium and leaving him incapacitated. As 2 of Ingenium's sidekicks arrive for backup, Stain chooses to flee. The sidekicks rush to Ingenium's aid, calling for an ambulance. Back at the sports festival, the announcer introduces the next match, Shota Todoroki vs Denki Kaminari. As the battle begins, Shota unleashes a wave of ice while Kaminari retaliates with electricity. The shock momentarily stuns Shota, but she remains in the fight. However, the electricity causes Kaminari to become disoriented, and the ice ultimately freezes him in place. Midnight announces that Kaminari is unable to move, allowing Todoroki to advance to the next round. Achiko expresses her amazement at the speed of the match, while Jiro comments on the impressive quirks of both Todoroki and her brother. Izuku interjects, noting that there was a slim chance Kaminari could have won if he had managed to get closer and use his electrical blast effectively. He then settles back to rest, waiting for the next fight. Meanwhile, in the new world, Big Mom contemplates the power of Todoroki's quirk, which combines fire and ice. Katakuri notices her expression and inquires about her thoughts. She explains that if Todoroki and her brother ever come to the new world, they should capture at least one of them to ensure powerful grandchildren. An evil grin spreads across her face at the thought. Back at the stadium, the announcer introduces the next match, Momo Yayorozu vs Katsumi Bakugo. The fight begins with Katsumi launching herself at Momo with an explosion, which Momo blocks with a shield, though it forces her back. Momo creates a pole to aid her in combat, attempting to strike Katsumi, who skillfully dodges and retaliates with a series of explosions. Katsumi shouts in frustration as she unleashes another explosion, but Momo's quick reflexes allow her to evade most of the blast, though she is still caught by some of it. Momo kicks Katsumi away to create some distance and gather her thoughts. As Katsumi prepares for another attack, Momo mentally strategizes on how to turn the tide of the battle. Momo felt a wave of disappointment wash over her after her match. She mentally chastised herself for letting her guard down. As the crowd cheered for Katsumi, who advanced to the next round, Izuku noticed the sadness on Momo's face and decided to comfort her. Momo sat on a bench in the tunnel, tears streaming down her cheeks. When she heard footsteps, she looked up to see Izuku approaching. He sat down beside her and began to speak, expressing concern for her well-being. He asked if she was okay, acknowledging that she clearly wasn't. Momo wiped her tears and tried to brush it off, claiming she had something in her eye. However, Izuku saw through her facade, recognizing the look of defeat and disappointment on her face. He shared his own experiences of struggle, recalling how he had faced numerous defeats in his early battles, which led him to where he was now. He laughed at the memories of his training at the dojo. Momo listened, surprised by his honesty. Izuku encouraged her not to give up, reminding her that while she might not see herself as a fighter, her kindness and caring nature were valuable traits for a hero. His warm smile brought her comfort, and she nodded, feeling a little better as they both stood up from the bench. They returned to the stands, where the rest of their class was curious about their absence. They simply mentioned they had been talking. The announcer called for the next fight, Fumikage Tokoyami from Class 1A versus Bnha Ishido. As the match began, Tokoyami unleashed his quirk, Dark Shadow. The dark entity charged at Bnha, who attempted to counter with acid, but it was ineffective. Dark Shadow skillfully dodged her attacks and knocked her out of bounds with ease. Izuku was fascinated by Tokoyami's quirk. When Tokoyami returned to the stands, Izuku approached him, complimenting the power of Dark Shadow. Tokoyami felt a surge of pride at the acknowledgement. He called upon Dark Shadow, which manifested beside him. Izuku expressed his amazement, noting how rare it was for a quirk to possess sentience. He speculated about its strengths and weaknesses, wondering if it was influenced by sunlight. Tokoyami confirmed that Dark Shadow was weaker in bright conditions but stronger in the dark, albeit harder to control. He whispered this information to Izuku, ensuring no one else overheard. Izuku encouraged Tokoyami, suggesting that while controlling Dark Shadow might be challenging, it was not impossible. He guessed that Tokoyami kept his quirk a secret, which Tokoyami confirmed with a nod. Izuku also pointed out that Tokoyami would be vulnerable to light-based quirks, like those of Shota and Katsumi. As their conversation ended, Izuku prepared for the match he had been eagerly anticipating. He was eager to see how his one-for-all quirk would measure up against others, especially since he had only seen All Might use it before. Izumi and Shoto were set to face off, each eager to prove their strength. The announcer introduced them, Izumi Yagi, known for her powerful quirk, against Shoto Todoroki, the brother of the icy hot princess. When the match began, Shoto launched a wave of ice at Izumi, who countered with a powerful smash, shattering the ice but not sending it back at him. She charged up her quirk and dashed toward Shoto, narrowly dodging a blast of fire. As she leaped into the air, she executed an axe kick, calling out her attack. Shoto managed to evade the blow, but the force shattered the concrete beneath him. Izuku observed closely, realizing that Izumi's one-for-all worked by percentages. He deduced that if 100% represented All Might's limit, then Izumi's 10% smash, enhanced by her strength multiplier quirk, effectively doubled her output to 20%. However, he noted that there must be limits to her abilities, as overexertion could lead to injury. As Izumi continued to fight, Izuku pondered the intricacies of her quirk and its potential. If she wanted to harness that power, it would come at a great cost. Using 25% of one-for-all multiplied by 5 equated to 125% of All Might's power, but it shattered her bones and strained her muscles to the point where she could barely stand. Here were her limits so far. 10% multiplied by 10 equaled 100% of All Might's power, but it strained her muscles. 20% multiplied by 8 equaled 160% of All Might's power, but it shattered her bones and muscles. 25% multiplied by 6 equaled 150% of All Might's power, but it tore her muscles. 30% multiplied by 4 equaled 120% of All Might's power, but it caused bone damage. 35% multiplied by 2 equaled 75% of All Might's power and was the safest option, but if she overused one for all or maintained the form for too long, her bones and muscles might break. Would she ever be able to use 100% multiplied by 10? Perhaps it would take time, but it was possible. Shoto summoned ice to create distance between himself and Izumi, but she countered with a 25% multiplied by 2, knocking him off his ice platform. Quick to recover, Shoto got back on his feet. Izumi closed in and landed a punch to his gut, then grabbed his face and kneed him without using her quirk. She released a close-range 5% flick, but Shoto quickly acted a wall of ice to prevent being knocked out of bounds. The crowd roared with excitement as Izumi attempted to push Shoto out, but he heated his left side to fend her off and melted the ice on his right. Unbeknownst to Izumi, Shoto sent a small wave of ice beneath her, causing her to slip when she landed. He seized the opportunity to attack, but was knocked back by another powerful strike. They continued their fierce exchange for about 3 more minutes, both noticeably slowing down. Izuku analyzed the situation, realizing they were pushing their bodies and quirks to their limits. If one of them didn't lose soon, they might collapse from exhaustion. He noted that Izumi had been holding back, feeling a twinge of pity for Shoto. Shoto stood atop a mound of broken ice, declaring that Izumi should give up because he had the high ground. A smirk crossed her face as she charged up to 35% multiplied by 2 full cowling, disappearing before reappearing in front of Shoto and kicking him in the face, sending him flying outside the ring. Once she landed, she quickly deactivated her quirks and raised her fist in victory, only to faint from the exertion. By the end of the fight, the entire ring lay in ruins, their attacks generating powerful winds that nearly sent spectators flying. The only ones able to stand firm were Izuku and Endeavor, who watched the battle unfold. Midnight announced that Todoroki was out of bounds, and Yagi moved on to the next round. The crowd erupted in cheers as Izumi was carried away by robots to Recovery Girl. Izuku scanned the area and noticed that Achiko was missing, prompting him to search for her. He found her in the break room, sitting at a table with Ida, who was trying to comfort her. He asked if she was ready for her upcoming fight. Achiko expressed her worries about Bakugo, fearing he might actually hurt her. Ida reassured her that Bakugo would never do such a thing. Izuku interjected, suggesting that Bakugo could indeed be dangerous, but he would retaliate fiercely if that happened, causing concern for both Ida and Achiko. Achiko attempted to change the subject, asking for strategies. Izuku declined to share his, insisting that she needed to figure things out on her own to become a good hero. After a moment of thought, Achiko came up with an idea, thanking them both as Mike announced that the match was about to begin. From Class 1A, Mike introduced Achiko Uraraka, while Aizawa interrupted him, reminding him not to be biased. He then introduced Katsuki Bakugo, the boy from Class 1A who resembled an explosive Pomeranian. As the match began, Achiko ran toward Bakugo, keeping low to the ground. He unleashed an explosion that sent her and debris flying back, but she persisted, attacking repeatedly. The crowd found it difficult to watch her being overwhelmed. A voice from the audience shouted in disapproval, questioning what kind of hero Bakugo was for bullying her. Soon, many joined in, booing Bakugo and urging him to go easy on her. Frustrated, Izuku stood up and shouted that this was a fight, and both competitors were giving their all. If the spectators couldn't see that, they had no right to call themselves heroes. He thought about the hypocrisy of the crowd, knowing that if he were in Bakugo's position, they would encourage him to keep fighting. Monoma from Class 1B, using his copy quirk, remarked on Bakugo's lack of awareness. Achiko, hands together, thanked Bakugo for keeping his focus on her. She shouted "Release!" as all the debris Bakugo had created came crashing down toward him. This was her chance to be just like Izuku. She raced forward, aiming to touch Bakugo, but just before she could reach him, he unleashed an explosion so powerful that it obliterated the debris and sent her flying back. She hit the ground with a thud, and as she crawled, trying to keep fighting for her parents and Izuku, she was too exhausted from her final effort and passed out. Midnight announced that Uraraka was knocked out and Bakugo would move on to the next round. Izuku was about to head to the break room, but when he entered, he found Achiko in tears. He expressed his concern for her, asking if she was okay. She reassured him that she was fine, just surprised by Bakugo's toughness. Izuku encouraged her to use the experience as a learning moment, and she nodded in response. The announcer called the fighters to the ring, and Izuku felt a pang of regret for not giving her time to prepare. As he left, Achiko recalled her conversation with her parents, who had reassured her that they were proud of her regardless of the outcome. Mike announced the match between Eijiro Kirishima, the boy with the quirk of passionate hardening, and Izuku Yagi, who had not been trying his hardest until now. Midnight signaled the start of the match, and both fighters rushed at each other. Kirishima used his hardening quirk to defend himself and increase his attack power, while Izuku fought fiercely, even without using his full abilities. The ground cracked beneath them as they exchanged blows, and Kirishima managed to hold his own in his hardened form. Kirishima taunted Izuku, claiming his attacks were weak, but Izuku smirked, reminding Kirishima that every quirk had its limits. He targeted Kirishima's weak spots with precise strikes until he delivered a final blow that sent Kirishima to the ground, blood trickling from his head. Izuku quickly got Kirishima into a hold, and when Kirishima tapped out, Izuku reached out a hand to help him up. He complimented Kirishima on a good fight and suggested he work on his endurance. However, Izuku was interrupted when someone from the stands threw a soda at him, which didn't hurt but infuriated him. The crowd began hurling insults, doubting his ability to defeat a quirked opponent. Kirishima looked on in pity, ready to intervene, but Aizawa stepped in, defending Izuku and urging the crowd to recognize his hard work and dedication. Despite not saying a word, Izuku radiated an intense aura that viewers at home could sense. He and Kirishima returned to their seats, waiting for the next fight, which Izuku already anticipated. The match between Ida and Shota began, with Ida dashing forward to try and drag Shota out of the ring. However, his engine stalled when he discovered his exhaust pipes were covered in ice. Shota quickly encased Ida in ice, preventing him from moving. He pointed out that while he had been using long-range attacks, he was also capable of precise close-range strikes. Ida realized he was unable to move and acknowledged his defeat. Midnight announced that Shota would move on to the next round, and he quickly defrosted Ida. As the next round was about to begin, Ida began to vibrate. Achiko expressed her concern, and Izuku made a light-hearted comment, only to realize Ida was pulling out his phone. Ida revealed that his brother had been attacked and was in the hospital, prompting him to rush off to check on him. Back in the arena, Tokoyami struggled against Katsumi, who used her quirk to keep him at bay. Within moments, he found himself pinned to the ground, unable to fight back against her explosions. Acknowledging his defeat, he yielded. Katsumi taunted him, reveling in her victory as she moved on to the next round. In the match between Izumi and Bakugo, both fighters launched themselves at each other, their fists colliding with such force that a shockwave erupted, sending many spectators back. Izumi struck Bakugo, who retaliated with an explosion, using it to create distance between them. Bakugo launched himself into the air with a powerful explosion, propelling himself forward to create an ultimate blast. Izumi prepared herself, activating her 20% x3 full cowling. They both executed their moves simultaneously, with Izumi dashing toward Bakugo and striking him on the head, while he unleashed one of his strongest explosions at point-blank range. When the dust settled, Izumi lay on the ground, her clothes torn and burned, while Bakugo was unconscious, a palm imprint visible on his forehead. With Bakugo knocked out, Izumi advanced to the next round. The robots carried her back to Recovery Girl, who scolded her for being reckless, just as she had with Bakugo. It was time for the semifinals. Izuku versus Shota, and Katsumi versus Izumi. As Izuku walked down the tunnel to the ring, he noticed a bright flame. Approaching, he realized it was Endeavor. Endeavor spoke with a cold tone, warning Izuku to watch his attitude while expressing his belief that Shota and Shoto were destined to be the strongest, implying Izuku had no chance of winning. This struck a nerve in Izuku. He confronted Endeavor, expressing his disdain for him as a person and a father. He warned Endeavor to change for the better and pointed out that one of his children had already lost. With that, Izuku walked away, his 3 swords at his hip. Izuku's 3-sword style did not go unnoticed. The announcer drew everyone's attention as the match began. Midnight signaled the start, and Shota immediately sent a wave of ice toward Izuku. He unsheathed Wado and sliced through the ice effortlessly. As he advanced, Shota attempted to use fire and ice to stop him, but nothing seemed effective. In the blink of an eye, Izuku vanished, reappearing behind Shota. She struggled to comprehend what had just happened as Izuku knocked her out with the back of his blade. He thought to himself that the fight had been anticlimactic as he carried Shota to Recovery Girl for treatment. While Izuku watched over Shota as she slept, the fight between Katsumi and Izumi began. It ended even more quickly than the previous match, though Katsumi managed to land some solid hits, including sweeping Izumi's legs and delivering an explosion to her stomach. Now, it was time for the highly anticipated match, Izuku versus Izumi. Izumi dashed toward Izuku, activating 15% x3 full cowling in an attempt to land a hit. Izuku calmly tilted his head to dodge her strike and countered with a jab to her stomach, causing her to stumble back. However, she used one for all to counter the force of his punch and remained in the ring. Despite her increasingly powerful attacks, they did little to faze Izuku, leaving her with no choice but to unleash her strongest move. Determined, Izumi charged at Izuku with 35% x2, trying to land a hit but failing due to his continuous dodging and countering. Finally, she managed to punch him in the chest and then uppercut him into the air. She leaped up to prepare her ultimate attack, declaring, "The United States of Smash," as she unleashed 80% x2, striking Izuku in the face and sending him crashing to the ground, creating a massive impact. Izumi landed, her right arm severely injured, with her skin damaged and her muscles exposed. She struggled to stay conscious, apologizing to her brother for the severity of her attack. Izuku, still on the ground, dismissed her concerns, and as the dust settled, he quickly got up and blitzed behind her before she could react. As he counted down, a circle appeared on Izumi's stomach. When he reached 0, she felt the full force of his punch, knocking her out. Midnight approached to confirm her status, announcing that Izumi Yagi was knocked out and declaring Izuku Yagi the winner. To Izuku's surprise, the crowd cheered for him, and he raised his fist in victory as applause erupted around him. During the award ceremony, Izuku stood on the first-place pedestal, with Izumi in second and Shota and Katsumi tied for third. Suddenly, All Might burst in, interrupting Midnight to present the trophies. He praised the fighters for their efforts and encouraged them to work harder for future success. He placed third-place trophies around the necks of Shota and Katsumi, then moved on to Izumi, placing the second-place trophy around her neck and expressing his pride in her performance. Finally, he approached Izuku, and the atmosphere grew tense as everyone awaited his words. All Might expressed regret for not being there for Izuku and apologized for letting him down. He asked for forgiveness, admitting his failures as a father. Before Izuku could respond, he took the microphone from Midnight, ensuring everyone could hear him clearly. He declared that he would never forgive All Might, emphasizing that their blood relation meant nothing when he had not treated him like family during his childhood. All those times when Izuku needed support and didn't receive it felt incredibly disheartening. It struck him as ironic that when he was vulnerable, they distanced themselves, but now that he had grown stronger, they returned. To him, they were no longer family. He addressed Izumi, recalling the day she had broken his arm. He remembered the pain vividly, especially since he had to compete in a swordsman tournament that day with an injury caused by her. He knew she was unaware of the impact of her actions. Izuku expressed that he didn't wish harm upon her, nor did he want anything bad to happen. He simply wanted to avoid dealing with her. He concluded his thoughts, leaving the scene with the medal around his neck and his swords at his side. Japan was taken aback to learn that All Might, the #1 hero, was a father of 2 children, one of whom despised him and was quirkless. In a shadowy corner, All for One, the beaten rival of All Might, observed the unfolding scene. Something about the boy unsettled him, stirring an unfamiliar sensation of fear within him. It was a strange feeling for someone as powerful as him. He called for a short, pudgy doctor with goggles and a mustache, who approached him from the darkness. All for One instructed the doctor to keep an eye on the boy, wanting him to study him from a distance. The doctor inquired about the reason for this interest. All for One explained that he sensed something dangerous within the boy, something that could potentially become their greatest enemy or their greatest ally. The doctor nodded and retreated into the shadows. At Hosu Hospital, Ida searched for his brother's room. Upon finding it, he was confronted with a distressing sight. His brother was completely paralyzed from the waist down, connected to medical equipment. Panic surged through Ida as he called out to Tensei. Tensei turned his head to acknowledge Ida's presence, expressing his sorrow that he would no longer be able to fulfill his role as a hero. He urged Ida to carry on the Ingenium name for him. Ida was taken aback, feeling the weight of his brother's request. Tensei asked him to do it, then fell unconscious as doctors and nurses rushed in to ensure his safety. Ida's thoughts turned to revenge against Stain, vowing to make him pay for what he had done to Tensei. 2 days after the sports festival, Izuku was on a train to school, watching the rain pour outside. While scrolling through his phone, he discovered that the hero killer had struck again in Hosu City. Suddenly, someone whispered to him, drawing the attention of those nearby. They congratulated him, recognizing him as the kid who won the sports festival. A little boy looked up at Izuku and asked if he could be a hero too. Izuku responded immediately, assuring the child that he could. The boy pointed out that Izuku didn't even know his quirk, to which Izuku replied that it didn't matter. He explained that one didn't need a quirk to be a hero, but they would have to train to become stronger. He patted the boy on the head with a warm smile, and the child nodded happily. A man nearby commented on the boy's determination, praising him for proving that quirkless individuals could be powerful too. Izuku thanked everyone as he got off at his stop. As he walked toward the entrance of UA, he heard footsteps and turned to see Ida running toward him in a raincoat. Ida urged Izuku to hurry up or he would be late. Just as he was about to rush past, Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder, expressing concern for his friend. Ida reassured him that he was fine and that his brother was too, though he would be paralyzed from the waist down and unable to be a hero again. Izuku could sense that Ida was not truly all right, but before he could respond, Ida dashed inside. In class, everyone sat in their seats, waiting for their tired teacher to arrive. To their surprise, he was already behind his desk, asleep, until the bell rang. Aizawa announced that they would be choosing hero names, but since he wasn't good at that sort of thing, someone else would assist them. At that moment, the door opened to reveal Midnight. She warned them to choose wisely, as their names could be permanent, and began handing out whiteboards and markers. Aizawa crawled into his sleeping bag, ready to nap again. Midnight instructed the class to write down their chosen hero names. After about 15 minutes, she asked if anyone was ready to present. A wave of nervousness swept through the class, but Izuku stood up first and approached the podium. He announced his hero name as the three-sword-style hero, Zoro. Midnight nodded in approval and asked about the Zoro part of his name. Izuku explained that it just felt right, then returned to his seat. His presentation eased the tension, allowing others to relax. Next was Aoyama, who declared his name as the Shining Hero, I Cannot Stop Twinkling. The class was taken aback by the literal nature of his name. Izuku suggested changing it to Shining Star, which Aoyama happily accepted. Mina then stepped up, announcing her hero name as Alien Queen, but Midnight did not approve, leading to Mina's disappointment as she returned to her seat. Sue followed, presenting her name as the Rainy Season Hero, Froppy, which everyone loved. As time passed, the class settled into familiar names. Midnight noted that only Katsumi, Katsuki, Shota, Izumi, and Ida were left. Shota went up and declared her name as Frostburn, earning the class's approval, with Izuku giving her a thumbs up. Katsumi followed, announcing her name as Explosion Queen, which Midnight considered before approving. Izumi then presented her name as Power Girl. Izuku thought to himself that he had a different name in mind but kept that to himself as he rested his head down, trying to catch some sleep unnoticed. Finally, Ida approached and placed his board down, stating his name would be Tenya, reflecting on his brother's words. In a flashback, Tensei comforted his brother, telling him that he must carry on the Ingenium name. Tenya expressed his reluctance, feeling unprepared to take on that mantle. Returning to the present, Ida sat down, and Bakugo was the last to present. He fiercely announced King Explosion Murder, but Midnight quickly rejected the name, leaving Bakugo to rethink it as the bell rang, signaling the end of the naming session. As the bell rang, Aizawa rose from the ground like a zombie, pulling out a small device and pressing a red button. A list of names and numbers appeared on the board. Just as he was about to explain, A loud snore interrupted the class. They turned to see Izuku asleep at his desk, head down. Bakugo turned around and lightly hit Izuku on the head to wake him up. Groggy, Izuku raised his head, rubbed his tired eyes, and asked if it was time for lunch, causing everyone to shout, "No." He quickly returned to his energetic self. Aizawa continued, explaining that the list displayed the hero agencies interested in taking them on as interns. He emphasized that one aspect of the sports festival was getting recognized by these agencies. Some individuals may not have any numbers, but there is a list of hero agencies that can take on new interns for the upcoming week. The list includes Izumi Yagi, 5,432. Shota Todoroki, 4,893. Katsuki Bakugo, 3,275. And in the lowest spot, Izuku Yagi. What? Everyone was shocked that Izuku received only one request, especially since he had placed first in the sports festival. Bnha remarked that it seemed no one wanted to take on a quirkless person. Izuku simply shrugged, stating that he had expected this outcome. As Aizawa began distributing packets of hero agencies to choose from, Izuku instinctively selected the one agency that had sent him a request. Aizawa then announced that new bounties had come in, displaying the following. Izumi Yagi, 10 million. Eijiro Kirishima, 9 million. Katsuki Bakugo, 9 million. Shoto Todoroki, 9 million. Shota Todoroki, 8 million. Fumikage Tokoyami, 8 million. Momo Yaoyorozu, 7 million. Izumi expressed frustration over having a lower bounty than Izuku, to which Izuku responded that it was simply because he was stronger and had defeated her without much effort. Those who received bounties felt excited, as they were finally being recognized, and they knew the situation could have been worse. As the day came to an end, everyone packed up to leave. When Izuku opened the door to exit, he was greeted by All Might in an unusual position. All Might called for Izuku and Izumi to come over quickly. Standing in the hallway, Izuku noticed All Might twitching, wondering what was happening. All Might explained that his master had sent a request and handed Izuku a piece of paper, but Izuku returned it, stating he had already accepted another request and had to decline. Izumi then asked if Gran Torino wanted her as well, to which All Might nodded, confirming that she would be interning with him. Outside on the field stood Aizawa, Izuku, and Shinso. Shinso was currently running laps around the track while Izuku threw rocks at him to dodge. However, Shinso struggled and kept getting hit. After a while, Izuku called for Shinso to stop as he collapsed, trying to catch his breath. Izuku offered him a hand and a bottle of water. Izuku candidly told Shinso that his performance was lacking, but that was to be expected for a beginner. He handed Shinso a training schedule to follow at home to build strength. He explained that he would teach Shinso hand-to-hand combat and strength training, while Aizawa would instruct him on how to use his scarf. Shinso nodded in understanding but had one question. He asked about the black substance that appeared on Izuku's arms. Izuku pondered for a moment, considering whether to explain, and Aizawa's interest was piqued. Izuku began to explain what haki was, and after his explanation, Shinso was amazed by its capabilities and asked if Izuku would teach him. Izuku confirmed he would, but first, Shinso needed to get stronger and learn how to fight before he could learn about armament and observation. Aizawa was taken aback by the power of haki and its potential. Izuku emphasized the importance of keeping this knowledge secret, warning that if villains learned to use haki, it could endanger civilians. Shinso promised to keep it confidential, and Izuku reminded Aizawa to do the same before heading home for the day. The next day, as everyone departed for their internships, Izuku reflected that his internship was in Hosu, meaning he would be in the same city as Ida. He noticed that Ida was unusually quiet on the train. Once they arrived, they went their separate ways. As Izuku made his way to the address, he accidentally bumped into a slim young man with smooth, short brown hair and brown eyes, who appeared to be in his early 20s. The man dropped some papers, and Izuku helped him pick them up. Izuku apologized for not watching where he was going and handed the papers back. The man recognized Izuku as the quirkless kid who had won the sports festival. Izuku introduced himself, and the man replied that his name was Koichi. They exchanged pleasantries before parting ways. After a few minutes of walking, Izuku arrived at his internship location. He looked up at the building, which resembled a restaurant more than anything else, with the words, "Shaki's Ripoff Bar," displayed prominently. He knocked on the door, which was unlocked, and as he pushed it open he sensed an incoming attack using haki. He rolled out of the way just in time to avoid a sword strike from an old man with white hair. The old man complimented Izuku on his sharp senses and haki. Recognizing the man, Izuku exclaimed that he was the former number 3 hero, Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh expressed surprise that someone as young as Izuku knew about him, and Izuku confirmed that he was well aware of Rayleigh's legacy as a hero. Izuku admired the legendary figures of Roger and Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, for a brief moment before regaining his composure. Rayleigh, noticing the spark of enthusiasm in Izuku, remarked that he was impressed by the young hero's passion, reminding him of someone from his past. He mentioned a kid named Sorahiko Torino, who had once been a fan when Rayleigh and Roger were beginning their journey as heroes. Sorahiko wore a yellow suit and later became a hero alongside a girl named Nana Shimura. After reminiscing, Rayleigh shifted the focus back to the present, eager to start Izuku's training. Izuku, excited and ready, asked what the training would entail. Rayleigh explained that he would teach him 6 techniques known as Rokushiki, or the 6 powers. The first technique was Jeppo, or moonwalk, which allowed a person to leap off the air itself, enabling them to stay airborne for extended PRDS. The second was Tekai, or iron body, which involved tightening one's muscles to the hardness of iron, reducing damage from attacks. The third technique was Shurgon, or finger pistol, where one could push their finger at high speeds, creating a wound akin to a bullet. The fourth was Rankyaku, or tempest kick, a powerful kick that released a sharp, compressed burst of air. The fifth technique was Saru, or shave, which allowed for rapid movement to evade attacks. Lastly, there was Kami-e, or paper art, which granted flexibility to dodge incoming strikes. Rayleigh emphasized that while he would teach these techniques, mastery would take time and continuous practice. Izuku nodded in understanding, and their training commenced. After a long day, they found themselves at a bar where Izuku noticed a flag hanging on the wall. He asked Rayleigh if it was Roger's flag, to which Rayleigh confirmed it was indeed the flag they had sailed under as heroes in the New World. Izuku questioned whether it was a pirate flag, and Rayleigh explained that while some pirate flags resembled this one, not all were bad. He elaborated that flags could symbolize different things, with some representing freedom for the people, indicating that they were not oppressed by those in power. Izuku grasped the concept, understanding that heroes stood for freedom. As the night grew late, Rayleigh decided to retire for the evening, suggesting that Izuku should do the same. However, once Rayleigh went upstairs, Izuku sneaked outside to practice further. As he entered an alleyway, he sensed a presence and instinctively grabbed his 2 blades, preparing for a potential confrontation. He spotted 3 figures conversing. One was a muscular man with a wraparound mask and brass knuckles, the second was a girl with pink hair styled in pigtails and a black mask, and the last was a young man in an All Might hoodie and a surgical mask, whom Izuku recognized as Koichi. Izuku thought it would be amusing to surprise them and decided to test his new techniques. With a swift movement using Saru, he appeared behind Koichi, positioning the blade near his neck. He warned them not to lower their guard just as the muscular man charged at him. Izuku activated Tekai to harden his body, bracing for the impact, which still stung. Determined to improve, Izuku noted the pain but pressed on. Koichi then used his quirk, slide and glide, to propel himself toward Izuku, concentrating his power into one limb to unleash a blast of air. Izuku dodged the attack using Jeppo, surprising the trio with his ability to leap off the air. Impressed, Izuku complimented Koichi's attack, which caught Koichi's attention. He asked how Izuku knew his name, and Izuku reminded him of their earlier encounter. Koichi recalled their meeting, and the muscular man, now identified as Knuckle Duster, inquired if Koichi knew Izuku. Koichi confirmed their connection, and the pink-haired girl expressed her excitement, asking for a selfie. Izuku, a bit taken aback, asked who they were. Knuckle Duster introduced himself and his companions. Popstep, the girl, and Koichi, The crawler. Knuckleduster then asked Izuku why he had threatened Koichi. Izuku explained that he had recognized Koichi while sneaking up on them and decided to have a little fun. Knuckleduster laughed, appreciating Izuku's boldness, and slapped him on the back. They shared a moment of camaraderie, and Izuku reassured them that he had no intention of arresting them. Izuku had a conversation with the three vigilantes, acknowledging their role in protecting people outside the law as long as they didn't harm anyone with their quirks. He inquired about their discussion, and after exchanging glances, they decided to share. They explained that they were talking about a villain named Kin Hachisuka, a girl with the quirk called Queen Bee. This quirk allowed her to take control of others' bodies like a parasite and command a swarm of bees. However, if any bee was harmed, she would feel its pain, and the only way to stop her was to eliminate all her bees. Izuku found the situation dangerous and asked if they had a picture of her. Koichi handed over a photo, and Izuku promised to keep an eye out for her. He then pulled out his hero notebook and asked about their quirks. Koichi described his quirk, Slide and Glide, which projected a repulsive force from his hands and feet. Pop Step explained her quirk, Leap, which allowed her to jump great distances but not fly. She could survive falls created by her quirk, but not otherwise. Knuckleduster shared that he was quirkless and how he had lost his quirk, which intrigued Izuku. Before they left, Izuku suggested a sparring match, getting into a fighting stance without his swords. The three vigilantes shrugged and charged at him. The next morning, Izuku was asleep in a booth when Rayleigh came downstairs. He playfully punched Izuku on the head with a hockey-infused fist, waking him up abruptly. Rayleigh told him he looked tired and reminded him to rest. Izuku admitted he had been training but managed to get some sleep. Rayleigh then instructed him to cook breakfast for both of them, pointing to the kitchen. After about 30 minutes, Izuku returned with their meals. While they ate, Izuku asked Rayleigh about the heroes of the past. He learned that the fourth hero was Monkey D. Garp, known as the Fist for using mountains as punching bags, and the fifth was Sengoku, nicknamed the Buddha for his quirk that allowed him to transform into a giant golden Buddha capable of sending out shockwaves. Izuku was impressed by their power. Rayleigh shared that all five of them had been good friends, although only three came from their side of the Red Line, while Newgate and Sengoku were from the New World. When Izuku asked about Paradise, Rayleigh explained that it was the name given to their side of the Red Line by those from the New World. As time passed, they decided it was time to train, and they cleared their dishes before beginning their sparring session. At Gran Torino's apartment, Izumi's body collided with the wall as her full cowling deactivated. Gran Torino landed on the ground, stopwatch in hand, and announced that time was up, revealing that she had failed to hit him in the allotted 3 minutes. As Izumi slowly got back up, she felt the lingering pain from his rapid attacks and reflected on her inability to land a hit. Gran Torino, while preparing a plate of taiyaki, inquired about Izuku's absence. Izumi explained that he had declined the offer to join them, despite her father's attempts to persuade him. Gran Torino felt frustration towards Toshinori for not fostering a better relationship with his son. With a sigh, Gran Torino stated that they would train again once Izumi had rested. She was surprised by the immediate call to action, questioning the timing of the next training session. Gran Torino, serious in tone, emphasized that she needed to work harder to catch up to Izuku, who had demonstrated greater strength during the sports festival. With a determined smile, Izumi braced herself for the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, at UA, All Might and Detective Tsukachi sat in the teacher's lounge. Tsukachi revealed that their tests on the Nomu had yielded surprising results. It appeared to be mindless and possessed multiple quirks. All Might's eyes widened in realization, and he began to bulk up as he understood the implications of this discovery someone had returned. At Gunhead Studio, Uraraka and her classmates followed commands to throw punches while Gunhead observed. He encouraged them to engrave the motions into their memory, making a playful face that drew a slight awe from Uraraka. He then handed her a knife for practice against an attacker. As she charged at him, he skillfully dodged, disarming her and pinning her to the ground. He instructed the students on the importance of disarming an assailant quickly and effectively, leaving them in awe of his expertise. In Hosu, Ida patrolled alongside the pro-hero manual. Manuel expressed surprise at Ida's presence, and Ida conveyed his gratitude for the opportunity. Manuel, however, suspected Ida's intentions to confront the hero killer. Ida was taken aback by the accusation but acknowledged the need for a legal approach to justice, despite his burning desire for revenge against the hero killer for what he had done to Tensei. At Endeavor's agency, Shoto and Shota stood before their father, each holding their suitcases containing hero costumes. Endeavor asked if they were ready to walk the path of the mighty. Shoto rolled his eyes, expressing his disdain for the path his father had forged, while Shota, having forgiven their father, eagerly agreed to follow his lead. Endeavor, pleased with Shota's response, announced that they would begin training immediately. As they prepared to leave, Shota inquired about their destination. Endeavor explained that they were heading to Hosu, anticipating another attack from the hero killer. The siblings left to change into their hero suits. In the League of Villains hideout, Stain had Shigaraki pinned with a blade at his neck. Kurogyari attempted to assist but found himself unable to move due to the hero killer's quirk. Stain questioned Shigaraki's intentions, but as he shifted the blade away from Shigaraki's face, Shigaraki seized the opportunity to grab the blade, causing it to disintegrate. He warned Stain not to touch his hand, prompting the hero killer to leap back, creating distance between them. Shigaraki expressed his desire to reveal that All Might was merely a flawed man and that the hero system was broken, all while tending to a bleeding wound on his shoulder. He slowly rose from the ground, blood seeping from his injury, and pulled out a picture of Izuku from the sports festival. He remarked on the boy's uniqueness, though Stain seemed puzzled by his admiration. Stain questioned how a quirkless boy could be significant, to which Shigaraki explained that Izuku had easily defeated a Nomu, which matched All Might's strength. Shigaraki's tone turned serious as he warned Stain against harming Izuku, expressing a protective interest in the boy joining their cause. Stain, indifferent, stated he would test Izuku's worthiness if he encountered him, and then insisted on leaving to continue his mission. As he stepped through a portal created by Kurogyari, he found himself on a rooftop in Hosu, moonlight illuminating his blade as he prepared to leap down. Meanwhile, in a bar, Shigaraki sat on a stool when All for One's voice broke the silence, asking why he wanted to recruit Izuku. Shigaraki explained his fascination with the boy and his potential to help eliminate All Might. All for One cautioned him to be careful, revealing that Izuku had recently fought one of the powerful emperors, Dracula, Hawkeye, Mihawk. Shigaraki inquired about the significance of this, prompting All for One to recount his own past defeat by the weakest emperor, Doflamingo, after his conquest of Japan. Shigaraki and Kurogyari were taken aback by the revelation of their master's defeat. When Shigaraki asked about Mihawk's strength compared to Doflamingo's, All for One explained that while Mihawk was stronger in raw power and skill, Doflamingo had greater influence. He elaborated on the quirks of the emperors, detailing Mihawk's exceptional swordsmanship, Doflamingo's powerful string quirk, Big Mom's control over souls, and Kaido's transformation into a dragon. Shigaraki expressed his realization of Izuku's importance, having survived an encounter with the world's greatest swordsman. A thought crossed his mind, and he requested some Nomo from All for One, who granted him 3. Shigaraki instructed Kurogyari to take them to the rooftop where the hero killer had teleported. Kurogyari opened a portal to the rooftop, where Shigaraki and Kurogyari, accompanied by 3 Nomu, 2 gray ones, one with wings, and a massive black one emerged. Shigaraki commanded the Nomu to create chaos as they departed, leaving him and Kurogyari on the rooftop. Meanwhile, Izumi was training with Gran Torino. After being knocked against the wall by one of Gran Torino's kicks, he suggested a change in her training approach, emphasizing the need for experience against diverse fighting styles. Izumi, slowly sitting up, listened as Gran Torino instructed her to change into her hero outfit. Once ready, they stepped outside, where Gran Torino excitedly proposed they go fight villains. Izumi was taken aback by the sudden idea, questioning the timing. Gran Torino explained that her brother, Izuku, had proven himself superior in combat, and the only way for her to catch up was through real-world experience. As they rode a taxi to Tokyo for training, Izumi thought about passing through Hosu and possibly checking on Izuku and Ida. After boarding the train, she pulled out her phone, noticing that neither Izuku nor Ida had replied to her messages. Gran Torino commented on her phone usage, and Izumi reflected on how Ida usually responded quickly. Just then, a passenger's worried voice broke through her thoughts, mentioning an explosion. Gran Torino inquired about the commotion, and before they could get more information, a crash interrupted the train's intercom announcement, sending shockwaves through the cabin. The individual was actually a pro-hero, and the creature that had just slammed him into the ground was one of the gray Nomu, the one without wings. Izumi immediately stiffened as memories of the USJ incident flooded back. Gran Torino acted swiftly, using his propulsion to launch himself and the Nomu out of the train. He shouted for everyone to stay on the train and not to fight as he descended toward the ground, pushing the Nomu along with him. Izumi peered through the hole in the train and saw the city of Hosu engulfed in flames. Confusion filled her mind as she charged up One for All and leaped out of the train to assist. Moments earlier, Izuku and Rayleigh had just finished another sparring match, which ended in Rayleigh's victory. Izuku, catching his breath and nursing bruises from their bout, declared that he would win next time. Rayleigh chuckled, reminding Izuku that he had said that many times before and that he still had a long way to go. As they relaxed, cries and screams echoed from outside. Izuku asked if Rayleigh had heard it, and they both grabbed their swords, rushing outside to find the city in chaos. Rayleigh urged Izuku to save the civilians and gave him permission to fight any villains they encountered. They sprinted down the street, rescuing trapped civilians from burning buildings. In just a couple of minutes, Izuku had saved around 10 people when he spotted an elderly man in a yellow cape battling a gray Nomu. Drawing his blade, he swiftly severed a limb from the creature, noticing that this one was not regenerating like the one he had faced at the USJ. Pondering the anomaly, he prepared to unleash his new techniques, a devilish smile creeping onto his face. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and blitzed toward the Nomu, executing a swift move that sliced through it, splitting it in half. As the two halves fell to the ground, he approached the old man, inquiring if he was all right. Gran Torino looked up at Izuku, astonished by the power he had just displayed in defeating the beast. He asked what Izuku had done, to which Izuku explained that it was a new technique he had learned. He then excused himself, rushing off to save more people while reminding the old man to stay safe. As he sprinted, he kicked off the air, propelling himself higher. Using his Jeppo technique, he searched for more trouble and sensed people near a large fire. He launched himself toward the flames. Upon landing, he saw two Nomu, one with wings and a massive, muscular one. Some heroes were engaged in battle with the creatures, while others attempted to extinguish the fire. Izuku wielded both the Kitetsu and the Wado, slashing at the Nomu and noticing that only the hulking one was regenerating, while the winged one bore a deep cut across its chest. He decided to prioritize the larger Nomu, charging at it despite the pro-heroes urging him to retreat. As they clashed, Izuku activated his haki, positioning the blades parallel to each other and shouting a technique name as he sliced through the Nomu's lower half. To his surprise, it did not regenerate. Realizing that his haki might have cancelled out the regeneration, he pondered testing it further later or asking Rayleigh about it. His focus shifted to the other Nomu when he recalled something the pro-hero manual had said, filled with panic as he wondered where Ida was. He began to sprint, trying to extinguish the flames, and thought about Ida's mission to track down the hero killer. If both the hero killer and the Nomu were attacking, it suggested a dangerous alliance with the League of Villains. He dashed into an alleyway, searching for Ida and using his haki to locate him. Meanwhile, Endeavor, Shota, and Shoto, upon hearing Izuku's call, realized he was already gone. They had to decide whether to deal with the fire or assist the civilians. Endeavor declared his intent to confront the winged Nomu that was attempting to escape. He activated his fire quirk, heating his feet to leap onto the side of a building, gaining a solid footing. With determination, he formed a spear of fire and hurled it toward the Nomu's eye, causing it to fly erratically, trailing blood as he pursued it. Shota chose to assist the other heroes in extinguishing the flames. She used her quirk to melt the ice she had previously created, transforming it into water, which her teammate then utilized to douse the fire. Meanwhile, Shota rushed into burning buildings, rescuing civilians trapped inside. After about 5 minutes of effort, they successfully evacuated everyone and extinguished the flames. Once the chaos settled, an elderly man with a white cap, gray hair, and a beard approached Shota and Shoto, his single eye scanning for answers. He inquired about Izuku's whereabouts. Shota, surprised, confirmed her knowledge of him and explained that he was her friend. The man, Rayleigh, revealed that Izuku was his intern for the week and that he had instructed him to help others but had lost sight of him. Shota pointed in the direction Izuku had gone, prompting Rayleigh to sprint off, with Shota following closely behind. Rayleigh questioned her presence, to which Shota explained that Izuku was her brother, and she needed to ensure his safety. Just then, Izumi joined them, echoing Shota's sentiment. Rayleigh chuckled, acknowledging Izuku's strength but agreed to let them accompany him as they raced toward Izuku, leaving Shoto to tend to the injured. Meanwhile, Izuku was using his observation haki to locate Ida and finally sensed him in an alleyway with 2 others. As he rounded the corner, he spotted the hero killer looming over Ida's motionless body, which bore several stab wounds. The hero killer raised his blade, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. In a flash, Izuku activated Jeppo, propelling himself toward Stain at high speed. He landed a powerful punch to the side of Stain's head, sending him crashing into the alleyway. Izuku positioned himself protectively in front of Ida. A brief flashback revealed that moments after Shigaraki unleashed the Nomu, Stain had been poised to strike the pro-hero native. Stain had muttered about the noise when Ida, determined and clad in his hero outfit, confronted him, vowing to avenge his brother. Stain recognized Ida as Ingenium's younger brother and prepared to attack. Just as Ida charged, a knife flew through the air, striking him in the shoulder. As he attempted to remove it, Stain kicked him, causing blood to flow from both shoulders. Stain overpowered Ida, liking the blood from his knife, rendering Ida unable to move. Ida's thoughts raced as he realized he could not let this be the end. Just as Stain prepared to deliver the final blow, someone leaped in front of him, striking Stain in the face. Dazed, Ida struggled to identify his savior until the green blur cleared, revealing Izuku. Returning to the present, Izuku asked Ida if he was alright while keeping his guard up as the hero killer began to rise again. Ida admitted he couldn't move due to his injuries. Izuku noted the need for caution, aware of Stain's numerous knives and feeling fatigued from previous battles. He reflected on his endurance, wishing he had trained harder. Ida, filled with anger, questioned Izuku's presence, to which Izuku retorted that he was there to help. He chastised Ida for attempting to confront Stain alone, expressing his duty as a hero to protect others, even at great personal risk. Stain, now fully recovered, warned Izuku to leave, but Izuku stood firm, declaring that meddling was part of being a hero. With a wicked smile, Stain prepared to attack Izuku, asking for his name. Izuku responded confidently, stating his name was Izuku, but he preferred to be called Zoro. He readied his own blades while discreetly sending his location to his allies. Izuku thought about having backup and the police ready after he confronted his opponent. He gripped the kitetsu and prepared for battle. Both fighters charged at each other with incredible speed, their blades clashing and sending sparks flying as metal met metal. Stain skillfully dodged the worst of the blows, but he still bore numerous cuts. Izuku, on the other hand, utilized his quick reflexes and haki to evade attacks while launching counterstrikes. Stain hurled a dagger at Izuku, who deftly avoided it. However, he was caught off guard when Stain lunged at him, aiming for his side. Izuku hardened his muscles, bracing himself to withstand the attack. He leaped into the air, slicing through the air and unleashing sharp, compressed air blades. Stain attempted to evade them, but they grazed his side. Landing gracefully, Izuku shouted his technique, launching himself at Stain with his blade drawn. Stain raised his weapon to block, but Izuku's strike shattered Stain's blade and left a significant slash across his torso, causing the ground to crack beneath them. Izuku glanced at Stain, who lay unconscious. He approached Ida and Native, asking if they were all right. Ida responded that he should have been the one to defeat Stain, blaming him for his brother's condition. Izuku interrupted, reminding Ida that his brother wouldn't want him to seek vengeance. He urged Ida to learn from this experience and strive to be a better person as he helped him to his feet, the paralysis wearing off. Izuku instructed Ida to check on Native while he searched for something to restrain Stain. He rummaged through trash bins and found some rope, which he used to tie up Stain, removing all his blades in the process. Meanwhile, Ida tended to Native's minor wounds, apologizing for his earlier rash actions. Native reassured him that it was all right, expressing gratitude for Izuku's timely arrival. Izuku approached them with Stain's bound body, commenting on the fortunate find of the rope. Just then, Shota and Izumi arrived, with Rayleigh trailing behind. Izuku noted their tardiness but quickly assigned tasks. Shota would carry Native, and Izumi was to call the police and an ambulance. They exited the alleyway as more pro-heroes began to arrive. One hero remarked on the sight of the infamous hero killer. Suddenly, Gran Torino appeared, scolding Izumi for not waiting at the train. She apologized, looking down in shame. Izuku asked Gran Torino why he was there, to which he replied that he was a pro-hero and was there to help, with Izumi as his intern. As they waited, both Izuku and Rayleigh sensed an impending threat. They shouted a warning, but it was too late. A flying Nomu swooped down and captured Izumi in its claws. Izuku grabbed his sword, ready to pursue, but Stain regained consciousness, seized a hidden blade, and cut through his restraints. He liked the blood from the Nomu's wounds, causing it to become paralyzed. As it fell, Stain charged and struck at its exposed brain, ending its threat instantly. Endeavor arrived, having been in pursuit of the Nomu. He asked if anyone had seen it, noticing everyone was frozen in place, staring at Stain standing over the defeated creature. He prepared to unleash his flames on Stain, but Gran Torino intervened, pointing out that Stain had a captive. Stain's mask fell away, revealing his fury as he shouted at Endeavor, declaring him a false hero. He proclaimed that only one person was worthy to end his life, Zoro. His rage-filled speech left everyone but Izuku and Rayleigh paralyzed with fear. The moon behind Stain took on a blood-red hue as he shouted, and even Endeavor and Gran Torino found themselves unable to move. Suddenly, Stain collapsed onto the sidewalk, having succumbed to blood loss. Izuku helped Izumi to her feet and checked Stain's condition, confirming he was alive. They returned to the gathering of heroes, where Izuku playfully chided Izumi for her earlier actions. She protested, but he pointed out that she had the advantage and still failed to evade the attack. After a brief silence, she had no retort. About 10 minutes later, the police and an ambulance arrived to tend to the wounded. Izuku, Native, and Ida were taken to the hospital for evaluation. Since Izuku had no injuries, he questioned why he couldn't leave. The doctor explained that the police chief had requested he stay until the following day. Izuku settled into one of the hospital chairs, feeling the weight of exhaustion pull him into a light sleep. In his dream, he opened his eyes to find himself in a pitch-black room. After a moment of darkness, the lights flickered on, revealing 13 individuals standing before him, each wielding a weapon of some kind. Among them was a muscular man with black hair riding a horse. Beside him stood another man, fit but not as muscular, with blonde hair. He held an apple in one hand, wearing only a leaf for modesty, unlike the others who were fully clothed. Izuku's gaze shifted to two more figures. One resembled an elderly samurai, appearing to be in his 70s, while the other wore a cloak and an old-fashioned hat, complete with a white mustache. The final man was another muscular figure, towering over Izuku, but he carried no weapons. The remaining 8 figures were shrouded in darkness, making them impossible to see. A female voice called out from the shadows, declaring that it was not his time yet. Izuku jolted awake in the hospital chair, his heart racing from the strange dream. He glanced around the room, noticing Ida peacefully sleeping in the bed. Checking the time, he saw it was 6:42 a.m. As he stood up, a wave of lightheadedness washed over him, accompanied by a rumble from his stomach. He thought to himself that it was time to grab something to eat. Making his way to the hospital cafeteria, he found breakfast that was insufficient for his appetite, but he ate it all anyway before returning to the room. Upon entering, Izuku found Ida sitting up in bed. He greeted him, asking how he was feeling while handing him an orange he had picked up. Ida replied that the doctors said he would be able to go home the next day and that his injuries were not serious. Izuku expressed relief but playfully chided Ida for his reckless actions, giving him a light tap on the head, which left a bump. Ida acknowledged that he deserved it, and Izuku reiterated that while he was smart in class, his choices sometimes left much to be desired. The two friends chatted for about an hour until the doctor opened the door, announcing visitors. Gran Torino, the police chief, Izumi, Shota, Shoto, and Manuel entered the room. They expressed their relief that both boys were all right, but Izumi quickly noticed the bumps on Ida's head and inquired about them. Ida pointed to Izuku, who had steaming fists, prompting a collective understanding among the group. Izumi hugged Ida before turning to Izuku, extending her hand for a handshake. To everyone's surprise, Izuku accepted, leading to an excited reaction from Izumi as she ran to Shota to share the news. However, Izuku playfully reminded her to keep it down, as they were in a hospital. Curious about the purpose of the visit, Izuku asked the police chief what they wanted to discuss. The chief explained that, typically, there would be consequences for using an illegal quirk. This caused an uproar among the students, who protested that Izuku had saved Ida's life. Izuku, however, remained calm and inquired further. The chief clarified that because Izuku was quirkless, the law did not apply to him, but he would need to prove his actions were protective. Luckily, someone had recorded the fight, and it had gained significant attention online, ensuring that Izuku would not face punishment. After the chief concluded his explanation, Izuku asked if that was all. The chief confirmed it was, and Gran Torino then requested a private conversation with Izuku. They left the room to find a more secluded spot. Gran Torino explained that after the USJ incident, he and Izuku's parents had decided he should train under him during his internship to help him connect better with them. However, since that plan had not worked out, Gran Torino wanted to hear Izuku's side of the story regarding his relationship with his parents. Izuku felt a surge of anger but managed to calm himself. He agreed to share his experiences, spending the next 2 hours recounting his life from the age of 4 up to the present, including his time in the New World. By the end of his story, Gran Torino was filled with a desire to confront Toshinori and Inko for their actions. He expressed his sorrow for what Izuku had endured. There was no reason for her to apologize. She had done nothing wrong. If anything, they should be the ones apologizing, but they hadn't even once. Gran Torino asked Izuku if he knew about One for All's history, to which Izuku shook his head. Gran Torino then began to explain the origins of One for All and how it was passed down through generations. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Izumi having to eat hair to gain her quirk. After a couple of minutes of laughter, he finally calmed down and guessed that All for One was still alive and had weakened All Might. Gran Torino confirmed this, explaining that they believed All for One was still out there due to the Nomus possessing multiple quirks. Izuku mentioned that he needed to return to his training as he only had a few days left, and he said goodbye to his friends in the room, Ida, Izumi, Shota, and Shoto. As he walked down the sidewalk to Shaki's bar, he noticed several missed calls on his phone. He called one back, and Uraraka's voice burst through, asking if he was all right. He assured her he was fine but requested she lower her voice. They chatted for a bit until he decided to call the next person. Kirishima answered, expressing concern for Izuku, and they quickly fell into a light-hearted conversation. This continued as he received calls from everyone in their class, including Aizawa, who mentioned seeing the news and jokingly stated he would assign Izuku a 20-page essay as punishment. Izuku confirmed he would do it and hung up. Next, he called Shinso, who sounded tired. Izuku checked in on him, and Shinso claimed he had just finished a run. Izuku, sensing the lie, teased him about having to run while carrying boulders and doing 4-mile runs while being pushed. Shinso agreed, his voice revealing his apprehension about the training ahead. After hanging up, Izuku arrived back at Shaki's bar, dodging an attack from Rayleigh. Rayleigh praised him and urged him to return to training. For the next few days, Izuku trained hard, determined to defeat Rayleigh, but he kept falling short. On the final day of the internship, they finished a sparring match, and Izuku had lost once more. Sitting on a bar stool, Rayleigh told Izuku he wanted to give him something. He pulled out a straw hat, explaining it had belonged to Roger in his youth. He handed it to Izuku, whose eyes lit up with joy. Gratefully, Izuku took a small white piece of paper with the name Fisher Tiger written on it and tucked it into the red part of the hat to keep it safe. He placed the hat on his head and hugged Rayleigh, thanking him with tears of joy in his eyes. Rayleigh smiled warmly and returned the hug. Later that night, knowing it was the last night of his internship and he would leave in the morning, Izuku decided to get in some extra training. Walking down the dimly lit street with his swords by his side, he noticed someone jumping across the rooftops. Using Jeppo, he leaped up to follow the mysterious figure. As he got closer, he recognized her and pulled out a photo of the villain Knuckle Duster had warned him about. It was her. Izuku thought to himself as he used Soru to dash in front of her, blocking her path. She was momentarily stunned but quickly readied herself for a fight or a quick escape. She asked who he was, and he introduced himself as Zoro, mentioning he had heard about her, Keen Hachisuka. She recognized him as the one who had defeated Stain and declared it would be fun to take him down. Summoning a swarm of bees to attack, Izuku deftly dodged and sliced through most of them. However, he was shocked to discover that when he cut one in half, it exploded. As he continued to fend off the swarm, Keen felt each bee's pain as they fell, growing increasingly furious. After a minute of battling the bees, the swarm finally diminished, leaving only Izuku and her. He dashed toward her and landed a punch in her stomach, causing her to cough. In that moment, she realized she couldn't keep fighting him. Suddenly, her eye patch burst open, revealing a giant bee, her true form. Izuku was taken aback, exclaiming his disgust as he swiftly cut down the queen bee, ending the confrontation. He wiped his blades clean, still reeling from the unsettling encounter. He jumped down from the 5-story roof and landed on the sidewalk as he made his way back to the bar. The next morning, Izuku packed up all his belongings and put on a straw hat, securing it with a string to prevent it from falling off. As he walked out of the bar, he turned back to Rayleigh and declared his determination to defeat the emperors. However, Rayleigh called out to him, pointing out that he was heading in the wrong direction. Realizing his mistake, Izuku thought to himself that it had happened again, recalling all the times he had gotten lost in the new world. He thanked Rayleigh for everything and sprinted off in the correct direction. In the Yagi household, Inko and Toshinori were enjoying breakfast while watching the news. They listened to a live reporter discussing recent events when Izuku walked by in the background. The news lady recognized him as Zoro and began to ask him questions. Just as he was about to respond, two villains appeared. One had silver spiky hair and spikes protruding from his back, while the other was a towering figure, quite large in size, reminiscent of Fat Gum. The villain with the bounty declared that Zoro was the one everyone was talking about and revealed a bounty of 60 million. He announced their intention to eliminate him. Izuku, wearing a bored expression, listened to the villain ramble. He set down his briefcase, which contained his hero suit, then swiftly moved behind both villains and knocked their heads together, rendering them unconscious. With the situation resolved, Izuku apologized to the news lady, stating he had to return to UA. She pointed out that he was going the wrong way again. Realizing his mistake, he sprinted past her while expressing his gratitude. That concluded the internship arc. To be continued. This chapter takes place hundreds of years after Izuku and the others have passed away, even Luffy. The story is set in the year 3000, where the gods will decide the fate of humanity. The 7 million-year-long history of mankind is approaching its end. Was it due to nuclear warfare? An asteroid collision? Or perhaps an alien invasion? Gear, the youngest of the 13 Valkyries, looked to Brunhild, the oldest, and said that it was about to begin. Humanity was facing destruction, not from external forces, but from the will of its own creators, the gods. In the Council of Valhalla, all the gods gathered to discuss humanity's fate. As they waited for the meeting to commence, an old man with a wooden cane walked down the aisle, taking his seat in the center next to a dragon. He picked up a mallet and addressed the assembly. It had been a millennium since their last gathering, and he was Zeus, the chairman of the Council of Valhalla from the Greek pantheon. Once every 1,000 years, The gods from various realms convened to determine mankind's survival. Gyr marveled at the assembly of deities and turned to Brunhild, who remained silent, her gaze fixed on the gathering below. Zeus then posed a critical question regarding humanity's future: should they forgive them or bring an end to their existence? He held up two signs, one signifying forgiveness and the other representing annihilation. A tense silence filled the room until someone finally spoke. Shiva, the god of destruction and creation, raised his voice, advocating for humanity's demise. He expressed frustration over mankind's lack of repentance, suggesting that it was time to evolve another species. Gyr gasped in shock at the suggestion of eradicating humanity. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, echoed Shiva's sentiments, stating that the earth had become a wasteland due to mankind's actions. As the other gods began to agree with Aphrodite, Gyr trembled in fear, realizing that the will of the gods was to end humanity. She looked up at Brunhild, who remained stoic as the vote commenced. With a unanimous decision, the gods resolved to annihilate mankind. Once the gods made their will known, nothing could stand in their way. Zeus raised his hammer, preparing to finalize the decision, when Brunhild suddenly interrupted, catching everyone's attention. The gods were taken aback by a Valkyrie's challenge to their authority. Gyr felt a surge of panic, questioning her sister's boldness. Brunhild addressed the assembly, but was quickly silenced by the crows of Odin, who scolded her for her audacity. Ignoring their outbursts, she continued, arguing that while mankind was indeed flawed, destroying them outright seemed too simplistic. Instead, she proposed a test of their worthiness. The crows questioned her intentions, wondering if she meant to flood the earth or plunge it into an ice age. Brunhild clarified that she had a different plan in mind. She announced a challenge: gods versus mankind's final struggle, Ragnarok. The room fell silent, stunned by her declaration. Gyr looked up at Brunhild, bewildered. Brunhild then produced a large book and explained the rules of the challenge. According to Valhalla's constitution, there would be a one-on-one showdown between gods and mankind. Each side would have 13 combatants, and the first to achieve 7 victories would win. If mankind succeeded, they would be granted another 1,000 years of existence. However, this law had never been invoked since humanity's creation, as it was widely believed that mankind could never defeat the gods. The crows scoffed at Brunhild's proposal, doubting the Valkyrie's understanding of the situation. The tension in the room was palpable as the gods contemplated the implications of her challenge. The Black Crow remarked that humanity was no match for the gods, declaring the proposal pointless. They both echoed this sentiment, asserting that it wouldn't even be a child's play and questioning why anyone would bother to fight at all. Some gods reminisced about an old law, agreeing that it would be far too easy. One of them posed a question, asking if the will of the gods was to destroy mankind while avoiding direct confrontation. The crows responded with confusion, but she continued, suggesting that the gods were backing down. She insulted them boldly, challenging their pride. Gyr looked up at Brunhild, frightened and confused, as Brunhild expressed regret for her earlier actions. She urged Gyr to forget about Ragnarok, but Gyr begged her to stop, fearing for her life. The gods remained silent, and after a long pause, a slight laughter emerged, reminiscent of an irritated father humoring a child's prank. Gyr was bewildered by their reaction, questioning why they weren't angry. Brunhild, however, remained confident. The sound of the gods grinding their teeth in anger filled the air, triggered by her taunt. If anyone dared to suggest that the gods were backing down against humanity, it would be a tremendous humiliation for them. The gods erupted in furious shouts, expressing their indignation at Brunhild and Gyr for their perceived disrespect. Gyr clung to Brunhild's leg, panicking at the gods' anger. Brunhild, however, found the gods easier to provoke than humans. Zeus, intrigued by the mention of Ragnarok, acknowledged the proposal with enthusiasm. He expressed his desire to witness the might of the gods once more, suggesting a showdown between the gods and mankind. With a powerful slam of his mallet, he shattered the desk beneath him, marking the decision for Ragnarok. As Brunhild and Gyr walked through the heavenly halls, Gyr's legs gave out, and she expressed her fear over Brunhild's actions. Brunhild reassured her, explaining the deep bond between mankind and Valkyries, emphasizing that she could never abandon them. Gear admired Brunhild's bravery, pondering the outcome of the impending conflict and who the gods would send as their representatives. Suddenly, a god named Incubus appeared, commenting on Brunhild's boldness at the conference. He warned her to be cautious, acknowledging the ruthlessness of the gods. As he approached her, he offered a friendly demeanor but also a hint of danger. He pulled her into a hug, extending his tongue in a bizarre gesture. However, Brunhild made it clear that she was not kneeling for him. Before he could respond further, a massive hammer descended from above, obliterating Incubus in an instant, leaving only his legs behind. Brunhild greeted the imposing figure of Thor, the thunder god, as Gear trembled in fear, realizing the gravity of the situation. Gear thought to herself as Thor walked by, then suddenly stopped and addressed Brunhild. He questioned her intentions, to which she responded, keeping her gaze low, trying to avoid his piercing stare while the remnants of the incubus's blood dripped from her face onto the floor. Thor's presence loomed over her, releasing an immense pressure before he turned away and walked off, warning her not to disappoint him, or else there would be dire consequences. Gear dropped to her knees, feeling overwhelmed. She expressed her fear, noting how calm Brunhild appeared. Brunhild, however, was not as composed as she seemed. Her face betrayed her inner turmoil. Gear, concerned for her sister, called out to her, but Brunhild quickly regained her composure and pulled out her smartphone. She urged Gear to hurry, explaining that they needed to select the 13 strongest humans from the vast history of mankind. Gear trembled at the thought, questioning how any humans could possibly stand against such mighty gods. Brunhild reassured her, tapping an icon on her phone that displayed images of historical figures like Albert Einstein, Draghi the Giant, Abraham Lincoln, Fisher Tiger, and Edward Newgate. She elaborated on the inclusion of giants and fishmen, explaining that they were once humans who had evolved into different races over time. Despite their transformations, they were still considered humans in this context. Brunhild touched one of the photos, declaring she had already chosen their vanguard. Gear inquired about this choice, and Brunhild recounted her encounter with the man on the battlefield, describing him as the strongest warrior from a time before quirks emerged. She acknowledged his barbaric nature as the photo of the man riding a horse began to dissolve, illuminating the arena. In the Valhalla arena, the final struggle for humanity's survival was about to unfold, with every god and human from the last 7 million years in attendance. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the crowd cheered, eagerly awaiting the battles to commence. The announcer proclaimed the moment had arrived to sound the Jallenhorn, signaling the opening of Ragnarok. The rules were clear: fight to the end, with victory determined by the complete defeat of the opponent. Brunhild and Gear watched intently as Heimdall introduced the first fighter from the god's side, building excitement among the spectators. Thor emerged, wielding Mjolnir, his presence commanding respect and admiration. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Odin encouraged him to crush their opponents. Brunhild reflected on Thor's role as the vanguard while Heimdall prepared to introduce the challenger from mankind. The atmosphere intensified as the sound of a large gong echoed, accompanied by the stirring of instruments. Heimdall's voice rang out, questioning whether the legacy of 7 million years would end in this arena. The crowd responded with fervor, expressing their determination not to be forgotten. As smoke billowed from the tunnel, a horse emerged, surprising some of the gods. A man, wrapped in cloth, rode atop it, breaking free from his bindings with sheer strength. The crowd rallied behind him, recognizing him as the strongest hero of China, Lu Bu. With the introduction complete, Lu Bu faced Thor, the tension palpable as the two warriors prepared for battle. In the background, an old man prayed, prompting Brunhild to remind him that the gods he worshipped were the very ones they needed to defeat. The atmosphere in the stadium reached a fever pitch as the two fighters locked eyes, Thor with Mjolnir and Lu Bu with his sky piercer. The excitement was electric, with shouts of encouragement echoing from both sides as the first fight was about to begin. Chuhi Ekitoku stood atop a barrel, addressing his brother, Ryubi Gentaku, who questioned the identity of the strongest warrior of their time. Ryubi pondered whether it could be the man known as the god of martial arts, suggesting it might be Chuhi himself. Kanyu Unchao, the giant man beside them, interjected, acknowledging that while tactical and strategic abilities were important, the undeniable raw strength belonged to Lu Bu. He glanced at the throngs of soldiers rallying behind Lu Bu, their cheers echoing through the air. Among them stood the strategist, Chinkyu Kudai, who felt overwhelmed with emotion at the prospect of witnessing Lu Bu in battle once more. Meanwhile, Gear looked up at Brunhild, seeking reassurance about Lu Bu's chances against the gods. Brunhild, with a knowing smile, remarked that while humans were often seen as inferior to the gods, it was precisely this underestimation that gave humanity a fighting chance. Gear, confused, tried to grasp Brunhild's cryptic words about the gods' disdain for humanity. The narrative shifted, skipping ahead to the aftermath of a significant battle. Humanity faced despair once again, but they stood resolute, bolstered by the legacy of their fallen father, Adam. He had bequeathed them the strength to rebel against the divine. Inside the arena, where fighters rested and strategized, Gear rushed into a room where Brunhild was eating a notoriously unpleasant candy. Anger surged within her as she confronted her sister about the loss of another Valkyrie. Christ, the second oldest Valkyrie, urged Gear to calm down, explaining the profound bond between a fighter and a Valkyrie in battle. As the weight of Hrist's words sank in, Gear's tears flowed freely, and Hrist embraced her, offering comfort. Hrist reassured Gear that Leaf had understood the risks of their battles. Gear lamented her inability to say goodbye, and as Hrist tightened her embrace, Gear felt a mix of pain and solace. Hrist's demeanor shifted, her calmness replaced by a fierce determination to confront their enemies. Brunhild, still fuming, vented her frustration, her mouth full of candy. Suddenly, her phone rang, prompting her to clear the table in a flurry of panic as she read a message announcing Poseidon as the next contender for the gods. Gear exclaimed in alarm, recognizing the formidable challenge Poseidon posed, likening him to Zeus. As the three strategized, a deep voice interrupted from behind. A tall figure, Izuku Yagi, stepped forward, offering to take on the challenge. Standing at an impressive height, he towered over the others, his hero attire slightly oversized. With light green hair and a scar across his chest and left eye, he wielded 3 legendary swords, Wado, Bnha, and Kitetsu. The room fell silent as they processed his bold declaration. Izuku expressed his eagerness to fight, stating he had been longing for a good challenge for quite some time. Gear questioned his motivations, wondering why he would willingly confront a powerful god after humanity's previous defeats. Izuku replied without hesitation, affirming his identity as a hero who would risk his life to protect those in danger, even if it meant facing death. He gently patted Gear on the head, while Brunhild looked on with a broad smile. In the center of the arena, the atmosphere had transformed since the last 2 battles. Instead of a barren ground, seawater now surrounded a platform, creating a dramatic setting. Heimdall welcomed the audience back, announcing the start of the 3rd round of Ragnarok, where humanity faced yet another formidable god. As the gate to the god's side opened, water surged forth, parting for the god as he ascended the steps to the platform. Heimdall introduced him with great fanfare. In the god's corner stood a figure who showed no compassion for humanity, relishing the opportunity to test them. This was the embodiment of the harsh trials that defined the gods, a being whose indifference to life was legendary. Representing the gods in this round, he was known as Poseidon, the ruler of the seas, a name that struck fear even into the hearts of other gods. Poseidon surveyed the arena, disdain evident in his expression as he regarded the humans before him. Even Odin's crows bowed in his presence. Loki, seated beside Odin, remarked on Poseidon's lack of humor, noting that he was even less receptive to jokes than Odin himself. The stadium fell silent, the spectators too intimidated to utter a word. Heimdall continued, highlighting the rise of superhuman abilities since the year 2000, which had given birth to the profession of heroism. He introduced Izuku Yagi, a man born without superhuman abilities who had nonetheless risen to become the world's strongest hero and greatest swordsman by the age of with a bounty of 10 billion, his legacy endured even after his death, and he was known by many names, the most famous being Zoro. As Izuku approached the arena on a small boat, his 3 swords at his side and his straw hat resting around his neck, the crowd erupted in cheers, recognizing the legendary hero. His numerous descendants rallied behind him, with one of his many grandchildren shouting encouragement. Izuku had a vast family, having raised hundreds of children and grandchildren, ensuring they knew his love and support. Bartolomeo, the 3rd Division commander of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, cheered for him, as did Kirishima, the first mate, who bore scars from past battles. Mineta, another member of the Straw Hats, urged Izuku to give it his all. As the match began, Heimdall announced the start of the battle. Poseidon remained still, intent on using his trident against anything within reach. Izuku, however, moved forward calmly, drawing his swords, the Wado and the Kitetsu. Poseidon lunged with his trident, but Izuku deftly blocked the attack and countered, landing light cuts on Poseidon. The god retaliated with a flurry of moves, but Izuku skillfully dodged them. With determination, Izuku placed the Wado in his mouth, drew Bnha, and infused it with haki. He charged at Poseidon, executing a powerful strike that left a significant mark on the god's abdomen, though not enough to defeat him. Observing the battle, Odin, the former wielder of Bnha, recognized the sword and noted its current owner's prowess. Kaido, seated nearby, acknowledged Izuku's strength, recalling a past encounter that had left him scarred. In a flashback, Izuku, at 16, fought alongside his crew at Onigashima against Kaido and Big Mom's forces. With his comrades worn out, he prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Calling upon his skills, he transformed, creating an illusion of additional heads and arms, and leaped into battle. His attack was devastating, cleaving through the 2 emperors with a force that even split the cloudy sky above. Up in heaven, all the gods were relaxing or minding their own business when suddenly an attack came from below, slicing the heavens into 2 halves, a rift that remains to this day. Izuku's body bore a few cuts and stabs from the trident, but he was overall fine. Poseidon, however, had numerous cuts, both large and small, all over his body, including some on his face. Izuku thought it was time to use a powerful move. As he activated Kiki Kyutoryu, Azura, the gods were shocked to see a human keeping up with and currently overpowering Poseidon. But Poseidon was not finished yet. He leaped into the air and unleashed 40-day flood, moving so fast that his afterimages created a dome that attacked Izuku. Izuku easily blocked all the attacks and then leaped toward Poseidon's real body, determined to finish the fight. The stadium fell silent as everyone focused on the scene unfolding before them. The sky and heavens had split once again, but their main concern was Izuku, who had a trident piercing through his torso. While Izuku bled from the wound, Poseidon had managed to dodge just in time, avoiding what would have been a devastating blow. All of humanity felt despair at the sight of their greatest hero being speared through. Izuku's friends and children cried, fearing the worst. But suddenly, Izuku punched Poseidon in the face, sending him flying to the other side of the platform. He declared that he wasn't dead yet as he yanked the trident out of his stomach. Blood flowed from the wound as he sheathed his swords. He expressed his frustration with the weapon that had caused him so much trouble, lifting the trident over his head and raising his knee. With a powerful motion, he brought the trident down onto his knee, shattering it into pieces. He looked at the broken remnants and tossed them over the side of the platform before placing his swords down on the ground. The crowd was silent. This was the first time a divine weapon had been broken, and by a human no less. Izuku removed his large shirt, revealing his muscular physique covered in scars. He began to take off the weights strapped to his arms, rolling up his pant legs to reveal additional weights on his legs, which he removed as well. In a flashback, Izuku, now 20, was sailing on the Thousand Sunny with his crew. He descended from the crow's nest to check on his crewmates. Shoji and Kirishima were training, exchanging blows as Shoji swung his haki-infused axe at Kirishima, who blocked with his hardened arm. Mineta was swinging his haki-infused metal staff at Shinso, who skillfully used his scarf to evade the attacks. Sato and Katsumi were in the kitchen preparing food for everyone. Momo was checking the weather while sunbathing alongside Carrot, Pudding, Yamato, and Shota. Tsu was diving into the waters of the New World, catching fish to later be cooked. Fisher Tiger was steering the ship through the calm waters, a rare occurrence in the New World. Ojiro was lifting weights in the crow's nest, while Tokoyami read a book in the dining room. Izuku made his way to the workshop where their shipwright and sniper, Mei Hatsum, was working on a new upgrade for the ship. He knocked on the door and waited for a response. Mei asked who it was, and upon hearing it was Izuku, she invited him in. He found her focused on her work. When she asked what he needed, he requested a favor. Mei, with a playful demeanor, approached him, but Izuku quickly clarified that it was not that kind of favor. He reminded her of the weights they had built when they were younger and asked her to create specialized weights so he wouldn't use too much power. Mei agreed but mentioned needing materials from Elbaf and asked how heavy he wanted them. Izuku requested weights of at least 250,000 tons. Mei teased him about needing relief, but he urged her to keep it quiet to avoid unnecessary attention from the others. After their conversation, Izuku stepped onto the deck and shouted for everyone to set course for Elbaf. The crew nodded, understanding he had a reason for the destination. Momo, having overheard, mentioned that they wanted to join in on the fun during the month-long journey, and Izuku sighed, agreeing to ask the others to watch the kids while they were busy. Those weights that once weighed 250,000 tons each now weighed over 2.6 million tons each, and Izuku was wearing 16 of them. As he finished removing them, Poseidon had recovered from the punch and was getting back up. Izuku dropped the weights into the water, causing a massive geyser to shoot up nearly 1,300 feet into the air, creating waves that splashed the spectators, drenching them completely. For the first time in the fight, it moved to close quarters as Izuku charged at Poseidon. With the weights off, he was much faster than Poseidon, even faster than light itself. He delivered a powerful punch to Poseidon's jaw, leaving a gaping hole where his mouth had been. Poseidon, in a reckless attempt to retaliate, swung his fist at Izuku, but Izuku caught it and broke Poseidon's arm, causing the bone to protrude. Izuku then kicked Poseidon in the knee with such force that his leg bent awkwardly. Poseidon fell to one knee, and Izuku seized him by the head. Channeling a wave of Ryo haki through Poseidon's body, he caused Poseidon's left arm to burst, followed by his right leg, then his broken right arm, and finally his left leg. Poseidon was left as nothing but a head and a torso. Just before delivering the final blow, Izuku told Poseidon he would see him in the afterlife, then crushed Poseidon's head with one hand, causing his eyes to pop out. As Poseidon's body began to fade to dust, Izuku wiped his hand on his pants and raised his arm in victory, marking the first time a human had defeated a god. Heimdall announced the outcome, declaring Izuku Yagi as the winner of Round 3 of Ragnarok. Despite the fight lasting only 9 minutes, it had been intense. Izuku's swords glowed, revealing that the Wado and Kitetsu were Hrist, while Enma was Brunhild herself. Humanity erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory, while the gods looked down in silence at Posian's fading form. Inside the arena, Izuku walked toward the med bay to have his wounds treated when 3 elderly women suddenly appeared before him. He greeted them with curiosity, asking who they were and what they wanted. The women introduced themselves as the Fates, claiming they controlled destiny and had a question for him. Izuku, intrigued, pointed out that if they were indeed the Fates, they should already know what he would say. Nevertheless, he invited them to ask their question. They inquired if he wished to become a god. Everyone returned to UA after their week-long internships with various pro-heroes. As Izuku entered, he noticed his classmates discussing their experiences. Jiro mentioned that she had only helped locate villains and evacuate civilians, while Tsu excitedly shared that she had stopped a drag smuggling cartel, leaving Jiro and Bnha in shock. Bnha lamented her lack of excitement during her own internship. Shiro, sensing a tense atmosphere around Uraraka, asked if anything had happened during her internship. She calmly replied that nothing interesting occurred. Mineta, frightened, suggested that girls often wear masks to hide their true selves. He then asked Uraraka about her experience with MT Lady. Upon seeing Izuku, Uraraka snapped out of her thoughts and rushed to him, expressing her concern after seeing the fight video. Izuku reassured her that he was fine as their classmates gathered around him, praising his strength and bravery. Kaminari pulled out his phone to show Izuku a video about Stain, but before Izuku could respond, Aizawa entered the classroom, silencing everyone. Aizawa asked Izuku if he had completed the assignment he had requested. Izuku nodded and presented a hefty stack of papers, which he placed on Aizawa's desk with a thud. Aizawa sighed, noting that he had only asked for 20 pages. Izuku explained that condensing the entire history of heroes into 20 pages was impossible. After a few hours, it was time for hero training class at Ground Gamma. All Might and Green Tornado were leading the session, explaining that they would conduct rescue training. The class would be split into groups, and a distress signal would be sent out for them to respond to. Izuku was in the first group with Izumi, Ida, Siro, Mina, and Ojiro. As they prepared, the rest of the class began betting on who would win. Mineta suggested Mina would win due to her impressive abilities, but he was quickly reprimanded by Toru for his inappropriate comments. Kirishima believed Siro had the advantage with his quirk, while Momo expressed uncertainty about Izuku's ability to navigate the terrain despite his strength, ultimately placing her bet on Ida. Katsuki expressed his confidence in Izumi winning, while Shoto nodded in agreement. Shota, however, believed that Izuku would take the victory. As the signal blared, All Might announced the start of the race, and the 6 students took off. Siro initially led the pack, using his tape to navigate toward the distress signal. However, Izumi quickly overtook him, employing her full cowling and skillfully maneuvering around the beams. After 3 minutes, she reached the finish line ahead of the others. In her excitement, Izumi celebrated her victory, only for Izuku to inform her that she was actually in second place after waking from a brief nap. Confused, she questioned how he had managed to beat her, to which he simply replied that he had been faster. The onlookers were equally surprised to see Izuku's unexpected performance. Inko suggested they review the video footage of the race. As the video played, it captured Izuku's remarkable start. The moment the race began, he sprinted forward, astonishing everyone by leaping into the air and executing multiple jumps until he landed on a beam, disappearing from view. The footage later revealed him far ahead of where he had started, reaching the distress signal within just 1 minute. Once the footage concluded, reactions varied. Some were shocked, while others had come to expect such feats from Izuku. After training, Tashinori and Inko approached Izuku and Izumi, indicating they needed to speak with them in the teacher's lounge. The serious tone in Tashinori's voice captured their attention, prompting Izuku to follow. In the lounge, an awkward silence filled the air until Tashinori finally spoke. He explained that they had important information to share. Izuku, eager to get back to his homework and training, urged them to be quick. Tashinori began to reveal that his quirk was called One for All, but Izuku interrupted, claiming he already knew. The room fell silent in shock at his revelation. Tashinori asked how he had found out, and Izuku recounted the day his dreams had been crushed when Katsuki was captured by the sludge villain. He had overheard Tashinori discussing his quirk with Izumi, which made him feel unworthy. With a smirk, he added that he had something to share that even Izumi didn't know the history of One for All. However, Izuku's interest waned, as he had already learned it from Torino at the hospital after his fight with Stain. Declaring he had heard enough, he picked up his swords and left the room, heading toward his apartment. Upon arriving home at 4:36 p.m., Izuku set his bag down and pulled out his textbooks, diving into his homework. After 30 minutes, he completed his assignments and made his way to his weight room. Feeling a bit lonely in the empty space filled only with weights, he contemplated going to the local gym for some social interaction. Gathering his essentials, he left his apartment. After paying the entrance fee at the gym, he noticed it was relatively quiet. He approached the bench press, loading 5 100-ton plates on each side of the 600-ton bar for his warm-up. After completing 25 reps, he was about to add more weight when he heard a familiar voice. Sato and Shoji, both in workout gear, greeted him. Izuku explained that he had come to work out and was surprised they frequented the gym. Sato mentioned he came about 4 times a week after school. Izuku then suggested they head back to his place to work out together, and after considering it, both Sato and Shoji agreed. They gathered the weights left out and made their way back to Izuku's apartment for their workout session. All of the students from Class 1A were dressed in their hero costumes, waiting outside a building where their teachers had gathered, also in hero attire. Ochako wondered what their teachers were doing there. Aizawa informed them that they were there to evaluate their exams and asked if they were ready. Kaminari and Bnha enthusiastically shouted that they were ready to take on some robots. However, Nizu's muffled voice emerged from Aizawa's scarf, announcing a change of plans. Instead of fighting robots, the students would be paired up to face their teachers. Due to the recent surge in villains, they believed that fighting their teachers would be a more effective test. The class took a moment to absorb this news before a majority shouted in disbelief. Izuku quietly thought to himself that he had anticipated this outcome. Nizu explained that they would split the class into pairs for the exam, but since there was an odd number of students, one would have to go solo. He mentioned that the pairings had been decided by their homeroom teacher. Suddenly, a short old man appeared, wearing a cape that most of the class didn't recognize, except for a few. Izumi exclaimed Gran Torino's name and asked what he was doing there. Gran Torino stated he was there to assist the students with their exams and urged them to hurry along as he was old and tired. Aizawa nodded in agreement and pulled out a clipboard, preparing to read the group pairings. Before he could begin, Ida raised his hand, asking if they would receive an explanation of what they needed to do to pass the exam. Nizu assured him that the goals would be explained after they were assigned to their groups. Aizawa then read the pairings in order, starting with Team Sato and Kirishima against Cementos, followed by Team Azui and Tokoyami against Ectoplasm, and so on. When he reached Team Katsuki and Izuku, a booming voice interrupted from above. All Might, in his heroic form, jumped down and pointed at Izuku and Katsuki, declaring they would face him. Izuku remained silent, but internally he was frustrated at being paired with Katsuki and having to confront All Might. In a flashback, the teachers were gathered around a table discussing the pairings. Aizawa mentioned that Izuku should take the exam alone and face Vlad King due to his complicated history with the others. All Might suggested that Izuku should be paired with Katsuki to face him instead. After some discussion, it was decided that Izuku would indeed be paired with Katsuki, while Shota and Katsumi would face Green Tornado. Aizawa couldn't help but think that Izuku would be upset upon hearing this. Returning to the present, Nizu explained the exam format. The students would be placed in an environment where they would act as heroes, while the teachers would take on the role of villains. Their goal was to capture the teachers or escape within 30 minutes to pass. Ida raised his hand again, questioning the escape aspect. Nizu clarified that there would be a gate they could use to exit the battlefield, and if they managed to leave before time ran out, they would pass. Katsuki expressed his disdain for the idea of running away, but Nizu reframed it as a tactical retreat, emphasizing that there was no shame in it. He added that to give the students a fair chance, the teachers would wear weights designed by Mei Hatsum to slow them down. As the teachers began to put on the weights, All Might commented on their heaviness. Power Loader thanked Izuku for assisting Hatsum with the weights, to which Izuku humbly replied that it was no trouble, as he had merely worn them while she did the actual work. Power Loader nodded and headed inside the building, followed by the other teachers, while Nizu informed the students that Recovery Girl would be monitoring for injuries. He encouraged them to either plan for their exam or cheer on their classmates before entering the building. Mineta suggested they come up with a strategy to deal with Midnight, but Izuku interrupted him, clearly annoyed. After a brief exchange, everyone began walking into the building. Izuku decided to head to Recovery Girl to watch the other fights. Momo, Ochako, Shoto, and Izumi entered the room, and Izumi asked Izuku why he wasn't planning. Izuku replied with a deadpan expression that he didn't want to see Katsuki and that he didn't need a plan, as defeating All Might would be straightforward enough. Izumi questioned what he meant by that being easy. She expressed how difficult it was to defeat their father. He replied that it might be hard for her, but not for him, as he observed Kirishima and Sato struggling, their quirks running out of energy while Cementos engulfed them in cement. Izuku felt disappointed that they had failed, hoping they would pass. He continued to watch his classmates take their Exams? Surprised by Tsu's cleverness in storing HNDCFFS and how Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to secure them on Ectoplasm's leg. He thought it was impressive and felt proud of them as he observed more of his classmates face their challenges, some succeeding while others faltered. He was particularly pleased to see Momo outsmart Aizawa and regain her confidence, returning to the viewing area with a bright smile. Meanwhile, he noticed Ochako and Aoyama struggling against 13, but Aoyama said something to Ochako that made her blush, leaving Izuku curious about what had been said. At that moment, Katsumi and Shota teamed up to confront Inko, who was using the ruined city around them to hurl debris. Shota created an ice wall for shelter while Katsumi used her explosions to destroy the incoming debris. Shota then used fire to distract Inko, providing an opportunity for them to strike. They charged out from behind the wall, attacking from both sides. Inko's quirk was weaker in close combat, so they aimed to exploit that weakness. Shota created more ice for Katsumi to blow up, sending chunks flying toward Inko. Although Inko managed to stop the ice, it left her vulnerable, allowing Shota to freeze her to the ground, enabling Katsumi to secure the HNDCFFS on her. The announcement echoed through the area, declaring Team Katsumi and Shota as the winners and calling for Team Katsuki and Izuku to proceed to their exam. Izuku acknowledged that it was his turn now, addressing his classmates in the room: Izumi, Ochako, Momo, Shoto, Tsu, Ida, Ojiro, and Shoji. He left the room to head to the exam, where he found Katsuki waiting for him. Katsuki remarked that he had been waiting for a long time, to which Izuku retorted about wasting time on makeup and nails, teasing Katsuki about his appearance. Their banter continued as they made their way to the exam entrance, where they entered a vast city environment. Izuku readied himself, unsheathing the Wado Ikimonji, while Katsuki warned him not to get in his way. Izuku replied that he was going to say the same thing, which irritated Katsuki. Suddenly, a powerful blast erupted from across the battlefield, destroying a significant portion of the city and splitting it in two. As they prepared for the challenge ahead, they heard footsteps approaching and saw All Might in his muscular form. He taunted them to come at him. Katsuki launched himself into the air using his explosions to gain momentum for an attack, but All Might quickly countered, delivering a punch that knocked Katsuki to the ground. Izuku seized the moment, dashing at All Might and slashing across his chest, causing a spray of blood to hit the ground. Without hesitation, he followed up with another strike to All Might's back. All Might exclaimed about the danger of swords, prompting Izuku to respond incredulously, affirming that he was indeed a swordsman and well aware of their risks. All Might insisted that he was merely concerned about hurting someone, to which Izuku shouted that was precisely the point of wielding a sword. As the fight continued, All Might attempted to punch Izuku, who effortlessly dodged the attack. All Might then shouted a powerful move, but Izuku stood firm, taking the hit with minimal injury. Meanwhile, Katsuki lay on the ground, frustrated and in pain, reflecting on the past. He thought about how he was supposed to be the one fighting All Might, not Izuku. Memories flooded back to when they had bullied Izuku, driven by Izumi's fears for his safety as a quirkless hero. In a flashback, Izumi had expressed her worries about the dangers of being a hero, especially after hearing about pro-heroes who had perished despite their strong quirks. She had cried in Shota's arms, and they all felt the weight of her concern. They discussed how to convince Izuku to abandon his dream of becoming a hero, with Izumi suggesting that violence might be the solution. Although hesitant, Shota reluctantly agreed, wanting to help Izuku, and they all ultimately decided to bully him. Returning to the present, Katsuki slowly began to rise, but before he could act, the speaker announced that Izuku had successfully placed the cuffs around All Might's wrists. Team Katsuki and Izuku had successfully passed, and now Izumi was determined to reach the final testing grounds for the final exam. Izuku approached Katsuki to assist him, but Katsuki insisted that he could get up on his own. However, when he attempted to rise, his legs gave way, causing him to fall back down. Izuku, concerned for his friend, urged him to allow him to help him to Recovery Girl. Reluctantly, Katsuki accepted the help as Izuku assisted him to his feet and carried him to the nurse. After dropping Katsuki off, Izuku returned to the viewing room to watch the last exam. Upon entering, he was greeted with congratulations from those present. He reciprocated the well wishes as he focused on Izumi, who was about to begin her exam. Izumi entered a building where her exam would take place. As she navigated the hallways in search of either the exit or Gran Torino, she was unexpectedly kicked in the back by the very person she sought. Quickly activating her full cowl at 15%, she scanned her surroundings, only to be struck again, this time in the stomach. Gran Torino taunted her, expressing disappointment in her performance, reminding her that she was meant to be the successor to a great power yet struggled against an old man like him. He used his quirk to leap from wall to wall, building momentum as he attacked. Gran Torino continued to berate her, accusing her of calling herself a hero while having abused her own brother for years. Izumi, determined to make amends, admitted her past mistakes and vowed to apologize to him. She attempted to strike Gran Torino, but he easily dodged her efforts. He challenged her, questioning whether a simple apology could rectify years of abuse. Izumi countered that it was better than doing nothing, finally landing a hit that sent him crashing into the wall. However, he recovered swiftly before she could restrain him. Gran Torino questioned her intentions, asking what she would do if her brother didn't want her in his life. Izumi responded that it didn't matter, she wanted him to know she would always be there to help him. As someone who aspired to be a hero, she felt it was her duty to assist others and rectify her past mistakes. In a surprising move, she caught Gran Torino off guard by pulling out HNDCFFS and attaching them to his leg. He landed on the ground, looking up at her with a newfound respect, and declared that she had passed. The voice over the speakers confirmed Izumi's success, announcing that the last test for the day was complete and everyone could head home, with results to be shared the following day. As everyone began to pack up and leave, Izuku made his way to Shinso, who was waiting in the gym alongside Aizawa. Aizawa acknowledged Izuku's achievement, calling him a problem child. Curious, Izuku asked who had decided to team him up with Katsuki to face All Might. Aizawa gave him a knowing look, and Izuku sighed in response. For the next 2 hours, Izuku and Aizawa trained Shinso, having him spar with both of them. During his match with Izuku, Shinso practiced using his scarf, while he focused on hand-to-hand combat with Aizawa. After their training session, both Shinso and Izuku left for the train station, discussing their interests, which for Izuku included training, sleep, and fighting. Shinso agreed on the importance of sleep. Once home, Izuku prepared a simple meal before heading to bed, concluding his day after finishing his regular training and exams. At UA, the day after the exams, the students of Class 1A gathered, eagerly discussing their experiences. Bnha expressed her excitement about hearing stories from camp, while those who had not passed the exams felt defeated. Izumi tried to comfort them, suggesting there was still hope for their situation. Shiro placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her to stop, as Kaminari pointed out the harsh reality that those who failed would miss the training camp. Shiro voiced his uncertainty about attending, admitting that their team only succeeded due to Mineta's efforts, while he had been unconscious during the exam. Mineta, overhearing, wore a smug expression. Kaminari, with tears in his eyes, pleaded for souvenirs from the camp just as Aizawa entered the room, commanding silence and order. Izuku was already asleep in his seat when Aizawa approached and woke him with a slap. Aizawa acknowledged Izuku as his favorite student, much to Mineta's dismay, who questioned the favoritism. Aizawa clarified that he preferred Izuku because he was the least bothersome and a good sleeper. He then announced that everyone would be attending the training camp, despite some failing their physical exams. The students were shocked by this unexpected twist. Kirishima and Bnha expressed their disbelief and joy upon learning they would indeed go to camp. Aizawa explained that while some had failed the practical exam, the teachers had devised a way for everyone to pass by observing their teamwork and problem-solving skills. Ojiro raised a concern about Aizawa's previous statements regarding the teachers not holding back, to which Aizawa admitted that it was a tactic to keep them on edge. He reassured them that the training camp would focus on strengthening their abilities, and those who had failed would receive extra lessons that would be significantly more challenging than summer school. As the day ended, Ojiro expressed his happiness about attending the training camp together, while Ida read through a UA pamphlet, noting the week-long duration. Izumi mentioned needing new summer clothes, and Kaminari realized he lacked a bathing suit. Mineta chimed in with a suggestion for night vision goggles. Toru excitedly proposed a class shopping trip to the mall the next day, and the group eagerly agreed, looking forward to their upcoming adventure. That sounds fun. They hadn't hung out as a class before, Kaminari thought. Kirishima turned to Bakugo, asking if he would join them. Katsuki, walking away, expressed his disdain for the idea. Katsumi watched her brother leave and commented on his reluctance to socialize. Izumi then turned to Shoto, inquiring if he would attend. Shoto replied that he would love to, but he had a commitment to speak with his mom on Saturdays. Katsumi then asked Shota, who confirmed he was free to join. Izumi wrapped her arms around Katsumi and Shota's shoulders, excited about the prospect of hanging out together again. Shoji approached Izuku, who was packing his belongings. He asked if Izuku would be joining them. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku realized he needed some new clothes that fit him. He decided he would go and finished packing before heading out the door, telling everyone he would see them tomorrow. Before leaving UA, he made a stop at the teacher's lounge, deep in thought about his financial situation and the possibility of doing odd jobs to earn some quick cash. Upon arriving at the teacher's lounge, he knocked on the door. Aizawa's tired voice invited him in. Izuku entered and sat down on the couch, wearing a serious expression. He expressed his frustration about being paired with Katsuki to fight All Might, calling the decision foolish. Aizawa, anticipating this reaction, explained that it was All Might's idea. Izuku sighed, acknowledging that both All Might and Green Tornado were dense and that their attempts to mend their relationship only pushed him further away. Aizawa asked if that was all Izuku wanted to discuss, to which Izuku simply nodded before leaving. Back at his apartment building, Izuku searched the newspaper for quick jobs and found an ad about a missing cat. He called the owner, who explained that Buttercup, a black cat with gray spots and 2 different colored eyes, had gone missing in the woods. Grateful for his help, she offered a reward for Buttercup's return. After hanging up, Izuku set off to find the cat. As he entered the woods, he admired the towering trees as the sun began to set. He hiked through the forest, trying to sense any nearby life. Suddenly, a cat jumped out from the brush, and Izuku recognized it as Buttercup. He softly called to the cat, but it dashed away from him. Frustrated, he chased after it until it leaped into a clearing filled with large rocks. When he reached the clearing, he saw the cat perched atop the rocks. Izuku attempted to use Jeppo to reach the cat but stumbled and fell onto the rocks instead. Confused about why his technique had failed, he got up and felt the surface beneath him, realizing it was not rock but something else entirely. Before he could process this, the surface began to move, throwing him off balance. He landed hard on the ground and looked up to see a massive figure rising before him, a boom box tied around its neck. Startled, Izuku wondered why he hadn't sensed the figure with his observation skills. He drew his swords, readying himself for a confrontation. The giant looked down at him, puzzled, and introduced itself as Gainto, though it couldn't remember much else. It mentioned serving a master and questioned why Izuku was there. Izuku explained he was searching for the cat, pointing to Buttercup, who had jumped down after the giant began to move. The giant, feeling bored without its master, suggested they fight to see who was stronger. Before Izuku could respond, the giant swung its massive fist. Izuku barely dodged, but the impact shattered the ground where he had been standing, sending him flying back. Realizing the giant was a serious threat, he infused his swords with armament haki and charged at the giant, attempting to strike its arm with a powerful move. However, his swords bounced off the giant's hardened skin without leaving a mark. Izuku resolved to try again. As he prepared to attack, the giant surged forward with unexpected speed, catching Izuku off guard despite his foresight. The giant's fist struck Izuku in the gut, propelling him into the air before slamming him down into the fractured earth. The giant taunted him, questioning if that was all he had. Thankfully, Izuku had managed to mitigate some of the damage with his armament and iron body techniques. Without them, he doubted he would still be conscious. Struggling to rise from the ground, he slowly got to his feet, blood pooling around him as he raised his swords once more. He activated Saru, attempting to slice at the giant's heel, but once again his efforts were in vain. The giant's skin was too tough to penetrate. With a swift kick, the giant sent Izuku flying again, causing him to cough up blood as he crashed back to the ground. The relentless giant continued his assault, driving Izuku deeper into the earth. Izuku clung to his techniques, but even they faltered at times, leaving him vulnerable. After what felt like an eternity of punishment, the giant finally stepped back, leaving Izuku battered and nearly defeated in the crater. However, the giant soon sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the hole. From the rubble, Izuku's battered form rose, unleashing waves of conqueror's spirit that overwhelmed the giant, causing him to collapse alongside his feline companion. Finally, Izuku breathed heavily, feeling a mix of relief and exhaustion. He reflected on how long it had been since his techniques had failed against someone. He felt fortunate that his conqueror's spirit had been enough to knock the giant out, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. As he sheathed his swords, he made his way over to the cat. He picked up the cat, which woke up and began scratching him. Izuku chuckled, calling the cat cute despite its antics. He assured it that he was taking it back to its owner and pulled out his phone to call her again. When the woman answered, she expressed her excitement about her cat's return and instructed him to meet her at a nearby beach that had recently been cleaned. Upon arriving at the beach, Izuku spotted a woman in a pullover jacket and shorts. As soon as she saw him, she rushed over, exclaiming her cat's name and snatching Buttercup from his hands. She showered the cat with affection before noticing Izuku's bloodied appearance. Izuku explained that he had encountered a bear in the forest but reassured her that he was fine. The woman insisted he needed to go to the hospital immediately. He brushed off her concern, shifting the conversation to the payment she had promised him. She handed him a generous sum, more than what she had initially offered. Izuku hesitated, questioning if it was too much, but the woman insisted it was the least she could do after he had fought to return her cat. As they prepared to part ways, she suddenly recognized him as the quirkless boy who had won the sports festival. She shared that her son, who was also quirkless and wanted to be a hero, faced bullying and had no friends. Izuku felt a flash of anger at the thought of a child being bullied but quickly composed himself. He advised her to unconditionally love and support her son, suggesting she enroll him in martial arts or swordsmanship at a dojo where he could train. He handed her a piece of paper with the dojo's address, and she thanked him profusely, promising to share his advice with her husband before running off. After a long day, Izuku collapsed onto his couch, intending to work out but falling asleep almost instantly. The next morning, he awoke in a puddle of drool, quickly slapping himself awake. He headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, and after eating, he glanced at the clock, realizing he was running late. He hurriedly dressed and dashed out the door, forgetting his swords. As he sprinted down the street, he remembered his weapons and dismissed the thought, reasoning that he wouldn't need them at a public mall where a villain attack was unlikely. Meanwhile, in the League of Villains bar, Tamura Shigaraki expressed his discontent with two new recruits brought in by Jiren, an underground broker. One was a young high school girl with blonde hair styled in two buns and a manic smile, while the other was a man with black hair, his face marred by scars and staples. "Come on, Shigaraki, give them a chance. I trust Jiren found some good recruits," Kurojiiri stated. He added that regardless of their abilities, it would still cost a lot to find them, as he only accepted cash. He then suggested introducing the recruits. Jiren took a puff of his cigarette and pointed at the girl. He explained that she might appear to be an innocent high school student, but she was linked to multiple murder cases where the victims had bled to death. The girl introduced herself as Himiko Toga, expressing her admiration for Stain and her desire to join their league. Jiren then turned to the other man, noting that although he had not yet made headlines, he followed the hero killer's beliefs. The man remarked that they must be desperate to allow someone like her to join. He inquired about the other man's name, to which he replied that he went by Dabi for now, but he might reveal his real name later. He was focused on carrying out the hero killer's will. Shigaraki, slowly rising from his bar stool, expressed his frustration with the constant talk of Stain. He felt overlooked and threatened to turn them to dust. As he lunged forward with his hands extended, Dabi created a small blue flame and charged as well, while Toga brandished a knife, attempting to stab him. Kurogyari quickly intervened, creating multiple portals to prevent any harm. He floated closer to Shigaraki and whispered that he understood his anger but suggested that he could use them to help bring down Hero Society. Shigaraki withdrew his hands from the portals and headed for the exit. Jiren asked where he was going, but Shigaraki snapped that he needed time to think. He exited into the dark alley, leaving Jiren wondering about his problem. Kurogyari explained that Shigaraki had recently faced defeat at the hands of All Might and the Hero Killer, and he needed time to gather his thoughts. He assured Jiren that when Shigaraki returned, he would have a satisfactory answer, and they could continue discussing recruitment later. At the mall, the members of Class 1A, except for Katsuki and Shoto, gathered excitedly. Kirishima and Kaminari cheered about their mall hangout. Momo suggested they split up to get what they needed and meet in the food court later. Izuku went shopping with Shoji, Sato, Tokoyami, and Kirishima, sharing jokes and enjoying their time together. Izumi, left alone, watched Izuku having fun with their classmates and smiled, reminiscing about the last time she had seen him so happy. Just as she was about to enter a store, she felt a hand on her shoulder. A strange man asked if she was the girl who reached the semifinals of the sports festival and if she was All Might's daughter. She confirmed it with a smile, and he asked if they could talk for a bit. As he began to wrap his fingers around her neck, she sensed something was wrong and turned to face the hooded man, recognizing Tamura Shigaraki. She trembled as she realized who he was and warned him that if he didn't let her go, the heroes would stop him. He coldly stated that he only wanted to talk and that he could harm many people before the heroes arrived. He dragged her to a fountain and sat down, still holding her neck. Izumi asked what he wanted to discuss. He inquired about the difference between himself and the hero killer. After a moment of thought, she replied that the hero killer had conviction and a known reason for his actions, while she had no understanding of Shigaraki's ideals or motives. Shigaraki acknowledged her response, explaining that he had his reasons. He pointed out the people living without a care, unaware of the danger they faced. He believed they felt safe because of All Might, who had given them false hope. Shigaraki intended to reveal the truth by taking down All Might, a plan that brought a sadistic smile to his face. Meanwhile, Izuku was busy choosing between a plain white t-shirt with shirt written on it or a green t-shirt featuring a tiger that said "Rawr." He sensed a familiar presence but shrugged it off, believing Izumi could handle herself. He approached Shoji for advice. Shoji suggested that Izuku could buy both shirts, but Izuku explained he didn't have enough money since he had already purchased other clothes. Shoji offered him some money, saying he had already bought what he needed. Grateful, Izuku hugged him and invited him over to cook something as a thank you. Shoji agreed but mentioned he didn't like eating in front of others. Izuku assured him he could prepare food for him to take home. Just then, Kirishima shouted for them to check something out, revealing a t-shirt with a galaxy design that said, "Come at me bro." Both Shoji and Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Shota and Katsumi were wondering where Izumi was. They thought she was with them while shopping. However, when they turned around, they noticed she wasn't there. They began searching for her until they found her with a man in a hoodie, his hand around her throat. Just as they were about to approach, he suddenly released her. He thanked her for the conversation and disappeared into the crowd. Shota started to ask Izumi about the encounter, and Katsumi expressed her concern, wondering if he had harmed her. Izumi reassured them that nothing happened, they had only talked. The two girls sighed in relief, but Shota suggested they still call the police to report the incident, and the others agreed. Once the police were called, the mall was evacuated, and Izumi was brought in for questioning. Naomasa asked her what they discussed while All Might and Inko waited anxiously for her response. Izumi explained that they talked about the differences between him and the hero killer, and he mentioned his intentions regarding All Might. Naomasa sensed her honesty and instructed his partner to release a bounty of 10 million. All Might and Inko rushed to their daughter, embracing her and crying over the danger she had faced. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains bar, Shigaraki entered to find Kurogyari cleaning glasses. He instructed Kurogyari to contact Jiren and inform him that he wanted both of them to join as soon as possible. Kurogyari complied, mentioning that Jiren had also found some intriguing recruits. Shigaraki expressed his eagerness to meet them, feeling that his plan was coming together. He walked over to the counter, where a picture of Izuku from the sports festival lay. He thought to himself that soon he would have all the players he needed for his game, and Izuku would join him. To be continued. At 7 a.m., the students of Class 1A gathered outside the buses with their luggage. Some had just woken up, while others, like Izuku, had been awake for a few hours. Monama called out, boasting about Class 1B's superiority and teasing Class 1A for their recent encounters with villains. Kendo quickly intervened, apologizing for Monama's outburst. Izuku understood the competitive spirit, acknowledging that their class had been in the news for less than ideal reasons. He boarded the bus, taking a seat next to Tokoyami, with Shoji and Sato across the aisle. Katsumi and Shota sat together, while Shoto and Izumi shared a seat. Meanwhile, Katsuki sat next to Kirishima, the cheerful member of Class 1A. After a few hours, the bus finally stopped, allowing the students to stretch their legs. As they unloaded, they noticed 4 figures standing next to Aizawa. One was a woman with brown eyes and red hair, wearing a red hero suit with robotic cat ears. Another woman had long blonde hair and a light blue hero suit, also with cat ears. The third woman had long green hair and yellow eyes, dressed in a similar outfit but in yellow. Lastly, a young boy, about the same height as Mineta and around 5 years old, wore a red hat with 2 horns. The leader introduced herself as Mandalay and her teammates as Pixie Bob and Ragdoll. They explained that they would assist the students with their training. Mandalay pointed out a camp in the distance, informing them that they needed to arrive by 5 p.m. for dinner. Izuku felt uneasy when Mandalay instructed Pixie Bob to initiate their plan. The ground shook violently, and the students found themselves propelled toward the edge of a cliff, where they were suddenly thrown down. Izuku quickly activated his Jeppo, grabbing onto Koda and Aoyama, but their descent was only slightly slowed as they crashed onto a tree branch and then fell onto the hard ground. He checked on his classmates, relieved to see Koda nodding silently and Aoyama affirming that he was still intact. Izuku then called out for everyone to confirm they were okay, receiving a mix of groans and one loud exclamation from Katsuki. Mineta, who had been holding in his need to use the restroom, made a break for the forest just as the ground began to rumble. Izuku recalled the chaos from 2 days prior when massive monsters made of earth and rock emerged from the forest. Mineta's urgency vanished as Izuku rallied his classmates, urging them to prepare for battle. Everyone quickly sprang into action at the sight of the looming threat. Momo created a cannon and fired at one of the monsters, while Sato, Kirishima, and Shoji engaged another with powerful strikes. Siro wrapped tape around the wings of a flying creature, causing it to crash. Uraraka used her quirk to assist Tsuyu in launching an attack. Ida kicked several monsters into pieces, and Izumi activated her full cowl, enhancing her speed and strength as she darted around, dismantling the giant beasts. Shota melted the legs off one monster, causing it to collapse onto others, while Shoto froze another in place with his ice. Katsumi launched herself into the air, creating a massive explosion that blasted a hole in one beast's torso, shouting her battle cry. Katsuki followed suit, using his explosions to disable another monster. Mineta threw Sticky Ball, ensnaring 2 monsters, which allowed Kaminari to unleash a powerful electric attack, though it left him momentarily dazed. Aoyama seized the opportunity to blast one monster's face. Jiro used her quirk to alert everyone of incoming threats, while Mina melted the knees of another beast. Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow to finish off the remaining foes. Izuku observed the battle, ensuring everyone was safe as the class representative. Just then, 2 larger beasts appeared before him, one with 4 arms and another with wings. Excited for the challenge, he dashed toward them using Soru, launching himself into the air with Jeppo. He unleashed his 2-sword-style Hawk Wave, creating a powerful gust that knocked the beasts over, then followed up with 2-sword-style, 2-cutter, slicing them in half. After landing, he turned to see his classmates had defeated the remaining monsters. Proud of their teamwork, he encouraged them to hurry toward the cabin as he felt a strong hunger for dinner. Everyone cheered in agreement, except for the quiet Koda. As they dashed toward the cabin, Momo noticed Izuku heading in the wrong direction and turned to correct him. Izuku, it's this way. He turned and noticed everyone leaving him. Oh, my bad, Momo, I'm coming, he said as he hurried to catch up with them. At 6 p.m., they finally arrived at the cabin, exhausted from battling numerous monsters. Izuku was fine. The monsters weren't a problem for him. His only issue was that his wounds were reopening, and he kept getting lost, but he managed to return at the same time as the others. Good, you're all here, but you're too late for dinner. However, you can take some baths and trust me, you all need it. I can smell you from way over here, Mandalay remarked. As Izuku listened, he noticed a child in a red hat glaring at them from a distance. He decided to greet the boy. Hey, my name's Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you. What's yours? He asked, extending his hand for a shake. Instead, the boy attempted to punch him, but Izuku quickly caught the punch. Hey, that's not nice. When you punch, make sure to step into it for more strength, he advised, noticing the boy's confusion at his unexpected guidance. Koda, that's not nice. You need to apologize, Mandalay said, but Koda scoffed and walked away angrily. I'm sorry about that, Izuku said, watching Koda retreat. He wondered why the boy seemed so upset. Perhaps something had happened in his life. Izuku shrugged it off and headed for the baths. Izuku always appreciated a good bath. While he preferred hot showers, a hot bath was just as nice. He was lost in thought until he heard Ida shout, "Have you no common decency? Ida, you don't understand, walls are meant to be climbed, and neither this wall nor you will stop me from seeing the beauty on the other side," Bnha declared as he began to scale the massive wall separating the boys' and girls' bathrooms. Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki were about to climb up to confront him for trying to peek at their sisters, but they didn't need to. Koda slapped Bnha hard, knocking him off the wall, where Katsuki and Shoto quickly jumped in to deal with him. I keep telling you, Bnha, you need to stop because one day it's going to get you in trouble, Izuku remarked. After Koda knocked Bnha off the wall, he accidentally glanced over and saw the girls. Thank you, Bnha said. Yeah, thanks for getting rid of that little perv, Katsumi added. However, it was too much for Bnha, and he fainted, falling off the wall. Izuku reacted quickly, catching him before he hit the ground. He took Bnha to Mandalay, who laid Koda down on a couch to rest. Thank you for saving him, she said to the dripping wet Izuku. It's no problem, but I have to ask, why has he been glaring at us? Does he have something against us? Mandalay sighed deeply. Let me explain. Koda is my nephew. Do you know the hero's water hose? Yes, I know about them, but didn't they die in a villain attack? Izuku inquired. Mandalay nodded. Yes, before they died, Koda was a very happy boy, always smiling. But after they passed, he became more reserved and developed a dislike for heroes. That's understandable. His parents were killed because they were heroes, so I can see why he feels that way. I could have easily turned out like him if it weren't for some people I've met in my life, Izuku reflected, thinking back to Kushiro, Kuina, the old man outside the dojo, Fisher Tiger, and others he had encountered in the new world. Well, you better get going, you don't want to miss dinner, Mandalay said with a warm smile. But wait, I thought you said we weren't getting dinner? Izuku questioned. That's what your teacher Aizawa would call a logical ruse. Oh, and speaking of Aizawa, he wanted to speak to you privately. You better not keep him waiting. Izuku nodded and made his way toward Aizawa's room. He knocked on the door. Come in, Aizawa's tired voice called. You asked to speak with me, sir? Izuku said as he entered. I did. Take a seat, Aizawa instructed, pointing to a chair across from him. Izuku sat down. So, what did you want to talk about? I wanted to discuss the training you'll be doing for the next week. You're telling me this now and not in the morning? Yes. For the others, I will inform them of their training tomorrow morning, but you are different. Due to your lack of a quirk, I can't just assign you one exercise to do all day. I've decided to create a training regimen for you. You will wake up at 4:30 a.m. and run the 6.4 kilometers, 4 miles, perimeter 4 times, finishing by 5:15 a.m. From 5:15 to 6 o'clock, you will do weight training. Then from 6 to 6:30, you'll have breakfast. From 6:30 to 7:30, you'll focus on 6 powers training. How do you know about that? Izuku asked. I spoke with Rayleigh after I saw you start flying. Oh. Now, back to what I was saying. From 7:30 to 8:30, you'll do sword training, focusing on power strikes. From 8:30 to 10:30, you'll have hand-to-hand training with Tiger. From 10:30 to 12 o'clock, you'll do weighted runs with Ida along the perimeter. From 12 to 12:30, you'll have lunch, and then from 12:30 to 3 o'clock, you'll return to sword training, this time working on precision and finesse. What's the point of having a lot of power if you can't control it? From 3 to 6 o'clock, the training focused on hockey. The plan was to start with observation tomorrow, followed by armament in 2 days, and finally conquerors 3 days later, rotating each day. Then, from 6 to 8 p.m., the training would shift to hand-to-hand combat. The day would conclude with a rigorous workout of 500 squats, 400 push-ups, and 500 crunches. Izuku looked at him with a flat expression, questioning if he was trying to push him to his limits. The response was a playful grin, confirming that he indeed had a long day ahead and needed to hurry to eat. Time for the real training to begin. To be continued. Izumi yawned herself awake, and soon, the other girls began to stir as well. She glanced at the clock on the wall, which read 6:05 a.m. Once all of Class 1A was awake, they made their way to the dining room for breakfast. As they ate, they noticed someone was missing. Uraraka asked if anyone had seen Izuku, but the others shook their heads. Shota suggested he might still be asleep, but Kirishima pointed out that they hadn't seen him in the room when they woke up. Katsuki dismissed the concern, claiming it was Izuku's fault for missing breakfast, only to receive a playful smack on the head from Katsumi. She urged him to at least pretend to care, but Katsuki scoffed in response, leading to a brief sibling squabble. Before their argument could escalate, Aizawa entered the room, instructing everyone to head outside for their upcoming training. They quickly finished their meals and rushed outside. Once gathered around Aizawa, he informed them that Class 1B was not yet present but would arrive later. He then outlined their training schedule until lunch. Just as he was about to continue, heavy breathing caught their attention. They turned to see Izuku on his hands and knees, struggling to catch his breath. Aizawa noted that he had completed his warm-ups and could start the rest of his training. However, Izuku insisted he needed breakfast first. Aizawa reminded him that if he didn't complete his training on time, it would delay all subsequent activities, including lunch and dinner. With a resigned expression, Izuku got up to continue his training, while Aizawa turned to the rest of the class, ready to assign their tasks. Later, Class 1B finally arrived, and the commotion of their training could be heard from a distance. Tetsutisu exclaimed in surprise as he witnessed the chaos unfold. Izuku rushed past them, urging everyone to get out of the way, followed closely by Ida. To the side, Izumi was attempting to fight against Tiger, but her efforts were in vain as he easily dodged her attacks, causing her to crash into a tree. The impact rattled her, but she quickly regained her composure. Vlad King announced that they would be joining the fray, prompting worried expressions from his class. Monama questioned whether they were supposed to defeat Class 1B, but Vlad reminded them that while rivalry was healthy, they were also heroes who might need to collaborate in the future. Aizawa agreed and urged them to get to work. As the day progressed, everyone except Izuku finished their training and headed to the dining hall for food. Mandalay appeared, informing them that they would have to prepare their own meals since they had been provided food on the first day. Both classes immediately expressed their disappointment, but Ida encouraged them to view it as a training exercise, emphasizing the importance of being able to prepare meals for civilians in need. With spirits slightly lifted, they gathered outside to work together on making curry. Izumi asked Shoto and Shota for help in starting a fire, while others prepared the ingredients. Katsumi scolded Kaminari for his poor potato peeling skills, taking over the task herself. Even as they began to eat, Izuku was still absent. Izumi inquired about his whereabouts, and Shoji informed her that he was still training with Aizawa. Kaminari expressed sympathy for him. Meanwhile, Izuku was blindfolded as Aizawa circled him, wielding a wooden club. Izuku was exhausted, his muscles protesting with every movement. He used his future sight to anticipate Aizawa's attacks, managing to dodge the first strike, but the second hit him on the back of the head. As he stumbled, Aizawa declared that it was enough for now. Removing the blndfld, Izuku looked up at Aizawa, who explained that he had been able to strike him for 2 reasons. Izuku was tired, and his ability to see into the future had limitations. Aizawa emphasized that even with foresight, it took time to react, and if an opponent was fast enough, he could still be hit. He encouraged Izuku to keep improving. For his final exercise, Aizawa instructed him to run up a nearby hill and complete his workouts there, as the elevation would challenge his breathing and strengthen his legs. Despite his fatigue, Izuku pushed himself forward until he reached the top of the hill, where he found what he had been expecting. He found Koda sitting alone, looking out over the landscape. Koda shouted, having heard Izuku approach, asking what he was doing there. Izuku replied that he was there to train and inquired about Koda's presence. Koda insisted it was none of Izuku's business and demanded he leave. Izuku looked down at him with sympathy and guessed that it was about his parents. Koda was taken aback and asked how Izuku knew. Izuku explained that he had been told about it. He continued, saying that Koda didn't like heroes because his parents were heroes who had been killed in the line of duty, which left him feeling angry and abandoned. Koda looked surprised, and Izuku acknowledged that he understood some of those feelings, sharing that his own parents had never been there for him because they were heroes as well. Izuku expressed that, despite some heroes being unkind, there were also good ones. He offered to tell Koda a story, which intrigued him. Izuku began recounting the tale of a boy who was quirkless but still aspired to be a hero. This boy had lived happily with his sister and parents until a visit to the doctor revealed his quirklessness, while his sister possessed a powerful quirk. The next day, his sister and friends bullied him to make him give up on his dreams, but instead, it ignited a determination within him to keep trying. When he sought help from his parents about the bullying, they ignored him. One day, he discovered a dojo where he met a girl who believed in him. From that point on, he trained hard to gain strength, hoping his family would one day recognize and love him. However, he overheard his father telling his sister that he wasn't good enough, which led him to run away. Koda eagerly asked what happened next. Izuku explained that the boy ventured into a dangerous place known as the New World. Koda gasped, curious about what befell the boy there. Izuku described how the boy faced daily challenges and fights for survival but never gave up. He made friends along the way, including a tall man who was half fish, a man with red hair and scars, and another who resembled a pineapple. After many adventures, the boy promised his friends he would return to defeat the pirates. Koda asked what happened when the boy returned home and if his family loved him now that he was strong. Izuku shook his head, revealing that the boy learned an important lesson. If his family couldn't love him at his weakest, they didn't deserve him at his strongest. Upon returning, he used his newfound strength to protect the innocent and those he cared about. Koda expressed his admiration for the story, thanking Izuku and confirming his name. Izuku smiled proudly, allowing Koda to call him Aizu or Zoro, whichever he preferred. Koda chose to call him Aizu. Just then, Koda's stomach rumbled, prompting Izuku to ask if he hadn't eaten yet. When Koda shook his head, Izuku sighed, suggesting that Koda gather some firewood while he hunted for a boar to cook. Koda nodded and began collecting wood while Izuku found a boar and skillfully prepared it. As the boar cooked, Izuku continued his workout. Koda pointed to Izuku's straw hat, asking where he got it. Izuku explained that it was a gift from his master, who had taught him many things, and that it belonged to his old captain, a remarkably strong hero. Koda was amazed, asking if this captain was stronger than All Might. Izuku confirmed that he was indeed much stronger. Once the boar was ready, Izuku handed it to Koda, encouraging him to eat even if he couldn't finish it all, reminding him that he was a growing boy. When Koda asked if Izuku wouldn't eat, Izuku replied that he wasn't hungry, but his stomach betrayed him with a growl. He playfully stated that he couldn't eat as punishment for not completing his training. Koda felt guilty, but Izuku reassured him that it wasn't his fault, sharing a warm smile. As Izuku finished his workout, he suggested telling Koda another story about an island at the bottom of the sea. He continued sharing stories and jokes until Koda fell asleep. Izuku looked down at the sleeping boy with a warm smile, carefully lifting him onto his back for a piggyback ride down the hill to the cabin. Mandalay answered a knock at her door to find Izuku carrying the sleeping Koda. She expressed her gratitude for finding him, and Izuku placed Koda gently on the couch, assuring her that he had already eaten. Mandalay thanked him again and hugged him before he excused himself, mentioning he needed to take a bath and get to bed. As Izuku left, Mandalay sat beside Koda, who was dreaming peacefully, thinking about the nice friend he had made. Meanwhile, as Izuku took his bath, figures lurked outside the camp, watching from a hilltop. One of them, Toga, complained about waiting, while a man in a large coat, top hat, and mask reminded her that they had orders to be patient. Dabi expressed his frustration about being stuck with Toga, who playfully insisted on her charm while brandishing a knife. A high school student in a gas mask observed the situation, shaking his head at Toga's immaturity. Another onlooker, resembling a character from a comic book, mentioned that he had placed a bet on the blonde troublemaker. The group included various unusual characters, such as a Nomu, a person wielding a massive magnet, a lizard-like individual, a cloaked figure, and someone in prisoner attire with only his mouth visible. On a distant hilltop, Kaku, a man with a long square nose, contemplated his next move. He wondered why he couldn't just attack his target, who appeared weak and often alone. Speaking into a transponder snail, he voiced his impatience. The voice on the other end, belonging to a man with long black hair and a white pigeon perched on his shoulder, reminded Kaku to wait for the right moment. If he attacked now and failed, it would raise alarms. Kaku sighed in resignation, settling down to bide his time. The training camp had officially begun, and with it came a whirlwind of chaos and excitement. The anticipation of what was to come filled the air, promising a mix of action and intrigue in the chapters ahead. The training camp continued normally for the next 2 days, and finally, on the third day, Izuku managed to finish on time. He took full advantage of the situation and consumed more food than anyone thought possible. Kirishima had never witnessed someone eat so much in such a short time. On the fourth day, things took an interesting turn. Aizawa informed Izuku that there would be no nighttime workouts because they had a surprise planned. Mandalay gathered everyone around, announcing that to celebrate their hard work, they would play a game. Excitement filled the air as Mina shouted her enthusiasm, joined by Kiri, Kaminari, Sato, and Shiro. However, Aizawa quickly dashed their hopes, stating that the 5 of them still had to attend their nighttime study class, wrapping them up with his scarf. Mina's expression shifted dramatically as Aizawa began to lead them back to the building. Mandalay explained the game. One class would hide in the forest along the path while the other class would go in pairs. The hidden class's objective was to scare the pairs, and whichever class managed to scare the least would win. Pixie Bob produced a box filled with slips of paper, each marked with a number. She flipped a coin to determine which class would hide first. Heads meant Class B, and tails meant Class A. The coin landed on heads, so Class B would hide first. While Class B hid, Class A drew numbers from the box to determine their partners. As the students paired up, Katsuki expressed his frustration at being paired with Shoto instead of Izumi. Shoto, equally displeased, insisted that he deserved to be paired with Izumi. Izumi intervened, playfully scolding both of them before revealing that she had already chosen Koda as her partner. She reassured him that she would protect him from anything scary, and Koda nodded, visibly comforted by her presence. The pairings were as follows: Katsuki with Shoto, Izumi with Koda, Izuku with Mineta, Shoji with Tokoyami, Uraraka with Tsuyu, Shota with Momo, Katsumi with Ida, Jiro with Ojiro, and Aoyama with Toru. Izuku leaned down toward Mineta, reminding him of his displeasure over Mineta's earlier behavior. Mineta, feeling the weight of Izuku's words, nearly panicked. As the game began, groups started to venture into the forest at staggered intervals. Izuku kept a watchful eye on Mineta, who lamented being paired with him instead of one of the girls. Izuku pointed out that Mineta's behavior was counterproductive to his desire for a girlfriend. Suddenly, a series of screams echoed from the forest, causing Mineta to jump. Izuku placed a reassuring hand on Mineta's shoulder, advising him to exercise some restraint. Just then he caught a whiff of smoke in the air, raising his suspicions about the use of quirks nearby. Meanwhile, in Class B, Juzo joked about whether Bakugo or Todoroki had gotten scared and used their quirks. Suddenly, a pink smoke enveloped them, causing some to lose consciousness. Cozy Eye shouted in confusion as the smoke thickened, revealing a high school boy in a gas mask. Uraraka and Tsuyu walked cautiously through the forest. Uraraka felt nervous, while Tsuyu remained calm, offering her hand for comfort. As they ventured deeper, they were unaware that Toga was stealthily following them, her knives drawn and a mischievous glint in her eye. Elsewhere in the forest, Dabi stood alongside a figure resembling Deadpool, igniting a tree with a flick of his hand. He declared that the game had begun, ready to show the young heroes their true selves. Momo recalled a moment when she and Shota had been startled by a classmate, causing Shota to dash away, maintaining her stoic demeanor. As Momo walked through the woods, she suddenly heard the distant sound of a chainsaw. Meanwhile, Izumi and Koda were exploring a quieter part of the forest when the ground trembled, and a tree crashed down beside them. Izumi activated her full cowl, scanning the area while keeping Koda close. A deep, sinister laugh echoed from the trees as a large figure cloaked in black descended, cracking the ground beneath its weight. The figure, seeking information about Izuku, revealed a picture of him from a previous battle. Izumi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, questioning the figure's intentions and what they wanted with Izuku. He was not there. The figure removed their cloak, revealing a large, muscular blond man with one eye. His smile sent a chill through Izumi. She whispered for Koda to stay behind her and be safe, and he nodded in understanding. Katsuki and Shoto were walking along the path, engaged in their usual banter, when they heard a disturbing voice ahead, demanding more flesh. As they approached, they saw a man in a prisoner outfit crouched over a beaten Class 1B student. The sight was unsettling, and they both felt a sense of dread. Meanwhile, Aizawa was busy teaching his 5 students and Monama when a loud noise erupted from outside. He instructed Vlad to stay put while he went to investigate. Upon exiting the building, he was met with towering blue flames rising above the forest. Concerned for his students, he knew he had to act quickly. Dabi appeared, taunting Aizawa as he unleashed a blast of blue fire. Aizawa narrowly dodged, using his scarf to grab hold of a nearby flag and hang off the wall. He then dropped down towards Dabi, intent on capturing him. Aizawa demanded to know what was happening, pushing Dabi's head into the ground. Dabi's body began to morph, turning into a puddle before splashing onto the dirt. Aizawa theorized that either Dabi had 2 quirks or there was someone capable of creating copies. He switched off his quirk and made his way into the forest. Dabi turned to his companion, who resembled Deadpool, and ordered him to create another clone. The response was hesitant, but ultimately complied. At the League of Villains hideout, Shigaraki sat at the bar with a drink in front of him, while Kurogyri cleaned glasses behind the bar. Kurogyri noted the delay in their plans, but Shigaraki had a revelation. He realized they had been approaching their goals all wrong. Instead of confronting their enemies unprepared, they needed to gather strength and allies to prepare for the inevitable battle. He declared that the world would soon know them as the League of Villains Vanguard, hoping for their success. Back with Izuku, he raced up the hill where he had last seen Kota, determined to ensure his safety. In a flashback, Izuku and others noticed the raging inferno. Mineta questioned the wild pussycats about the chaos. Pixie Bob instructed everyone to head to the building where their teachers were, while she and her team would handle the villains. Ojiro raised concerns about those still in the forest, but Pixie Bob assured them they would save them and urged everyone to stay safe. Mandalay called out for her missing nephew, Koda. Izuku offered to find him and bring him back, receiving Mandalay's worried nod of approval as he dashed off towards the hill using Soru. The flashback ended. Izuku reached the top of the hill to find Koda, who was trembling in fear as he watched the distant flames. Izuku called out for him, and Koda rushed over, hugging him tightly. He expressed his fear, and Izuku, unsure of how to comfort him, reassured him that everything would be all right and promised to protect him. They needed to return to Mandalay, who was anxiously waiting for them. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the rocks above, commenting on their bond. Izuku quickly turned, ready to draw his sword, questioning who was there. He was startled that he hadn't sensed the figure approaching. The dark figure revealed himself as Kaku, announcing his intent to kill Izuku. Izuku cautiously pushed the hilt of his sword, revealing part of the blade, and asked why Kaku wanted him dead. Kaku explained that Izuku had harmed important people in the New World a year ago, and their families had sent him to find and eliminate him. As memories of his past actions flooded back, Izuku realized the gravity of the situation, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. To be continued. For an entire minute, neither Izuku nor Kaku moved a muscle. Izuku stared intensely at Kaku, who wore a simple smile. Sweat dripped down Izuku's face as he felt the pressure of the moment. Kota hid behind some rocks, ensuring he was out of the way of their impending clash. Izuku was the first to act, quickly putting on his bandana. Kaku watched with amusement as Izuku glared at him. He remarked that Izuku could dress up as he pleased, as it was his own fate at stake. Once ready, Izuku grabbed his swords and charged at Kaku, swinging his sandai in an attempt to strike Kaku's shoulder. Kaku blocked the attack with his own sword, and Izuku felt a wave of uncertainty about the outcome of their fight. The two exchanged blows, their blades clashing in a flurry of strikes, steel sparking against steel. After a minute of this intense back and forth, Kaku managed to draw first blood, cutting across Izuku's chest. Though it was a shallow wound, Izuku reassured himself that he was still fine. He then used Sora to zip around Kaku, trying to catch him off guard, but Kaku remained unfazed. He recognized Izuku's use of the 6 powers and smiled before launching a Tempest Kick. Izuku narrowly dodged the attack, feeling the rush of air as it passed. Kaku seized the initiative, closing the distance and swinging his sword toward Izuku's midsection. Izuku quickly blocked the strike, declaring that Kaku would need to try harder to defeat him. In response, Izuku unleashed his own Tempest Kick, but Kaku soared back to create distance before unleashing a series of his own Tempest Kicks, culminating in a powerful dual-leg strike. Izuku felt the force of Kaku's attack, realizing it was as powerful as his own strongest move. He deflected the strike using both swords while activating Bnha Gorilla, then surged forward at incredible speed, executing a technique called 2 Gorilla Slash. The slash left a mark on Kaku's shoulder, causing him to cough slightly. Seizing the moment, Kaku retaliated with a quick finger pistol, stabbing Izuku in the gut. He taunted Izuku, claiming that despite the hit, he was still weak. Izuku raised his swords and executed 2-sword style, Nijirai, slashing Kaku across the chest. Kaku jumped back slightly, but Izuku was determined not to let him escape easily. He initiated Demonic Raven, spinning like a whirlwind and moving his swords at Kaku, creating numerous small cuts. Izuku then infused his swords with armament and unleashed Onigiri, striking with all 3 blades. Kaku acknowledged Izuku's mastery of haki, indicating that he would no longer hold back. He began to transform, revealing his true power. Izuku scoffed at the sight, questioning Kaku's so-called strength. Kaku, now in his hybrid form, brandished 2 larger swords, boasting about his 4-sword style and the advantage it provided. Izuku retorted, dismissing Kaku's logic. He charged forward, attempting to strike Kaku's legs, but Kaku's haki protected him, causing Izuku's swords to bounce off harmlessly. Kaku countered with a Tempest Kick, delivering a powerful upward strike that left deep cuts on Izuku's shoulders. Izuku coughed, feeling the pain as Kaku brought his swords down, reopening a previous scar. Despite the odds, Izuku swung his sword, landing a few shallow cuts on Kaku's body. Kaku, frustrated, questioned why Izuku wouldn't give up. He unleashed 2 massive air blades, but Izuku managed to block them. Kaku then activated Iron Body, delivering a powerful kick that sent Izuku flying. Kaku followed up by jumping onto the downed Izuku, stomping on him relentlessly. Kaku declared the fight over as he walked away, but water splashed in his face when Kota emerged from behind the rocks, trembling in fear. Kaku assured Kota that he meant no harm to children, stating that he only killed when instructed. He stood over Izuku, who lay barely conscious. In Izuku's mind, a voice questioned his current state, reminding him of his promise to defeat the emperors. Izuku acknowledged the urgency of the situation, realizing he needed to protect Koda and fulfill his vow. He felt a surge of determination and resolved to rise again. With newfound focus, Izuku opened his eyes, witnessing the debate between Koda and Kaku. Ignoring their conversation, he seized the Sandai Kitetsu and drove the blade into the back of Kaku's heel, aiming for his Achilles tendon. Kaku found himself caught off guard, dropping to one knee as his leg gave way. Izuku rolled out of the way just in time to avoid being crushed. Surprised, Kaku exclaimed his disbelief at Izuku's survival. Izuku, groggily getting to his feet, responded with a hint of confidence, noting that the weak attacks had not been enough to take him down. There was something different about him, though. A purple aura surrounded him. Kaku remarked on Izuku's bravado, especially for someone who had just been unconscious. Izuku, undeterred, raised his swords and charged at Kaku. Kaku attempted to block the attack but found himself swiftly cut and stabbed. Using his one good leg, he propelled himself into the air to gain distance, but Izuku pursued him with equal agility. Koda, bleary-eyed from lack of sleep, thought he must be imagining things. Did Izuku now have 3 heads and 6 arms? Kaku, too, was seeing the same bizarre sight. Fueled by a surge of energy, Izuku inflicted deep wounds on Kaku, whose eyes turned white in shock. But Izuku was not finished. He used his agility once more to strike. Again. Kaku's thoughts raced as he questioned whether Izuku was some kind of demon, sensing that his life was in danger. Everything faded to black as Kaku's body collapsed onto the hard earth of the hilltop, bleeding out. Izuku landed beside him, momentarily confused by the sight of 6 arms. He dismissed it as a trick of blood loss and focused on getting Koda back to Mandalay as quickly as possible. Dropping to one knee, he coughed up blood, prompting Koda to rush over as the extra heads and arms vanished. Koda expressed concern for Izuku, asking about the strange transformation he had witnessed. Realizing he wasn't imagining things, Izuku acknowledged that he would need to explore this new fighting style later. He urged Koda to hurry back to Mandalay, and Koda nodded in agreement. Izuku lifted Koda and sprinted down the hillside. At the top of the hill, a figure appeared next to Kaku's bloodied body, now returned to his human form. A pigeon perched on the figure's shoulder commented on Kaku's mistakes, suggesting he should have acted decisively when he had the chance. The figure, Lucci, responded, instructing the pigeon, Hattori, to be quiet and to help carry Kaku away to avoid drawing attention to their organization. As he lifted Kaku with one arm, he vowed that if he ever encountered Izuku again, he would ensure the boy would not rise again. With that, he propelled himself into the night. To be continued.